Chapter 1253. A gentle reminder not to purchase privilege until I announce that it is ready for purchase. Bang! The massive encore was blasted back intensely as the wave bore a hole into the ground that was thousands of feet large. The encore slammed into the dome on the other side and Muviad fell to his knees in the next instant. Kua. He coughed out blood after his encore took damage. It wasn't that Endrick was not aware that the encore was also the weakness of Draconets, he just hadn't gotten the opportunity to deal it any damage. He wasn't aware that the rings would multiple attacks from an opponent as well, so this pleasantly took him by surprise. It's my turn now. Taking hold of this opportunity, Endrick sent forth a massive telekinetic hand which wrapped around Muviad's entire body, lifting him into the air before slamming him onto the already decimated ground. Swee tilde bang. Bang! Bang! Swee tilde. Endrick kept waving his hand across the place, causing Muviad's figure to slam into the ground and the dome surrounding the vicinity. Ooah! Muviad groaned in pain while trying to free himself. He had taken more damage in the process, however. This didn't last as the encore at the far end of the stage stood up shortly after Endrick's telekinetic charge. The green glowing rings shot forward as it charged in Endrick's direction. Endrick turned his face to the side as he spotted one of the gigantic green glowing rings appear before him with incoming attacks from the encore. At this moment, something spectacular occurred. Endrick sped in the direction of the glowing green ring like he was charging towards his death, while the fist from the encore was only 1 feet away from phasing through the ring. Pa! Thwosh tilde. Endrick snapped his finger, causing a telekinetic barrier to appear between the fist of the encore and the ring, preventing it from going through. Kh tilde. It only took a split second for the encore to blast through the barrier. Bang! However, the momentary delay gave Endrick enough time to arrive in front of the ring before the encore. Muviad, who had gotten freed after Endrick performed this foolhardy action, realized what Endrick was trying to do. All of his eyes widened as he jumped to his feet and charged forward with all of his might, ignoring the multiple injuries on his body. No! He yelled with an horrified expression as he watched Endrick leap through the glowing green ring. The instant Endrick's body phased through the ring, he felt an indescribable feeling, like his body was being split apart. In theory, his cells, consciousness, and everything that made up his existence were replicating at insane rate. Wah tilde. The voices of the spectators rang out as over 300 Endricks appeared all across the stage. I am everywhere. Endrick voiced in surprise but then covered his mouth as he noticed that his exact words had been chanted by every single replication, causing the surroundings to tremble. He could control every single one of his replications with ease since he felt like his mind was within all of them. He didn't know how long this would last, so only one thought appeared in the minds of all the Endricks. A battle roar rang out from the army of Endricks as they all activated their telekinetic energy at the same time. Fwy tilde. A tremendous pressure descended upon the entire vicinity, giving neither Muviad or his encore the chance to evade. Bang! Bang! They didn't fall to their knees, they fell face flat on the ground, unable to battle against the combined force of the Endricks. Muviad was lifted into the air in the next instant and tossed across the place. Bang! 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 An Endrick would drive a fist into his face, causing him to catapult towards another direction. Another Endrick would be waiting for him a couple of feet away, who would also slam Muviad with an heavy fist, causing him to shoot in a different direction. Bang! 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 At this point, they had turned Muviad into a lawn tennis ball. They kept swatting him across the place like a fly, leaving him no chance to fight back. I think you should take a look at a couple of Endrick's activated Moondrop, causing Muviad's encore to be completely crushed under its weight as the Moondrops stacked atop each other. Muviad was not only outwardly damaged at this moment, he has also sustained internal injuries from the brutality his encore suffered in the hands of the Endricks. Muviad's encore was stronger than the usual, but after getting damaged continuously, it finally vaporized, leaving a gust of dark mist. The Endricks formed a massive catapult-like weapon with their telekinetic prowess combines. A massive pillar-like projectile which was close to 100 feet in length was mounted before it. The other Endricks dealing with Muviad on the other end suddenly grabbed hold of him and ascended into the air. They flung him in the direction of the massive catapult-like weapon that had been formed from telekinesis. The massive pillar-like projectile went off at this instant, with over 20 Endricks pouring their energies into it to increase its mass and speed. Bang! A loud crash rang out as the tip of pillar-like telekinetic projectile slammed heavily into Muviad's body. Powerful shockwaves spread across the place along with the sound of bones cracking, as Muviad's face caved in. The telekinetic projectile kept ascending with Muviad's body still stamped to its tip before it collided with the barrier above. Boom! A loud explosive-like crash reverberated across the vicinity as the barrier whittled away instantly. Fortunately, the barrier seemed to have layers and only the first layer seemed to have been destroyed by that attack, otherwise, Muviad's body would have been sent to outer space. 3-3-3-3 The multiple Endricks began to vanish and in the next moment only a single Endrick was left standing in the middle of a completely disfigured battle stage. Pa! He snapped his finger, causing the telekinetic projectile to disappear. The moment it vanished, Muviad's unconscious and battered body began falling from the air. Witnessing this, everyone knew the battle was over at this point. At Draconet's spectators area, all sort of glances were being shot at the stage, ranging from disbelief to disappointment. How did this Earthling manage to survive the replication? Not even Muviad would dare going through any of the rings with his full body. Bronze Midili questioned while squeezing one of her fists in anger. It is confusing to me as well, he should have been ripped to pieces the moment he went through. This Earthing, how? The male Draconet beside her also voiced out his confusion. Endrick Oslov, Planet Earth, wins 1100 points attained. That useless little thing, Captain Strum cursed as he stared at the screens that displayed the loss of the Draconets. Chatter, 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 chatter. The entire arena had descended into noise at the moment. Cheers as well as exclamations of or reverberated across the place. Other battles in this batch were still ongoing, but the one between Endrick and Muviad had completely captivated them. Everyone believed this to be the most intense battle since the start of the Battle vs. Challenge. The participants considered to be the most powerful in ISOP had only just began challenging themselves, so a battle on this level of destructiveness was the first of its kind since. The spectators were fired up expecting more battles like this to happen soon, while Earth was elated and ecstatic. Every Earthling that witnessed that battle initially had the impression that Endrick might lose since Muviad was not a weak opponent in the slightest. Now that things had gone this way, their morale had been boosted. Endrick was no doubt one of the most spectacular participants representing Earth. Good job, little man. He wrapped his arm around Endrick's neck as he arrived before them. There were bloodstains on different parts of Endrick's body. He didn't mind getting stained. Everyone congratulated Endrick on a good job except Gustav and Yuhiko. Yuhiko couldn't even go near him for obvious reasons. Endrick stared forward to see Gustav gesturing at him to come over. He slowly made his way out of the encirclement of the group and arrived before Gustav. Big brother. Endrick muttered with a nervous expression while looming down. Good job, made me proud, Gustav voiced with a warm tone while stretching his hand forward to fondle Endrick's curly hair. A smile instantly appeared on Endrick's face as tears brimmed in his eyes. Thank you, big brother. Thank you. Endrick rubbed his eyes with his sleeves while voicing out. For others this was a confusing scenario, but only those who knew Gustav and Endrick well along with their backstory understood. Endrick felt the weight of heavy load lifted off his chest as he finally looked up at his big brother's face. He finally completely acknowledges me as his little brother. Endrick could tell that Gustav had truly forgiven him now, and it was a great feeling for him. He felt all his hard work to prove himself had paid off. Chapter 1254 Yuhiko, the actress S. Endrick could tell that Gustav had truly forgiven him now, and it was a great feeling for him. He felt all his hard work to prove himself had paid off. The battles continued and soon the batch ended. Endrick and Muviad's battle along with 4 others had been the highlight of this batch. To say the spectators were stunned would be an understatement. Things were getting more interesting as weaker planets lost all of their points and got automatically disqualified. Soon the planets challenging weaker ones to easily gain points would be unable to do so anymore once every single one of them was gone. Yuhiko, are you ready? Gustav voiced while approaching the black-haired beauty with a doll-like face. Huh? Hey. What do you mean? Yuhiko questioned with an expression of confoundment. We've lost 1,200 points from declining the other challenges after our 3 tries, Gustav voiced. Yuhiko nodded while maintaining an expression of intrigue, wondering where Gustav was going with this. It's time to regain everything and add a little more to that, Gustav added. Huh? How? What do you mean? Yuhiko stuttered. Gustav stood before her and gave her a small finger twack on her forehead. You're going next, dummy, he voiced. Yuhiko looked up at the screens displaying the 150 participants selected for the next batch. I am not amongst, she voiced with confusion still. Yes, but one of these participants are going to challenge you and it's going to be someone with a high number of points, Gustav responded. Are you saying I should accept a challenge? Yuhiko's eyes widened with an expression of surprise. Yes, don't be slow, Gustav responded. But I thought. Yuhiko still couldn't hide the look of surprise on her face. Whatever you thought was wrong. I was letting everyone bear a stereotypical thought about you in their minds. It's gonna pay off now. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he closed in further on Yuhiko. You go out there, take them by surprise and win. After voicing this out, Gustav turned around and moved back to his initial spot. Yuhiko's body trembled slightly in both excitement and anticipation as she stared in Gustav's expression. I was wrong, he only did this to make everyone have a wrong assumption so it would be easier for me to win when I finally accept a challenge. Yuhiko came to this realization and her body trembled even more. What a cunning young man. As the next batch participants began making their way to the various stages, different discussions had broken out amongst the spectators area. Captain Vilax is a part of this batch. The last 2 times he absolutely destroyed his opponents. Istrin is part of this batch as well. I see Veskis as well. This batch is going to be intense as well. The spectators could recognize multiple participants representing planets that were in the 30 and 20. Yuhiko was a little intimidated after noticing the line-up. She wondered if could truly defeat any of these participants, but she maintained a focused expression. About 2 minutes later, things went exactly as Gustav had predicted. That Earth participant replacement has been challenged again. What is the point? She is just going to decline again. Earth sure has a lot of points to spare. What a disgrace. While everyone was expressing their opinions of ridicule, Yuhiko stared at the light panel before her, which of course showed decline and accept. She turned to stare at Gustav by the side, who nodded at her. Yuhiko proceeded to accept in the next moment. Yuhiko of planet Earth has accepted Veskis of Oxlark challenge. What the spectators, including that of Earths, exclaimed with looks of surprise. She accepted. I thought she was just a stand-in. What is going on? Yuhiko's acceptance had definitely shocked everyone, including the participants on their various stages at the moment. Some of them wished they had sent a challenge first since they saw Yuhiko as an easy participant to get points from. Captain Vilax stared at the panel before him that displayed Earth. Looks like I was too slow, he internally regretted before deciding to challenge another planet. Yuhiko approached the stage that was filled with water. It was like a small stream since the surface of the body of water was lower than their knees. All around them were small rocks protruding out of the water and a few floating in mid-air. Her opponent stood on one of the floating rocks and stared down at her as she walked into the stage. Veskis was an Oxarchic representing planet Oxlark. Just like the usual Oxlarchics, he had a cone-shaped upper body with long arms nearly reaching his feet and a head-sized hole on his chest. Its head was faceless yet, but when it was about to speak, a mouth-shaped hole appeared in the middle of its faceless head. You weren't my target, but since you're easier to deal with I picked you, Veskis stated with a monotonous voice. Please take it easy on me. Yuhiko played the part by responding with a pleading and gentle voice. Alright, I'll take it easy on you, he said before jumping down. Splash. Thank you, what a pretty creature, Yuhiko voiced with a seductive tone. You think him pretty? Veskis asked with a slightly intrigued tone. Hehehe, of course. Just take it easy on me please, I know you're powerful, Yuhiko said while blushing. Yes I. While Veskis was responding with a rather shy tone, Veskis Drupit, planet Oxlark, vs Yuhiko Grande, planet Earth. moment this appeared on the screens above, Yuhiko's shy expression and smile vanished as she kicked up water with her feet. 3 tilde This splash of water instantly transformed into golden spikes that shot forward with intensity in Vesky's direction. This sudden attack took everyone by surprise, Vesky's included. He quickly tried to move aside to evade them, but he couldn't get away fast enough to dodge all of the golden spikes. Just as one was a couple feet away from contact, the hole in Vesky's chest suddenly lit up with a bright red color. A red beam shot forward with intensity in the next instant, incineration the golden spike and blasting a hole through some rocks up ahead. Yuhiko had already moved the moment she initiated her first attack, so at the moment she was 10 feet away from Vesky's as she approached from the right. Vesky's turned to face her as the beam in the middle of his chest began building up power again. "You stupid bitch. You played me." At this same moment, he noticed that Yuhiko had a handful of nuts in her grasp, which made him a little confused. In the next instant he finally understood what Yuhiko's abilities were as his mouth widened in shock. Yuhiko had thrown out the multiple nuts in her grasp, and the moment she did, they transformed into gigantic rocks. Rocks began raining down from the air, causing Vesky's to focus on evasion again. Bang! 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 Large amount of waves splattered in every direction as the rocks crashed onto the body of water one after the other. Yuhiko didn't stop there, she flung out more nuts which increased in size, turning into rocks that were hundreds of feet large and speeding forward with intensity. Not only were rocks raining from the air, they were also speeding forward at Vesky's, who had no other option but to do his best in evading. Damn it! Transmutation. She is not as weak as I thought, Vesky's cursed internally as he leapt sideways to dodge another raining rock. He fired a beam at another rock that was close to making contact. Boom! He proceeded to jump through the hole he created in the rock only to meet another up front. Boom! Boom! Bang! 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 For the next 5 minutes Vesky's was unable to do any other thing rather than evasion and attacking the rocks that were turned into projectiles. From the Earth's spectators area, Gustav watched with a look of satisfaction. Yuhiko is only a kilo ranked, but her bloodline raises her potential to a higher level. Gustav wasn't surprised that this was the case. Her bloodline is like an upgrade of Amy's, the system chipped in. If anyone was to ask who was stronger between the two, he would say Vesky's. However, he would mention that Yuhiko was more powerful overall due to the abilities that her bloodline granted her. She had come far from the time she nearly crushed him to death. Gustav could see that she was capable of applying her bloodline in different ways now. On the stage, Vesky's had closed in on Yuhiko because she ran out of nuts. He lunged forward at her while she was trying to get some more things to hurl from her storage device. The water surrounding them suddenly turned into mud and Vesky's found himself sinking. Yuhiko's standing point in the water turned solid and lifted her in the air like an elevator. NNGH. Vesky's looked up and noticed another massive rock dropping from the sky. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1255 NNGH. Vesky's looked up and noticed another massive rock dropping from the sky. Red beams suddenly shot out from the soles of his feet, freeing him from the muddy terrain. The incoming rock was close to colliding with his skull when his left arm lengthened, shooting towards a nearby floating piece of rock. The moment the lengthened hand clutched the rock firmly, it pulled his entire figure away. Bang! He narrowly managed to escape getting crushed as he climbed onto the floating piece of rock he used to save himself. The moment Vesky's got away, rays of light began to gather within the hole on his chest. "I'll just destroy everything in range then." This thought appeared in his mind as the air began to vibrate. On another battle stage, 2 figures clashed repeatedly. One of them had a brownish insect-like face with long antennas and intense green eyes positioned at the top of the 2 antennas. His flowing silky green robes flapped loudly as his body blurred repeatedly while he clashed with his opponent. His opponent on the other hand was a white-skinned being with thick gator-like tail that was over 12 feet long. He had 2 eyeballs positioned at the front and back of his face with a humanoid-like body structure. These 2 were the Osius and Synxtro captains. Captain Vilax had challenged Doxter 20 minutes ago and the latter accepted his challenge. The battle seemed quite intense as both figures turned to blurs that appeared all across the stage constantly. Bang! Their fists clashed once more in the middle of the ring, causing a wave of strong winds to spread in every direction. Both figures separated after the clash, landing hundreds of feet away from each other. The brownish aura-like energy surrounding Captain Vilak's figure intensified as he spoke. "You are really good, but how long can you go before making use of an ability? As long as possible. I'll never let you successfully imprint," Captain Doxter responded with his back eyes squinting. "Are you sure about that? You'll lose if you don't use your abilities," Captain Vilax warned. "I think I'm doing just fine," Captain Doxter responded before straightening his hands and charging forward once more. Captain Vilax met his attacks with equal force, pushing his insect-like arms forward as they clashed repeatedly once more. Captain Doxter is really playing it safe. But can he really keep going this way without using an ability? Captain Vilax can't defeat him either. This is one hell of a stalemate. Spectators also had their eyes on the battle of Captain Doxter and Vilax, which currently looked like they were on the same level. Bang! 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 They clashed repeatedly for the next few minutes, but Captain Doxter was starting to get worried the more they clashed. The brownish aura surrounding Captain Vilax was increasing as the battle went on, and Tbes was quite worrisome. "He hasn't imprinted yet. How does it keep climbing?" Captain Doxter wondered, but after some time he understood why. Captain Doxter began to spot weird markings on his hands the more he clashed with Captain Vilax. Fwy tilde fwy tilde fwy tilde. He suddenly distanced himself from Captain Vilax, jumping back multiple times. Captain Vilax's green eyes darted in his direction before he turned into a blur once more. 3 tilde 3 tilde 3 tilde. He swung his fingers at Captain Doxter repeatedly, who reacted by swerving sideways to evade. Captain Doxter did his best to avoid making contact with Vilax as he kept moving backwards while evading. "You've noticed, haven't you?" Captain Vilax questioned with a tone of intimidation while still sending out a flurry of attacks. "How did you manage to?" Captain Doxter voiced while pushing his neck to the side, barely managing to evade one of Captain Vilax's thrust. "It doesn't matter, so long as I don't make contact with you, it should be okay." Captain Doxter leapt across the air in the next instant. Thum tilde. As his body ascended, so did Captain Vilax, giving him not a second of breathing space. "How long do you think you'll be able to keep evading?" Captain Vilax voiced while chasing after him. "How long do you think you'll be able to keep attacking?" Captain Doxter shot back. "I guess we shall see." The brownish aura covering Captain Vilax's body spiked again. As the battle continued, Captain Doxter realized that he couldn't keep evading and swung his tail at a tree behind. The moment his tail completely wrapped around the tree, he yanked it off the ground and flung it in Captain Vilax's direction. Bang! "I think you should take a look at with a double spin while flying across the air." Captain Vilax swung his foot at the tree, instantly causing it to split in two. Swio tilde y tilde y tilde. That wasn't the end of it, as 10 more trees were flung out simultaneously, which Captain Vilax either evaded or cleaved in half. "I'll activate it for a split second and attack him before he realizes what is happening," Captain Doxter said internally as he sped towards the left while his eyes emitted blue glows. Circular blue energy swirled around his arms as he raised them, pointing his fingers in Captain Vilax's direction while Vilax was thwarting the trees shooting at him. Glowing blue firearms materialized in Doxter's grasp, which he joined together swiftly to produce something even larger resembling a massive gun. Boom! He fired it instantly at Vilax, who had only just noticed the powerful force of disintegrating blue beam when it was inches from his face. At this same moment, the brownish aura surrounded Vilax climbed intensely, blanketing the entirety of the stage while the beam made contact with his face. Wah tilde. Loud voices of disbelief rang out as the spectators watching this battle witnessed a shocking scenario. On Yuhiko's side of the stage, havoc and destruction had surrounded the entirety of the stage. Red circular glowing energies floating in different locations were sending forth charges one after the other that caused everything in view to disintegrate. The body of water below evaporated, turning to steam as the rocks floating in mid-air crumbled to dust as well. After a minute, all that could be seen around was an empty vicinity with a completely charred ground that had gotten leveled. On a part of this ground, a pod-like cover extending from the ground split in two and a girl with a slightly darkened body fell out of it. Kura. Kua. She coughed profusely as a figure landed before her. Twack. An intense kick sent her flying after this figure mercilessly swung his foot at her. Yuhiko's eyes watered due to the hotness of the environment as her figure flew across the air. Bam! 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 Her body ricocheted across the ground as Veskys leapt into the air and landed on her body. She was completely pinned to the ground in the next instant as Veskys began to rain fists on her face. You dare fool me. Bang. Guess who is pretty now? Bang. Not you. Bang. I'll mess up that human face of yours. Bang. Oh you, he must have really gotten triggered about getting called pretty. As far as male oxykick beauty standards go, he's ugly. That is why he must be so triggered. Whelp, that Earth girl is losing now even though she was pretty good. The spectators watching this part of the battle stage all concluded on Yuhiko's loss as she continued to take a beating. Wait, Yuhiko suddenly voiced out, causing Veskys to pause. He subconsciously held on for an instant with one of his fists a few inches from her face. You are actually pretty, she voiced while spitting out blood. Don't try to fool me again, he voiced while arching his arm back once more. I'm serious, you're pretty. Yuhiko breathed in and out profusely as she voiced, causing Veskys to pause again. Pretty stupid. Yuhiko adding this to the mix caused Veskys' face to scrunch up as he yelled out and threw his fist forward. You bit. Before he could complete his action, he felt a chill within his body and in the next instant the world around him tumbled. Waru Gling Iyun. His voice trailed away as his speech pattern became unrecognizable. Wa tilde chatter. 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 Exclamations and expressions of shock could be seen on the faces of the spectators as Tsy stared at the screens. Veskys' body had fallen to the ground like a piece of inflated rubber. It seemed like his internal skeletal system suddenly disappeared as he found himself unable to move or even speak up. Yuhiko's left hand could be seen clutching his left foot, and spotting this brought a look of realization to the faces of the spectators. You made the mistake of thinking I'm only capable of turning non-living matter to what I desire, Yuhiko voiced as she stood to her feet and cleaned her bloody mouth. Chapter 1256 Osius Captain is also a force to reckon with. You made the mistake of thinking I'm only capable of turning non-living matter to what I desire, Yuhiko voiced as she stood to her feet and cleaned her bloody mouth. Her transmutation ability is able to affect living tissue as well. This is inconceivable. The crowd went bonkers once more. She practically has my flesh warping ability. Gustav nodded in approval after witnessing this. He was also unaware that Yuhiko abilities had graduated from non-living to loving matter. It was truly a powerful upgrade. But she is about to pass out. It took all of her energy to achieve that, the system voiced internally. She is really a great actress. No one is aware. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face. Yuhiko Grande, Planet Earth wins, squinting eyes face, 1600 points attained. Yuhiko maintained a seductive smile on her face as she moved forward. After pinning her to the ground, Veskys had let his guard down. Yuhiko did her best to twist her hand while underneath his weight so she could grab any part of his body. Underneath the barrages of blows she successfully made contact with Veskys' leg, but he was still unaware, and even if he knew he wouldn't have thought much of this. It took a massive chunk of her bloodline energy to successfully dissolve the skeletal system of Veskys, but fortunately she managed to pull it off. Swooshy tilde Gustav vanished from his standing point and reappeared before Yuhiko just as she got out of the stage. Plop. Yuhiko fell forward weakly and he proceeded to grab her. Swoosh tilde he vanished again and reappeared at his initial standing point. He slowly helped Yuhiko take a seat and Angie passed an energy recovery pill to him from the side which he fed to her. Why? She muttered weakly. Gustav voiced while squatting. I was among the many who made you miserable. I thought this was another revenge set up, but it wasn't. You even helped me win, she questioned with a confused tone. I'm past the point in my life where I act like a bully to deal with bullies. Besides, I already dealt with you enough. I have more important things to set my sights on than becoming a bully. Gustav chuckled lightly before getting back up. He was never the type to not get revenge, but he already did that, so he didn't see the point in keeping it up, especially when other things were at stake here. Yuhiko stared at Gustav with an unfathomable expression. His glow is too bright. Hes like the sun. Some of the spectators were still talking about the battle that had just ended between Yuhiko and Veskis, but another intense battle in one of the stages had caught their attention. Gustav also took note of this battle with God eyes. Battling the Osis will definitely be a problem with their imprinting ability. He watched as Osius Captain battled against Sinxtro Captain. The tide of the battle had shifted in favor of Captain Vilax due to Doxter previous actions. If he was faster, maybe he would have been able to pull the attack off, but now there's no way out for Doxter, Gustav thought as he watched the ongoing battle. The entire stage was bathed in a brownish glow, emitting from the body of Captain Vilax. Within the brownish world, a large blue beam floated right before the Osius Captain. It seemed to be receding as black ink-like writings appeared within the beam, corrupting its entirety. The ripples in mid-air created from the force of THR beam began retracting as well. Hundreds of feet away, Captain Doxter stared with a look of horror. Damn it! How was he able to imprint on it so fast? Captain Doxter had attacked earlier with his ability after leaving Captain Vilax preoccupied by yanking a bunch of trees at him. He thought Captain Vilax would be unable to counter his attack on time, but at the last moment, Vilax did. As Captain Doxter stared at the beam, he fired, increasing in size by the moment he clenched his fist. I might as well not hold back anymore, he yelled as a bluish energy swirled around his entire figure. A transparent encasement of blue energy surrounded his entire being and formed a giant bot of sorts. He floated within this transparent mass of energy, and giant muzzle-shaped weapons began protruding from different parts of this giant bot. Boom! He fired a destructive shot at Captain Vilax, who was floating in mid-air. The bluish glowing projectile caused ripples of wind to spread across the vicinity, but in the next moment, it slowed down after closing in on Captain Vilax. The beam came to a stop before Captain Vilax, and the same situation with the other attack played out again. Ink-like letters began spreading within the beam. Captain Doxter gritted his teeth as he began to continuously fire. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 The ground caved in from the firepower this suit of energy was emitting. Debris had spread across the entire vicinity and the barrier trembled repeatedly, yet Captain Doxter did not stop firing. Bang! Boom! 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 Hes trying to overload him. Gustav understood what Captain Doxter was playing at. How will throwing more attacks help? Rhea had a confused expression as he questioned. If Vilax loses focus for even a moment, one of the attacks could hit and the imprint would go bad, triggering an explosion that would fry him, Gustav responded. Oh. Rhea had a look of understanding upon hearing this. Hundreds of massive blue beams had surrounded Captain Vilax at this point. No matter how much Captain Doxter fired, the projectiles never truly reached Vilax. Exo double. The energy swirling around Captain Doxter suddenly doubled upon voicing this out. The air trembled intensely as energy began building up in waves, causing the surroundings to vibrate as well. The suit of energy surrounding Captain Doxter increased in size tremendously as a cannon-like muzzle appeared in the middle of its chest area. A purplish energy began swirling at its tip as the air continued vibrating intensely. The swirling circular purplish energy reached the size of 3 boulders before firing at Captain Vilax. The spectator's eyes widened as the circular purplish energy shot across the air and suddenly exploded before it reached Captain Vilax. Boom! The entire stage was engulfed in a wave of purple as destructive ripples blasted across the vicinity. The grounds crumbled and the trees around were instantly incinerated as the waves slammed into the barrier surrounding the stage, rocking it intensely. It looked like everything had been destroyed as both captains were consumed in the wake of the blast. Chatter, 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 chatter. The crowd was going bonkers once more. Did he make it explode before it got to Captain Vilax so Vilax wouldn't be able to imprint on it? Rhea asked with a look of contemplation. You're finally getting a little smarter, Teamy voiced in response, which practically gave Rhea the answer to his question. That was a really smart move from Doxter, but unfortunately. Eldris shook his head from the side, causing Rhea to stare at the screens with an intrigued expression. As the purplish wave of destruction calmed, A figure could be seen floating in the mid-air with a brownish glow surrounding him. A small circular purple glow could be seen floating above his insect-like hands along with multiple other bluish beams. Fortunately for me and quite unfortunately for you, explosion still carries residue energy from your attack which I can still imprint on. Captain Vilax voiced at the whitish figure who was hundreds of feet away let out heavy breaths. No way, Captain Doxter said with a horrified expression. Captain Vilax raised his insect-like hands, causing the circular purplish energy floating above to rise. It began increasing in size rapidly along with the other bluish beams floating around in the vicinity. The purplish glowing circular energy soon became the same size with the attack Captain Doxter had initiated earlier. Captain Doxter activated his abilities again and leapt forward, not willing to accept defeat. This is the end for you, Captain Vilax said before swinging his arms downwards. Fwy. Fwy why. Fwy why. Fwy why. Fwy why. Foo-hoo why. Fwy. 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 Streaks of massive blue energies shot down at intense speeds simultaneously while Captain Doxter tried to erect a barrier of blue energy around him in the last second. Boom. 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 Heavy explosions rang out in the next moment, wreaking havoc across the already desecrated vicinity. To top it off, Captain Vilax dropped the massive purplish ball of energy last, inciting the final explosion. Boom. The first layer of the barrier surrounding the stage shattered as the entire stage got covered in a world of purple even more destructive than the first. He has won, Rhea voiced while the explosions were still going off. Osius Captain is also a force to reckon with, Eldris stated. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1257 Osius Captain is also a force to reckon with, Eldris stated. Everyone was well aware of the abilities of the Osis by now. The one they were mostly known for was their imprinting ability. The moment they managed to imprint on any energy successfully, that energy would become theirs. They would be able to manipulate the energy as they wished afterwards. DSVLM This was why Captain Doxter only initiated melee attacks at first. He was trying to make sure Captain Vilax didn't successfully imprint on the energy of his attacks. Captain Vilax's speed of imprinting had shocked the entire crowd of spectators since some of Captain Doxter attacks should have hit before he successfully imprinted on them. Vilax Shifur, Planet Osius, wins 1000 points attained chatter. 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 The two captains' battle had been quite intense and lasted longer than most of the fights. The crowd wasn't surprised at how long this took since it was a battle between two captains. After all, they were captains for a reason. After the destruction on the stage calmed, Captain Doxter's unconscious and battered body could be seen laying in the crater that the stage had been turned into. The battle had ended in loss for Planet Sinkstro. The spectators continued to watch the battles unfold in this batch. At this moment only a few others were left before the batch would come to an end. Another intense battle was playing out between two participants and one of them happened to be a draconet. The draconet had been challenged by the other participant and from the looks of things, the challenger was losing. Gustav of course kept gathering information and insight as he watched the ongoing battles on every stage. He turned to stare in the direction of the Drakons as he noticed something. Looks like he's not out of the woods. Endrick did quite the number on him, Gustav said internally as he noticed Muvid receiving treatment. Muvid happened to still be unconscious. At this moment Gustav suddenly locked eyes with Captain Strum. Threes, Hartilda. It was like streaks of electricity going off as an unfathomable pressure suddenly spread across the vicinity. The spectators and every of the participants felt the tension in the air like a physical presence as these two glared at each other intensely. No words were uttered but they were both saying the same thing to each other with the gaze of intensity. Soon. With this they both looked away at the same time and tranquility soon returned to the vicinity. Gustav hadn't forgotten what Strum did to Falco and still partly blamed him for Falco's current state while Captain Strum couldn't forget the humiliation he felt at the hands of Gustav. Their initial battle had been short-lived but nothing was going to stop them from facing each other here. Time went by very quickly and soon the third day of the Versus Battle Challenge arrived. During this time frame, every single participant had gotten the opportunity to be a part of the batch and choose their opponent at least twice. Gustav had won both his matches and didn't try to challenge Captain Strum yet. He had lesser points, so he was trying to gather enough to challenge without getting turned down. Captain Strum also hadn't challenged him yet as well for unknown reasons. Since the first challenge from Navira, no one had challenged Gustav. It was unknown if it was due to fear of losing or other reasons, but participants didn't try to challenge captains that led teams that were in the top 100. Gustav's battle with Navira just showed that the captains were in a different league entirely, especially since Gustav beat Navira while barely making use of any abilities. Gustav had amassed around 3,000 points extra from the 3 battles he had won so far. Today was the day of disqualification, and every planetary group were doing their best to amass as much points as they could before the disqualification period arrived. Sheila's turn arrived for a batch once more, and she made her way to the stage. Gustav didn't bother telling Sheila who to challenge. The small-framed girl was way more powerful than her appearance depicted. She's still holding back, but she should be fine for now till we arrive at the final stages of Aesop, Gustav said internally. Her reality warping ability is stronger than that of the sacred jewel. I think she might be afraid of letting it all out, which is why her body subconsciously created a restriction on her abilities, the system analyzed. That seems logical, but we never truly know. I won't push her into letting go if she doesn't want to. Everyone is capable enough to cover for each individual shortcomings. Gustav said internally. Wouldn't you like to see what she could do if she wasn't restricted though? The system questioned. As curious as I am, would rather not risk her losing control and putting anyone in jeopardy. Gustav watched as Sheila battle began with who she had challenged. I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. Kmsha had challenged a participant from a top 100 planet who was considered fairly strong and had acquired a good amount of points. The moment the battle began, the crowd of spectators marked the challenge as lost. Sheila was a very playful person, and her mouth was usually ever running like a broken tap. This made it worse for the challenged as she played with him while also verbally brutalizing their existence. Big brother Kiki, you need to try harder than that, she voiced while waving her hand across the air. Cracks appeared across the stage like reality was a broken mirror, causing the attacks in the fireballs in mid-air to fall to the ground and break to pieces. The crowd was astonished as they stared at Sheila unleash her reality warping abilities over and over again. Her figure would reflect all over the stage on the broken glass-like vicinity, making it confusing to tell where she really is. The opponent would churn blazing firestorms all around, only for it to hit the mirror-like air and smash to pieces, revealing that no one was there. I'm right here, big brother Kiki, bang, right here, bang, right here, bang, not there silly Kiki, bang, you missed again, bang. Her opponent felt like he was going insane the longer the battle went on. He had not been able to deal a single damage on Sheila, yet she could harm him at any time she willed. Sheila suddenly appeared from behind him with her body flying across the air. Her opponent only noticed when it was too late. Her hand was already wrapped around his face as she sped forward while laughing maniacally. The glass air up ahead transformed into solid, which she smashed his face into intensely, dragging him across the stage. Gustav shook his head as he watched Sheila totally traumatize her opponent. She's too playful. Gustav knew Sheila was immature and saw this as fun. She wasn't actually an uncaring person, she just found the current situation to be a game which was having fun engaging in. Gustav focused on the other matches in different stages since he was well aware of how this one will turn out. Soon enough Sheila's opponent surrendered. He didn't lose consciousness or get beaten to a pulp yet, but he knew this was a battle he couldn't win, so he made the smart choice and gave up. The spectators couldn't blame him. It would just be more humiliating if the battle had continued. More batches went by and a couple of participants from Earth got challenged in soak of these batches. So far not a single Earth participant had lost, but this was mostly due to the fact that other participants were barely challenging them. Earth had only accepted 5 challenges so far. 3 of them were from strong planets which Gustav, Yuhiko, and Finks had taken care of. The other 2 were fairly powerful planets and had been handled by Rhea and Fildhor. Other times when Earth participants were to challenge another planet, Gustav had made sure they challenged someone they could win against. It was unknown how long the winning streak would last since more weaker planets were getting disqualified, leaving only more powerful planets as challenge options. However, Gustav wasn't too bothered since he knew they still had lots of points overall. He'd just have to play it safe. Thriri Tildaham, Gustav mumbled as he stared at the panel before Timi. This guy from planet Zionsi just challenged me. Oremon, Timi nearly chuckled as he voiced out. They must still bear a grudge, he added. Gustav stared at the stage where the transparent-skinned figure with a greenish-colored face stood with a nefarious-looking expression. He happened to be throwing a fierce glare at the Earth's participants area, showing that he meant business. Decline, Gustav voiced. Huh? Wait, what? Timi's expression turned from smiley to confused as B voiced out. Decline, Gustav repeated himself. Chapter 1258 Mass Disqualification Decline, Gustav repeated himself. But I can win this guy, Timi said with a tone of indignation. I already even beat him and his group, Timi added. You had my help, Glade chimed in. Still, I'd definitely win, Timi voiced. Decline, Gustav shook his head. Timi was about to retort again when Eldris held his shoulder from the side while shaking his head. You should know by now that every decision Gustavs make has a reason behind it. You may not be aware of the reason, but you should know that whatever it is, it's definitely a solid reason, Eldris chided. After hearing this, Timi decided to back down. Alright then, he sighed before declining the challenge. Wa tilde chatter, chatter, chatter. Dash did he just decline the challenge? Dash I thought that Timi guy was one of the strongest on Earth's team. Dash if that is so why would he decline? Dash planet Zionsi is strong but they are not close to Earth's level. Dash then why would he decline? The spectators and reporters discussed about the reasons why Timi could have declined but they couldn't figure it out. Only Gustav knew why he told Timi to decline and he didn't want the others to know. Gustav recalled the incident with Axela. A Zionsi elder was leaving after concluding transaction with Axela the moment they arrived. Gustav didn't know exactly what the Zionsi elder purchased from Axela, but he was leaning on it being an item that would boost the strength of the Zionsis in this battle challenge. The Zionsis have performed pretty good so far, so Gustav's suspicion was even higher. If they still bore a grudge on Timi for defeating them in the Viandu Egg Challenge, there was no doubt that they wanted to use a win to redeem themselves. A lot of planets under the Alliance had massive egos after all. Gustav didn't want to risk it, so he had Timi decline. Axela was no longer on the planet, so Gustav was sure that no one would be able to acquire his services in the future. If they were to meet in future challenges, Gustav wouldn't mind if Timi chose to battle them, but for the current challenge, he wouldn't allow it. Damn it. That little vermin declined, Oremon cursed as he played with the trinket on his finger. I'll challenge the other one then, he decided before picking Earth again. On the Earth's participant area, everyone stared at a particular person as they noticed the same challenger had picked their planet again. Why is this dude so obsessed with us? Fildhor's face scrunched up as he voiced out. He definitely has a bone to pick with us, Timi shook his head. Considering we've had a few run-ins with them and they've been on the losing end each time, it kinda makes sense, Matilda chimed in. Should I accept? Glade turned to Gustav while questioning. Decline, Gustav shook his head. Apparently, Glade had been challenged this time. Gustav's suspicion had already increased at this point. Usually other participants would pick a different planet and opponent altogether after anyone declines that challenge request, yet Oremon challenged yet another participant from Earth. Glade wasted no time in declining after Gustav told her to. Under normal circumstances there was no doubt that these two could defeat Oremon, but Gustav was skeptical this one time and for good reasons. Damn it, I should have gathered enough points before challenging any of them. Oremon had a look of frustration after the second decline. He didn't challenge any of them since because he had way lesser points, but as the challenge continued, he accumulated points. However, they also accumulated more points during the challenge, so despite increasing the number of points he had, he still couldn't meet up. He thought they'd at least accept his challenge since both of them were sure they could defeat him. Unfortunately, things didn't turn out as he expected. Oromon went on to pick a different planet to challenge, knowing he had lost both targets. If anyone from Zionsi challenge any of you in the future batches, decline, Gustav voiced out. We should. Timi asked with a confused expression. Yeah. Gustav decided he was going to be the only one who would accept their challenges moving forward. That was only if they challenged him instead of the others. The group nodded in understanding despite wanting Gustav to explain his decision. Knowing Gustav, they didn't push it since he tended to keep things to himself. The batch continued and Oromon battled a considerably weaker opponent, which of course brought him victory. Gustav didn't notice anything off with the battle, but he still stuck to his decision. As the batches continued, Angie, Finks and Abesos had another turn before the day finally came to an end. After the 112th batch, the computerized systems didn't pick the next batch of participants. Everyone could see the podium where the handler was standing slowly rise above the ground. At this point, only around 1,500 planets had not completely depleted their points and gotten disqualified along the way. However, it was now time to tell whether or not these planets had enough points to continue participating in this challenge or not. Tension permeated the entire arena as many participants hoped and prayed that their efforts wouldn't be in vain. While a lot of them were worried, planets that already had a high number of total points were unbothered. It is time. I will now be revealing the required number of points accumulated to remain in the challenge. As mentioned earlier, planets who fail to reach the required number will be immediately disqualified from ISOP, Handler 1 voiced out. Will be fine, it's just 10,000 points, we have enough, some participants whispered to themselves with looks of relief. The required number of points to remain in the challenge is 17,000, Handler 1 announced with a loud voice. Gasp tilde war tilde chatter. Chatter tilde the entire arena erupted with noise after the revelation that left a lot of participants with looks of disbelief and hanging jaws. What? How the hell is it 17,000 points? This cannot be. The collector told us we needed to have only 10,000. Shit, we got wrong information. We only accumulated 15,000. Damn it, we have only 11,000. Captain, I thought you said we'll be fine? Many planetary group broke out in lamentations as they stared at the screens above, which displayed lists of the planets who accumulated enough points. A lot of them could see that their planet names were missing from the list, but this was to be expected since they didn't accumulate enough. That darned collector. A lot of them were cursing the same person internally. It was the person they had bought information from. How come the collector said 10,000? Oromon questioned the Zionsi captain. Who knows? Probably an error. It doesn't matter to us, we have enough points, Captain Illumo voiced while staring at a part of the scoreboard. Planet Zionsi, 31,000 points, he could see that they had climbed the ranks and reached 221. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. Participants began vanishing very quickly from the arena. These were obviously the disqualified planets who didn't meet the quota. Gustav could hear all of the Rukus around him and he knew a good chunk of the complaints were from those who bought information from Axela. The misinformation had played a role in causing their disqualification since Axela gave them a number that was 7,000 lesser than the actual number of points. A smirk appeared on his face as he looked up at the scoreboard. Earth was still in first position despite not being the planet that accumulated the most points during this challenge. Planet Earth, 76,201 points. Planet Draconet, 61,900 points. Planet Osis, 59. 400 points. Planet Ingulus Prime, 57,000 points. Planet Oxlark, 55,300 points. Planet Tribites, 54,900 points. Planet Diov, 54,000 points. Planet Hixto, 53,500 points. Planet Osiris, 53,400 points. Planet Zillion, 52,000 points. Planet Klaxosape, 51,900 points. Planet Orion, 50,100 points. Planet Gundabalt, 48,000 points. The Big Three position remain unaffected. Ingulus Prime is coming real close to that third spot. So many groups didn't get up to 17,000 points, the spectators were astonished at the current situation. Close to 1,000 planets had gotten disqualified. Only 572 planets were left in the competition. ISOP started with nearly 3,000 planets and now it was down to nearly a quarter of that. The competition was slowly coming to an end, yet things were only going to get more intense from henceforth. The participants' area now had way lesser numbers than before, making it look a bit scanty. However, there were still over 11,000 participants left. This wasn't a small number, but compared to the 60,000 participants that ISOP began with, it was a considerably lesser number. The battle challenge shall resume tomorrow, and by the end of the challenge, there will be another disqualification round, Handler 1 revealed. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1259. The battle challenge shall resume tomorrow, and by the end of the challenge, there will be another disqualification round, Handler 1 revealed. A higher number of points will be required to carry on to the next challenge? Teamy voiced out. Most likely, Aeldris responded with a contemplative expression. Another round of loud chatters reverberated across the arena as the spectators guessed amongst themselves how many points will be required at the end of the battle challenge. Gustav reckoned that only a few planets who had bought information from Axela were left. It was uncertain if they bought even more future information. Gustav wondered if they'd still be willing to believe Axela if they did. The Diaperonians was amongst those who were disqualified this night. Gustav clicked his tongue in pity as he remembered them. They had gone through extreme measures to further their rise in ISOP only to get disqualified here. The Diaperonians initially had enough points to escape disqualification, but some of their representatives lost a couple of times during the Versus challenge, causing their points to dwindle. Let's head back, EE voiced as the Versus battle challenge came to an end for the day. The coming days were about to get even more hectic since it was majorly stronger planets that remained. The group retired to their accommodation quarters along with other participants. Gustav excused himself from the group as they headed in and went in a different direction. Minutes later, Gustav and Stark could be seen strolling across a golden paved streets with natives of planet Osius around them. Have you discovered anything yet? Gustav questioned. I tried. It's still the same, Stark responded with a slightly dispirited look. A dark fog still shrouds your vision of the interior of their quarters? Gustav looked like he wasn't convinced as he voiced out. Yes, Stark heaved a low sigh. I thought you said you could see everything? Gustav questioned with a look of disbelief. He recalled that Stark was even capable of seeing Miss Amy's real self hovering above the planet before anyone could. I can. It's not that I can't see the interior, it's more like the visibility within the interior is inexistent. Even if a person entered, they wouldn't be able to see anything because of the lack of visibility in the environment, Stark explained. But you can see in the dark. How is this any different? Gustav questioned. This is different because it is beyond darkness, it's beyond anything comprehensible. Light wouldn't even be able to infiltrate that room, it would be instantly vanquished. I would lose my sight even if I got in, Stark kept explaining with a visibly disturbed expression. It was obvious that this was something he had never experienced before. He didn't know this was possible. Could you force your all-seeing visuals to catch a glimpse of anything at all? Even the smallest detail would be appreciated, Gustav said with a tone of concern. This whole situation was getting more intense than he expected. I can try, but I can't guarantee anything. I will certainly give it my all tonight and let you know if I discover anything, Stark replied with a smile. I owe him my life. Stark still felt like he hadn't repaid Gustav, so he was willing to do whatever he could to help. Thank you, Stark, Gustav voiced with a tone of appreciation. Not a problem. If you don't mind me asking, why are you so concerned about them? Stark questioned. I do mind you asking, Gustav replied. Oh, Stark mouthed with a sour expression. After a few moments of silence, Gustav spoke. All I can say is, they MJT be connected to whatever is responsible for causing problems for a friend. I need to be sure before taking any action, Gustav expressed with a suspicious expression. DSVL. CM, you really do love your friends, Stark added. Don't be cringe, Gustav turned around while trying to maintain a cold look. Am I right? Or am I right? Hee, Stark teased from while Gustav sped away. Contact me if you discover anything, Gustav's voice echoed across the air despite being long gone. Stark stood in place for a few moments with a smile on his face till two figures appeared beside him. "Family head, any word yet?" One of the two cloaked figures questioned. "I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. CM, he has only been gone for like 3 days. It's too early fut," Stark responded with a light chuckle. "Then, what business do you have with Gustav Crimson?" the other one inquired. "He needed a favor," Stark replied while strolling forward. "Family head. I wouldn't advise being acquainted with someone like him. It would be trouble if he finds out our real purpose of coming here," the first one spoke again. "Relax, Viltru, he isn't going to find out, especially since he has a lot on his plate and Axela won't be meeting us on this planet after acquiring the item," Stark said with an unbothered tone. "Family head should be aware that Gustav Crimson is one of the smartest MBO officers on the face of the earth despite his paltry sum of filed experiences," Viltru sounded with a tone of warning. "On Earth he not on Earth right now he." Stark's face slowly went from chuckling to straight as he noticed their expressions didn't change. "That was supposed to be a joke. Anyways, like I said, you worry too much. Besides, Gustav is a friend who has not only saved my life but saved the family as well. Our is not someone I can ignore when he needs a favor," Stark reiterated with a firm tone. "This young lad has accolades to his name. Enough with the complaints. Let's go." Stark shut them both down and continued strolling forward. "I have a job to do this night." Gustav had arrived back at the accommodation area minutes ago. He sat in place with a contemplative expression. For someone capable of seeing even Miss Amy when she didn't want to be spotted, it is inconceivable that Stark is unable to see the interior of their accommodation area. Gustav thought. Are they using a power beyond that of Miss Amy? Ingulus Prime are average on planetary strength under the Alliance. That doesn't make sense. Gustav's suspicions about Ingulus Prime had festered since the start of the battle challenge. He had tried to spy on them, but God Eyes wasn't powerful enough to do the job. Gustav decided to contact someone who he thought had the capability to successfully spy on them so he could gather a bit of information and increase chances of piecing things together. Unfortunately, even Stark all-seeing eyes were unable to give imagery feedback of the happenings within Ingulus Prime accommodation quarters. Beyond darkness. Gustav recalled Stark mentioning that even light would be instantly snuffed out if it tried to phase through their accommodation quarters. There was only one other person he recalled with dark abilities that had manifested something on that level. Falco. Gustav recalled the incident at Arabia City where Falco was supposedly transitioning. The thick darkness that had clouded the environment was so polluting that even a powerful mixed blood would not survive more than a second in there. The concept of light didn't exist within that vicinity, but he made use of perception to pinpoint Falco's presence within. To go through such measures, they must have something to hide. Gustav thought about how he could infiltrate if Stark ended up being unsuccessful. Falco could do it, the system suggested. No, not him. I'll find another way. Gustav immediately shut down the system's suggestion. There was no doubt that someone like Falco, who was an entity of darkness with a title Gustav didn't understand yet, would definitely be able to see in such a place, but Gustav wasn't willing to include Falco in his investigations, especially because of his current state. Also, they needed to be spied on, so Falco couldn't just walk into there like he owned the place or something. Watching them without their realization was the best way to finding out what they were hiding. I didn't count on Aesop be this complicated. Gustav wondered what would have happened if he had chosen not to attend Aesop. Gustav analyzed an idea in his head which he decided he would try if Stark failed to have any new information for him by tomorrow. What are you thinking about? EE voiced as he walked into the main room. A lot, Gustav responded. I can tell, you've been more worked up since we arrived on this planet, EE stated while taking a seat from across Gustav's position. Aesop is more than it seems on the surface. There's a lot going on. I only hope I can figure things out before it's too late. Gustav's brows furrowed as he voiced with a concerned tone. You need to relax, man. No matter what is going on under the surface, so long as we are all together in one piece we can handle it, EE said with a tone of encouragement. Update on the character illustrations. According to Web Novel, 5 character illustrations will be available on the front page before this month runs out. The first 5 characters who have been picked for proper illustration are Gustav, Angie, Miss Amy, EE and Falco. The others will be available on a later date. Chapter 1260. No cowards, but what if we're not together or in one piece? Guatav didn't want to voice out his concerns and sound more troubled than he looked, so he only nodded in response. You're right. Gustav and EE continued discussing for some time as EE threw in occasional jokes to lighten the mood. Gustav couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times before he finally decided to retire to his room and channel his bloodline for the rest of the night. The next day arrived in a jiffy and the ISOP participants were once more gathered in the arena. Cheers tilde cheers tilde cheers tilde spectators cheers for their planet representatives to boost their morale as they stepped into the arena. Spectators from disqualified planets were allowed to remain present till the end of ISOP. Some of these spectators were still sour from their planets losing, but others had already gotten over it and picked new favorites to support. I will stake my bets on the Draconettes. Now for me I'll pick Osius. Captain Vilax is my current favorite. I'll place my bets today with logic instead of favoritism. If I see two participants paired and am sure one is more powerful than the other, I'm placing my bets today on the more powerful one. Him with that kid from Earth Endrick. The arena was loud as usual before the computerized system began picking out participants for the next batch. SSS Fauhum tilde the circular beam flew off into the distance with the beast within, returning a bit of tranquility to the environment. Lucky, EE face displayed a relived expression once more as he moved to the side and took a seat. On the other side, Gustav hugged Angius' body to his as he fully regained clarity. Thank you, he whispered. I'm glad you're all right, Angie voiced while rubbing his back affectionately. Gustav's face displayed a smile as he relaxed completely for a while, closing his eyes and soaking in the warmness of her body. After some time he opened his eyes with a single thought in mind. What was that? He wondered for a couple of seconds as he tried to recall what could have brought about that. Fear. Even though I told the system to restrict itself and go offline, it shouldn't be a reason for me to develop such deep fear that would cause a panic attack, he thought. After thinking for a few more minutes, Gustav finally figured it out. The encounter with these beasts here and wearing himself out. His last thoughts before he entered the state of panic was powerlessness. While he hadn't noticed it, he subconsciously feared going back to being plain old Gustav with only the ability to change his hair color and a strong penchant for suicide. He thought he had forgotten the feeling of powerlessness. He was unaware that he had been cultivating the fear of going back to being the same weak and useless person he used to for years. An incident like this was the only thing needed to trigger the overwhelming fear of powerlessness that had been creeping from deep within. Internally he was extremely grateful for Angie and ES' presence since he had no idea what he would have done if they weren't here. Less than 10,000 points. My life points have maxed out, EE voiced from the other end as he stared at his IOV bracelet. Gustav and Angie slowly separated from each other after hearing that. They each proceeded to check their IOV bracelets. Mine has maxed out too, mine as well. Angie and Gustav noticed that the points displayed on their bracelets was neither decreasing nor was it increasing. Gustav calculated that this meant they had been in the golden entrapment yellow zone for over 2 hours. Although their life points had maxed out, they were still in a yellow zone. This meant they weren't completely safe even though they had found a place to hide out. This was precisely one of the things Handler 1 mentioned earlier. Yellow zones were not void of danger, but they were also not completely dangerous like red zones would be. Maybe more yellow zones like this existed where participants could find a place to hide out within. However, Gustav still felt they weren't completely safe and still needed to find a way to get to a green zone. This of course was easier said than done since the closest green zone was 5 hours away. They are still here, EE voiced as he peeked through the holes in between the golden gate-like poles. He could still visibly spot the purplish fog across the air and hear faint wings flapping sounds. The skeletal flying beasts were obviously still around here. They sure are persistent, Angie muttered. Gustav's main worry was them finding this place and attacking with a combined force. Although the last beast who tried attacking the gate-like poles was unable to break through, there was no telling if the same situation would repeat itself in an event where multiple of them attacked at once. Not to mention that the small space they were currently hiding in had stopped moving in the meantime. The entire golden entrapment was in a constant state of change, but there were times when certain areas would remain unmoved for minutes or even hours. "We need to find a way to sneak out," Gustav voiced. In another part of the Beast Haven, a participant with multiple limbs and bluish star-shaped patterns all across his body bolted across a dark vicinity with intense speed. Treach. Poochie. The sound of organs ripping and body parts splitting reverberated across the environment as this participant stabbed his multiple limbs into the bodies of menacingly large beasts. He arrived before one that was over 30 feet tall, throwing a fierce uppercut with 3 of his right arms. Boom. His entire body traveled upwards in speed with his arms bursting through the head of the creature instantaneously, leaving a large enough hole for him to fly through. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, fountain of blood and brain matter splattered across the place as a timer counted down on this particular Iove bracelet. A large shadowy figure reaching over 100 feet in height suddenly appeared behind him as he raised one of his left hands. The large shadowy figure conjured a massive bluish glowing spear in the last 2 seconds, before passing it to the figure with multiple limbs. Omicron, the participant, held onto the 30 feet long glowing blue spear with 3 of its hands at once before flinging it forward with intense force. Thoom. A shockwave spread from his location, sending a ripple of dust across the vicinity as the bluish spear shot out with immense speed. It phased through a lineup of beasts up ahead, causing them to disintegrate into blue light particles instantly. The spear made a C-turn after reaching a particular distance, stabbing into the rest of the beasts in the vicinity. 1 second, 0 second, in the next instant the glowing spear vanished along with the dark shadowy figure hovering over the participant initially. The participant raised his arms slightly as he felt power leave his body. 10 seconds was enough, he voiced with a tone laced with pride while staring at the corpses that drenched the surface of this environment. He turned around and moved towards a small black crate up ahead. The instant arrived before it, he placed his left arm into it. 3 a computerized sound rang out before he withdrew his hand. Attacks restocked, plus 1 extra attack. His multiple eyes had displayed hints of astonishment and excitement as he noticed the notification on his Iove bracelet. Things are about to get more interesting. Unlike these unworthy weaklings, I, the captain of the Draconettes, shall not cower in the face of any adversity, even powerlessness. I shall bring the Beast Haven to its knees, Captain Strum stated with a short burst of laughter while turning around. He tapped on the map display on his Iove bracelet. Scarlet Canyon, the location that was displayed on the map as his current position, showed that he was in a red zone. What he had come here for was unknown, however what was known was how he had slaughtered over 200 beasts here since his arrival. Is this to say that he still had his supernatural abilities? No, that wasn't the case. Captain Strum had made use of 2 of his attacks before his arrival here. His last attack just happened to be one that displayed unlocking participant abilities for 10 seconds, he was allowed to use his supernatural abilities for 10 seconds due to this, and that was enough to lay waste to the entire region. He only came here to restock in the first place, ignoring that it would be packed with all sort of dangerous beasts. It was like Captain Strum was without fear or restraint despite losing the teammates who were initially around him earlier. Now that he had achieved his objective, he began making his way to the closest yellow zone. Now he had 4 attacks instead of 3 after restocking. Time went by very quickly, 23:45, 10 less than a day was left till the end of the Beast Haven Survival Challenge currently. At this point, over half of the participants had been disqualified. From the initial numbers of nearly 2,000, only a little over 600 were left. The challenge was filled with unexpected situations, and despite the participants receiving briefing before going in, it ended up being more crazy than anticipated. Some that had survived so far were lucky, since despite being capable, some participants had gotten disqualified due to unfortunate situations. Currently, many participants were unaware of one thing as they held on to whatever was left of their attacks as a last resort. Teach's last attack in the Iove bracelet wasn't an attack. Instead, it was a 10 seconds temporary unlock of the restraints on their supernatural abilities. Those who has already made use of all their attacks were aware of these, but many others still held on to their last attack, not wishing to make use of it until they were in an inescapable situation. They were certainly in for a shock if they ever made use of it. Only Captain Strum was crazy enough to head to a red zone, so he was the only participant who would get the chance to unlock the restraints on his supernatural abilities twice. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1261 Captain Kriv vs Gustav Kriv VL, Planet Klaxosape, vs Gustav Crimson, Planet Earth. Captain Kriv and Gustav had a brief stare-down within this vicinity of destruction as a gigantic spacecraft got blasted down from above. The spacecraft descended towards them, but before it could completely crash, both figures moved. Gustav's figure turned blurry as he charged at Captain Kriv, who also charged vigorously at him as well. Gustav arched his right arm backwards while clenching his fist strongly as he arrived before the massive and muscular pointy rock-like being. It was like an ant charging at a grasshopper as both figures arrived before each other, while the spacecraft descending was only a couple of feet away from crashing onto them. Gustav swung his clenched fist at Captain Kriv, who also threw his fist downwards at Gustav's minuscule-looking figure. Boom! Both fists collided in the next instant, causing a powerful surge of energy to rip across the vicinity. Bang! The force generated from the collision blasted into the spacecraft descending from above, causing it to shoot in another direction forcefully while parts of it dislodged from one another. Bang! 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 Other scraped items and structures in the vicinity were hit, as well as the shockwaves spread across the entire stage while the ground caved and the barrier surrounding the battle stage flickered intensely. From the first clash alone, spectators had their jaws dropping from the physical strength these two displayed. Both figures had slid back upon collision but immediately charged at each other once more without a moment of rest. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Ripples repeatedly blasted across the vicinity as Gustav and Captain Kriv clashed an uncountable number of times. Despite Captain Kriv's size, his speed was not lacking as he traded furious blows with Gustav that had turned blurry to the audience. Reinforce the barrier surrounding their stage, Handler 1 instructed one of the handlers around him. But it already has 5 layers of reinforcement. The handler reminded. Just do it, make it 10. Just as Handler 1 said this, the first layer of the barrier blasted to pieces. The second layer, which was more powerful, instantly kicked in, protecting the surroundings and other parts of the arena from the impact of these two battles. On the stage, Gustav was constantly pushed back as they traded blows. There was no doubt that Captain Kriv was stronger physically. Each punch to Gustav felt like he was taking on the force of multiple fast-moving moons. "Are you insulting me, Earthling? I told you not to hold back, yeah," Captain Kriv voiced as he tightened his massive fist furiously and threw a punch forward that was 3 times more powerful than the previous ones. Dash has been activated. Gustav's figure suddenly blurred as he appeared behind Captain Kriv the moment he swung his fist forward. "Like I said, as you wish," Gustav's voiced as he threw a fist forward from behind with intensity. Captain Kriv only realized he had missed at the last moment, but his defense kicked in subconsciously as his pointy rocky back made rattling sounds as they twisted and connected to each other. His back instantly turned smooth and protruded the moment Gustav's fist collided with it. Bang! Another shockwave spread across the place as the gigantic Captain Kriv got blasted forward with intensity, causing his body to ricochet across the place. Bang! 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 His body slammed onto the ground and then ascended, crashing into a spacecraft above. He blasted through it and reappeared on the other end, before making a flip and descending towards the ground while his body kept flying backwards. Gustav's figure tore across the air and reappeared before him with another fist shooting forward at his face. "I said use all you have," Captain Kriv yelled as he reached out both arms the moment Gustav arrived before him while he was still in mid-air. Gustav noticed he had fallen into a trap, albeit too late, as his fist collided with Captain Kriv's face, causing another loud blast as his head tilted to the side while pieces of rocks fell off. Bam! Captain Kriv's arms wrapped around him at the same moment Gustav's fist made contact. "You!" Captain Kriv's loud voice caused the surroundings to quake as he turned upside down while Gustav's body was in his grasp. Bang! He immediately slammed Gustav onto the ground upon descent. Boom! Another shockwave rang out again as destruction spread across the vicinity. Bang! 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 Multiple spacecraft descended from the air as the shockwaves slammed into them heavily. Cracks instantly appeared across the second layer of barrier, causing a look of worry to appear on the faces of the handlers. Gustav looked up and could see Captain Kriv launching another punch at his face after slamming him heavily onto the ground. He couldn't deny that he didn't expect Captain Kriv to tank his punch like that and take the damage only to deal him a greater damage. He had only realized what he was up to late. Captain Kriv suddenly paused his giant fist halfway as he leapt backwards. Meanwhile Gustav slapped his hands on the ground with force in that same moment. His body shot across the air backwards with immense speed as a destructive red beam slammed onto the area where his body laid initially. Boom! The already discreted ground caved in as cracks spread across the area and debris blasted across the air. Gustav and Captain Kriv had narrowly evaded the red beams that shot down from above at random moments. Since the beams usually switch locations, it could appear anyway. Fortunately, they noticed it in time and swiftly escaped. You want me to use more than just my physical strength, right? All right. Gustav voiced as his figure began morphing. Beast transformation bloodline has been activated. Gustav's skin turned brownish red as tusks grew out of his thighs and forearms while his entirely body bloated. His body began brimming with so much energy that Captain Kriv's face turned a little wary as he watched Gustav reach a height of 10 feet. The Klaxosape's captain was around 15 feet tall, so their current height difference did not look as ridiculous as it did before. Gustav's eyes gleamed with a red glow as his muscular outline was very visible through his tight white and blue battlesuit. Atomic blade has been activated. The moment the 8 feet long milky-colored blade appeared in his grasp, he charged forward with intensity. Captain Kriv was taken by surprise as Gustav's figure blurred and he reappeared right before him with a large milky blade sweeping towards his chest. Captain Kriv quickly reacted by swinging his fist at Gustav's face. Slash! Bang! Gustav's figure swept across the air as Captain Kriv's fist collided with his face a moment after his atomic blade slashed Kriv's chest. Captain Kriv groaned in pain as a large rip appeared across his chest area while his figure shot across the air from the force of collision. Pieces of rock fell from his body as he swept across the ground for hundreds of feet after slamming onto it. This time Gustav had been the one to tank his attack while dealing more damage than before with atomic blade. Gustav ignored his bleeding face as he leapt forward while raising his atomic blade. The atomic blade lengthened rapidly, reaching over 50 feet in just a moment as Gustav swung the massive blade down in mid-air with intensity. Captain Kriv quickly swerved to the side despite the massive space that had been left in his chest due to Gustav's initial attack. Slash! Threery! Gustav's atomic blade caused a quarter of the stage to split as it tore through it upon collision. The cracks spread further with Captain Kriv barely evading and nearly falling into the large divide that was created from Gustav's attack. Hover has been activated. Gustav caused the blade to retract as he levitated, stopping himself from falling into the pit he created. Captain Kriv could see that Gustav had gotten a boost in power as he came charging at him without wasting a single second once more. Sliss. Gustav swung the atomic blade at Captain Kriv multiple times with immense speed. His arms turned into blurs as Captain Kriv did his best to evade the blade that erased atoms upon collision. However, no matter how much Captain Kriv tried, Gustav was undoubtedly faster and would leave even more cuts across his body, sending him flying repeatedly upon collision. At the Klaxosape spectators area, the party of massive rocky creatures bore tensed looks as they watched the battle unfold. Kriv cannot defeat that Earthling without using it. The Earthling is powerful no doubt, but once Kriv uses it, he will defeat the Earthling. Why hasn't he used it? They watched as Captain Kriv continuously did his best to evade Gustav's barrages of attacks while tanking some and losing body parts each time. Gustav dashed forward once more as Captain Kriv tried taking swift backward steps. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1262. Gustav dashed forward once more as Captain Kriv tries taking steps backwards. He slashed with even more intensity than before, since he was aware at this point that Captain Kriv's rocky body was extremely difficult to inflict high damage on despite making use of atomic disintegration. Captain Kriv raised both his arms as he noticed he couldn't completely evade the blade. The atomic blade cleaved through both Captain Kriv forearms, slicing them off cleanly. Ya. The entire arena descended into noise as ash-colored mist erupted from Captain Kriv's arms after they had been sliced off, covering the entire vicinity. Bam! Bam! The sound of the massive hands falling to the ground reverberated across the vicinity. However, the visibility of the stage became immensely hindered in the next moment. DSVL. I think Captain Crimson has won. I can't see anything right now. Oh mine, the battle hasn't ended. As voices of disbelief spread across the vicinity, a crumbling sound rang out from the battle stage area. Ria! A loud roar that caused the entire arena to tremble despite the barrier covering the stage, rang out powerfully. The spectators, who were initially jabbering away, stared at the misty battle stage with expressions of intrigue. The more powerful spectators could already get a hang of what was ongoing on the battle stage and had expressions of surprise. Boom! A loud crash reverberated across the vicinity again, causing vast tremors all across the arena. He got Earth's captain? What in the world? The mist in the vicinity cleared up and everyone stared at the battle stage with looks of disbelief. Moments earlier, Gustav, who was within the misty-covered environment, felt a great deal of pressure expanding from up ahead, immediately after his last successful attack. Despite the lack of clarity in the environment, he was well aware of when Captain Kriv leapt thousands of feet backwards after getting his arms sliced off. Captain Kriv made use of the mist which had been emitted from his sliced arms to switch locations. This would have worked better on anyone else, but Gustav's perception and the power of God Eyes made it so that hindering his visuals was almost impossible. Gustav had charged forward even after Captain Kriv tried to keep a huge amount of distance in between them, but the instant after he moved, the crumbling sounds began ringing out. Spectators thought the ground had crumbled again from the impacts of their fight, but Gustav was right on the stage, so he knew it was far from the ground crumbling. Captain Kriv's body happened to be what was making this sound. The pointy rocks on his body all twisted and joined to each other like bolts and construction parts merging to each other. His rocky body changed from ash to dark red as a dangerous glimmer appeared in his sockets while his body enlarged rapidly. The core transformation. Gustav immediately recognized what was happening before him and paused his body in mid-air. Each core transformation from a Klaxosape comes with perks. Be careful, the system warned, but Gustav was already aware of this. However, it was too late to be wary as Gustav's senses were assaulted with the feeling of danger spreading forth from Captain Kriv's figure that had increased to 50 feet in size. Gustav didn't want to charge forward recklessly without properly figuring out the pros attached to Captain Kriv's transformation, which was why he paused movement. However, Captain Kriv had this point set his sights on him and roared while charging forward. Ria! Captain Kriv's roar caused the entire arena to tremble tremendously as sound waves traveled across the air. Gustav squinted with a slightly disturbed look as he tried to counter the incoming fist with one of his, since he found himself unable to dodge. Captain Kriv's fist was approaching with so much power, it would make evading futile. The grounds were splitting apart and ripples were spreading across the environment as the fist traveled forward despite the fact that it hadn't made contact with its target. I have to throw in the strongest punch I can currently conjure up. Gustav decided that coming up an equivalent amount of force would at least cause both attacks to cancel out. However, Gustav would soon realize that this was a grave error as he hurled his fist forward while his arm morphed. I think you should take a look at D's novel. Km's right arm turned more muscular as the tusks protruding out of them increased in length. His skin changed color from brownish red to silver as scales covered them. A creamy glow coated his entire arm as his fist tore through the air, radiating with explosive strength as well. The strength that this fist carried was not Gustav's highest, but it was higher than what he used with Captain Strum and happened to be the most powerful he could come up with under such short notice. It hadn't even been a second, yet, both fists were already about 10 feet away from colliding. The wave of destructiveness ripping across the vicinity before the collision had created a crater that was hundreds of feet deep and still enlarging. Both their bodies trembled as they were exposed to the destructive power of each other's fists. It was at this moment that Gustav realized something. Shit. He cursed internally, but it was too late. Behold. The instant the collision occurred, a powerful and unfathomable blast rang out. The whistish ripples of destruction that spread forth wreaked havoc across the entire stage, causing the spacecraft in mid-air and the multiple scraped ones scattered around to get blasted across the air. They were all swept to the edges of the battle stage as the barrier surrounding them took a great hit. Bang! 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 The second layer of barrier was instantly shattered, but that wasn't the end. The moment the third layer appeared in place, it was shattered as well. Fourth, shattered. Fifth, shattered. The barrier finally managed to hold at the sixth layer since every new layer was more powerful than the other. However, this didn't stop a great tremor from spreading to the entire arena. Everyone stared at the battle stage with awe-stricken faces as their seats quaked intensely. Cracks appeared on multiple areas, but they quickly mended back. Fortunately, no one was harmed since the sixth layer of barrier held. If this battle had happened anywhere else, it would have caused unprecedented damage. The stage made the destructiveness seem minuscule due to how it was designed to trap in and absorb such powerful outbursts. Captain Kriv and Gustav would have destroyed a small planet by now had this not been the case. As the debris scattered across the stage slowly cleared, everyone's eyes widened. He got Earth's captain. What in the world are Klaxosapes made of? No way. On the other end of the barrier, a bloody human figures could be seen mashed against it. The figure, which was undoubtedly Gustav, slowly slid down as multiple spacecraft could be seen with scattered around him. Regeneration has been activated. Blood oozed out of Gustav's mangled face as his arms and legs, which were twisted in a different direction, slowly began to move back into place. That was worse than I expected. Gustav's vision, which was currently hindered by his blood-soaked face, began picking up on the situation of the environment. Captain Kriv, who was thousands of feet away from his position, only took a paltry sum of damage as compared to Gustav. Gustav realized at the last moment that Captain Kriv's fist was increasing in explosiveness and power the further it traveled. To make things worse, as Gustav threw his fist forward earlier, it was weakening in strength. What he figured out in those few milliseconds happened to be that the energy gathered around Captain Kriv's fist was not just accumulating but also stealing power from his. By the time both fists collided, his fist had weakened. Meanwhile, that of Captain Kriv's had increased exponentially. Before Gustav right now was a massive crater that had spread across the entire stage and was thousands of feet deep. Only the edges of the stage had high ground, which was where Gustav's battered body currently laid. If one was to move forward, they'd fall into the pit up ahead that was thousands of feet deep. Unfortunately for Gustav, this didn't stop Captain Kriv, who was initially on the other end. He leapt forward in the next instant towards Gustav. Gustav groaned in pain as coughed out blood. Knowing that his regeneration wasn't complete yet, he quickly activated an ability while trying to move his dislocated arms. Energy discharge has been activated. A reddish wave of energy suddenly blasted forth from his figure as Captain Kriv closed in with another powerful punch. Boom! Bang! Captain Kriv blasted a massive hole through the energy discharge Gustav had activated and surprisingly landed before him in the next instant. This was really the first time Gustav was witnessing anyone blast through his energy discharge with just physical strength alone. Chapter 1263. This was really the first time Gustav was witnessing anyone blast through his energy discharge with just physical strength alone. He had to admit that Captain Kriv was incredibly overpowered after activating his core transformation. Captain Kriv immediately threw a fist at Gustav's body so as to end this battle before Gustav could recuperate completely. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav instantly turned into a streak of lightning and reappeared on the other end of the barrier. Bang! Captain Kriv's fist slammed into the barrier on the other end, causing it to tremble and flicker as a small tremor was generated once more. Captain Kriv realized that Gustav had appeared on the other end and reached out to grab a scrapped spacecraft by the side. He immediately hurled the 700 feet large spacecraft across the battle stage like it weighed nothing. Gustav had barely managed a single second of breathing space when he spotted the massive spacecraft shooting at him with intense speed. His body turned slightly greenish as icicle-like spikes shot out of the ground, forming a barrier around his battered body. The aero-silk formed a triangular-shaped barrier which stabbed into the spacecraft in mid-air, causing it to get hooked as its descent immediately came to a stop. Gustav watched his body slowly regenerate as Captain Kriv leapt across the air again. Bam! His 50-feet frame landed before the covering of aero-silk, which happened to still be extending all around Gustav, making it difficult to see through. Bang! Captain Kriv threw a fist at the aero-silk covering, blasting through layers of it as chunks of the icicle-like covering scattered across the place. Gustav's body remained green and slightly bloated as he kept generating aero-silk non-stop to make up for the parts that were blasted through. Bang! 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 It was like the aero-silk had turned to pieces of wood as Captain Kriv's fist kept penetrating them quite easily. The aero-silk would usually be able to hold back barrages of attacks without getting damaged, but in the face of Captain Kriv's fist, it was like paper. Captain Kriv's fist kept shattering the aero-silk faster than Gustav could generate them, but fortunately, Gustav had nearly regenerated completely by the time he shattered enough to arrive before him. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav's body turned into a streak of lightning once more, reappearing on the west side of the barrier. Bang! Captain Kriv's fist disgrated the vicinity again after missing Gustav. He turned and noticed Gustav thousands of feet away. I need to figure out if that happens only with physical attack or with any energy-based attack. Gustav thought back to how Captain Kriv had stolen energy from his fist in the last clash. Gustav had used only physical strength when throwing out that fist earlier, but it had been from part ultimate combination which he made to affect his right arm alone. He wanted to confirm if Captain Kriv was capable of absorbing other energy-based attacks or just physical attacks alone. Gustav knew that if it was the former then the situation was very bad, but he couldn't engage Captain Kriv without proper confirmation first. Speed. Gustav still knew he had the advantage in this aspect despite Captain Kriv's core transformation, which also boosted Kriv's speed. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav's eyes widened slightly in shock the moment he stared at Captain Kriv energy levels. Captain Kriv was no doubt the highest in physical prowess amongst all other captains, and God Eyes confirmed this theory to Gustav. However, now wasn't the time to be smitten by his energy levels. It was time to make the other confirmation. Captain Kriv leapt forward while swinging another fist at Gustav's figure. Just like every other powerful punch before, the air was already sending ripples across the battle stage while the fist was still tens of feet away from making contact. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Gustav's palms emitted a burst of milky glow as he thrust one of them forward intensely. Palm thrust has been activated. A powerful wave of energy spread from his being as his palm tore through the air as well, headed straight for the incoming fist. "You've finally stopped running." Captain Kriv grinned as he increased the intensity of his fist while descending from the air vibrantly. Gustav felt the strike of his palm weakening as Captain Kriv closed his and scrunched his face a little. Just when collision was about to occur. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav's figure turned into a streak of lightning and reappeared on the east of the battle stage instantly. Boom! A loud crash rang out once more as the entire stage trembled immensely while debris scattered in every direction. Again! Captain Kriv was starting to get frustrated as he gritted his teeth and turned to find the location Gustav had reappeared this time. Only the energy from physical thrust was absorbed, the energy from atomic disintegration was unaffected. As Gustav came to this realization, he deactivated God Eyes. He knew what he needed to do now, but the only problem was how to go about it. Even being in a 200-feet radius with Captain Kriv was disastrous, so engaging him using only energy-based attacks would be immensely difficult. Time to go full throttle. Gustav thought as Captain Kriv charged at him once more while roaring. Ultimate combination has been activated. Gustav's figure transformed rapidly as silver scales grew out of his skin and he increased in height. Dark horns grew out of his forehead, reaching a length of 3 feet as they twisted upwards. His entire figure was cascaded in an unfathomable silver glow as his muscled looked like it was about to rip through his blood-soaked outfit. A long black tail could be seen from his rear and a crimson glow appeared in his eyes. It looked like the space around Gustav was twisting as he stared at the approaching opponent with a deep gaze. Lowering his head a little, a violet-colored energy began circulating in between his horns. Streams of dangerous aura spread forth from Gustav's position, causing Captain Kriv to turn a little wary, but at this moment he was less than 50 feet away from Gustav, so it was impossible to stop his attack. However, even with the danger he felt, he knew his fist was increasing in power as it further approached Gustav, so he wasn't too wary. At most they'd both take damage from this attack. Just when Gustav's attack was about to blast forward, Lightning Blitz has been activated. Thras's Tilda, his entire figure suddenly vanished. Captain Kriv's eyes widened as his fist collided with the barrier ahead, once more causing a loud crash to ring out. The sense of danger that vanished along with Gustav's presence suddenly reappeared above him in the next moment. Captain Kriv didn't even get the chance to react as a bright violet glow encapsulated the entire vicinity from above. DDDN's Sage. A powerful and destructive violet beam shot downwards with intensity, instantly slamming into him from above. Boom! The surroundings immediately caved as Captain Kriv's entire figure crashed onto the ground as the powerful beam caused his Bodu to burrow into it mercilessly from its intensity. This beam kept shooting downwards for a couple of seconds before it finally dimmed. By the time it thinned out, Captain Kriv's figure had been buried hundreds of feet into the ground while steam erupted. Gustav's figure was high above, hovering close to the barrier since that was the current limit of Lightning Blitz. The best way to go about this battle is to keep taking him by surprise. No direct contact, Gustav said internally as he activated God Eyes once more. Captain Kriv's back had been charred and rocks fell of his body as he tried to get up after the attack. Gustav descended at this point. Fui tilde bam. The moment he landed in the crater, which was thousands of feet deep, he activated another ability. Gravitational manipulation has been activated. Captain Kriv, who was about to charge forward at Gustav, once again suddenly felt an insurmountable force permeate the environment. Fruruum tilde before he could realize what was happening, his body ascended uncontrollably into the air along with pieces of rocks and dirt around him. He hadn't managed to stabilize himself when Gustav opened his mouth. Kirare. Massive rings of sonic waves shot forth from Gustav's mouth, blasting into Captain Kriv's figure vigorously. Grrchi. Captain Kriv groaned as his earring and entire body trembled slightly while his figure shot further across the air. Bang! He slammed into the other end of the barrier while the sonic waves thinned out in the next moment. That didn't do much damage, Gustav noticed as he stared at Captain Kriv with God Eyes. You have to use something more powerful. You're only aggravating him at this point, his physical energy is increasing by the second. The longer this battle prolongs, the stronger he will get. Gustav also came to this realization using God Eyes. Chapter 1264. His physical energy is increasing by the second. The more this battle prolongs, the stronger he will get. Gustav also came to this realization using God Eyes. Zing tilde, a 5 feet long katana appeared in Gustav's grasp in the next instant, which instantly automatically unsheathed. Electric arcs could be seen swimming across the red blade as it emitted a certain pressure the moment Gustav touched the hilt. This was the Jaiko Herkai katana, and Gustav had decided to make use of it since he wanted to maintain a no direct contact battle. Gustav gathered energy as he raised the Jaiko Herkai katana in a vertical format. The katana's red blade glowed brightly as the electric arcs swimming around it increased in length and intensity. Captain Kriv, who was trying to get up from up ahead, sensed another feeling of danger as he stared forward. Theeing. The entire stage had been lit up in bright red as Gustav placed his second hand on the hilt of the katana, before swinging it downwards with great might. Captain Kriv ignored the pain he was feeling and quickly jumped to his feet. Fui tilde, he sped sideways, with the intention of dodging the immensely long arc of reddish energy sweeping forward at the moment. When Captain Kriv realized he couldn't dodge, he separated his arms like he was going in for a hug while tightening his rocky muscles. Sweeping both hands forward, Captain Kriv clapped his hands together with great force. Boom! It sounded like a nuclear weapon had gone off as a burst of wave from the impact shot forward with intensity. Boom! The moment Gustav's attack and Captain Kriv's clap effect collided, a greater blast rang out as the two powers contended against each other, sending powerful waves across the place. DSVL Mies' body flailed in the air for a bit as he held the hilt of the katana while pushing a palm forward. All of a sudden, the gravitational force around him underwent a reversal, causing the waves blasting in his direction to shift upwards. He stabilized his figure as his hair blew in the wind while the red arc, battling for supremacy up ahead, finally slashed through Captain Kriv's attack. Bang! Fortunately for Captain Kriv, the massive red arc had reduced in power, so when it hit, the damage was not as great as it would have been. However, despite that, Captain Kriv had taken more damage than he had inflicted on Gustav in the last few minutes. His reddish rocky covering after activating core transformation was usually powerful enough to tank attacks of high caliber without taking any or much damage, but in Gustav's case these damages were beyond the threshold. Captain Kriv's face emitted an expression of horror as Gustav swung the katana forward once more before he even had the chance to recuperate. Swee! Sweewee! Swayhei! Sweewee! Captain Kriv quickly thrust his fist forward multiple times in reaction to the incoming slashes. His fists were like ballistic weaponry, sending powerful surges forward as he thrust out multiple times. Boom! 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 The blast the collisions created were like nothing that had been seen before, as Captain Kriv was finally managing to stand his ground by thrusting his fists more than 100 times forward in a single second. I need a chance. This made the explosiveness his combined attacks carried to be on par with the slashes from the Jaiko Hakai katana. Kryych. Cracks began to appear on the sixth layer of the barrier surrounding them. Captain Kriv was still taking occasional damage from their continuous firing of attacks, but none of them stopped. Swee! Sweewee! Swayhei! Sweewee! Boom! 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 From the spectators' point of view, they could barely see anything besides blurry movement of limbs and flurries of powerful attack, each capable of leveling the face of a planet. Gustav kept repeatedly slashing forward with the Jaiko Hakai katana while Captain Kriv kept thrusting his fist forward to counter. Bang! The sixth layer soon got blasted to smithereens, but fortunately, the seventh layer quickly took its place. Despite the overpowered state of Captain Kriv, he was still getting pushed back and taking occasional damages as the back and forth attacks continuously played out. I only need an opportunity, an opening. Captain Kriv's face displayed a pressured look as he kept thrusting his fist forward repeatedly. Gustav had a grasp on the Jaiko Hakai katana now, and due to his tremendous strength while ultimate combination was activated, he was barely taking any damage from using the powerful katana. Thiennung. A reddish bolt suddenly descended from the air in Gustav's position. Sweewee tilde, he swiftly swerved towards the left as the reddish bolt slammed onto the ground in the position where he was initially situated. The split moment Gustav stopped his attack to evade the beam was the opportunity Captain Kriv has been waiting for, as his rocky thighs exploded with power and he charged forward. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kumthum tilde, the explosive speed at which he charged forward left Gustav dumbfounded, as it hadn't even been a second when he spotted a powerful fist of domination sweeping at his figure. Captain Kriv's acceleration was faster than Angius' base speed, so it would leave anyone dumbfounded, Gustav included. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav activated Lightning Blitz for the 5th time, causing it to go into a 10 minutes cooldown. Thras tilde, his figure reappeared a distance away within the crater. However, at this same moment Captain Kriv turned around, gathering the waves generated from his fist and causing it to make a 360 degrees turn as well. The instant Gustav reappeared thousands of feet away, Captain Kriv roared as he shot his fist in Gustav's new direction. Thruri tilde, the ground split open once more as the waves traveled forward, arriving before Gustav in nearly an instant. Gustav swung the katana downwards once more to divide the incoming wave of destruction in 2 halves. He had reacted swiftly enough but didn't gather enough energy to do more than just cleave the waves of destruction in 2. Thuhushe tilde, Captain Kriv had accelerated forward once more with as much energy as he could gather at the moment, causing steam to erupt from his rocky body as he arrived before Gustav with his massive outstretched fist once more. At this point, Captain Kriv was sure his attack would connect since Gustav was not only taken by surprise on the fact that he managed to use that explosive speed twice but also because he had attacked before Gustav could raise his katana for the second time. Finally, Captain Kriv believed he had trapped Gustav and now he would finally come out victorious from this arduous battle. To his utmost surprise, a faint smirk appeared on Gustav's bloody face as he suddenly vanished. Captain Kriv's fist phased into a spherical-shaped blue orb that appeared in place of Gustav and he suddenly felt the energy from his fist get sapped. "What in the name of the gods?" he uttered with a shocked expression as the bluish orb began glowing after absorbing energy from his fist. In the next moment, boom, the orb exploded, sweeping Captain Kriv off his feet with the same energy that had been consumed from his fist. Rocks crumbled from his chest and face area, but before he could stabilize himself in midair, he felt a pair of hands on his back. These hands held his body up, stopping him from continuously spiraling across the air, and in the next instant, swooshy tilde his figure blurred as they arrived in a different location before he could blink. Thoom. A massive reddish beam descended from above, mercilessly colliding onto his body as he was held up like a powerless child. Gia. Captain Kriv groaned as the beam obliterated a huge chunk of his rocky body. However, this wasn't the end as the figure holding onto him flew in another direction. Swoosh tilde they once more appeared underneath a descending red bolt and the same scenario as earlier played out again. Swoosh tilde thoom. Giara. Swoosh tilde thoom. Giara. After it occurred 2 more times, Captain Kriv's body had been reduced to a former shell of itself as chunks of his rocky body parts seemed to have blasted in multiple directions. His limbs were gone and he was barely conscious at this point with a completely charred body. Gustav, who was holding him up in mid-air, could tell that Captain Kriv's energy had stopped increasing at this point. He finally let go of him, causing Captain Kriv's body to fall from mid-air like an enlarged sack of potatoes. Bang! Gustav floated in mid-air with his tail waving and his silver skin glowing in elegance as he stared at the completely desolated battle stage before him. The spectators were all stunned from the battle they had witnessed that they had forgotten to cheer. Their jaws hung loosely for a bit while Gustav stared in the direction of the Draconette's participants. "You're next," he voiced calmly, yet his voice reverberated loudly across the entire arena. "Ya. Woo." Cheers tilde loud cheers rang out across the arena at this moment as almost every spectator started chanting Gustav's name. Crimson, 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 crimson. Chapter 1265 Acquisition Crimson. Crimson, 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 crimson. They had been completely astonished by this battle. It was way more spectacular and destructive than any other battle they had seen so far. Phew. What would have happened if Handler 1 didn't ask for the reinforcement of the barrier? One of the handlers stared at the destruction with a slight look of relief. 6 layers of barriers had been destroyed. Usually every stage had only 5, but Handler 1 had asked for this one to be reinforced with 5 extra layers after the battle began. Had this not been the case, one couldn't tell how the entire arena would have been affected. Gustav Crimson, Planet Earth, wins 1400 points attained. These two have to be the strongest captains for sure. Captain Kriv is the strongest physically even though he lost. How did Captain Crimson manage to win against that? Captain Crimson is a beast for sure. The spectators discussed about the battle as Gustav moved out of the stage while transforming back into his usual looks. The spectators wondered if any captain would have been able to survive such with Captain Kriv's overpowered state. They couldn't imagine anyone winning even though they knew a couple of captains were assumed to be ranked on the same level of strength. At the last few minutes of the battle, Gustav had substituted himself with one of his energy siphoning spheres. Since he could conjure an empty energy sphere and make it invisible on command, he placed one quite a distance away and substituted with it when Captain Kriv was about to drive his fist into him. This substitution technically changed the whole scenario since the sphere absorbed the force from Captain Kriv's punch and then detonated at Gustav's command. Strum would have won. Gustav knew this for sure in his mind as he moved towards Earth's participant's position. Captain Strum ability was one that would have practically rendered Captain Kriv useless despite his strength. It would definitely be a bad matchup for Captain Kriv if they were ever to challenge each other. He knew Captain Kriv was physically the most powerful, but he also knew he subconsciously underestimated him due to everything he had in his arsenal. Gustav had decided he wouldn't use cosmic superiority under any circumstance before the entire world, but at the same time, because he knew he possessed such a power, he had an infallible mindset that had been brewing up within subconsciously. He knew he had to get rid of this mindset since it nearly caused him to lose today despite all he had in his arsenal. He analyzed how the entire battle played out in his mind again and realized he made so many errors. He pointed out areas where he could have applied his abilities better to achieve a much satisfactory result. Gustav took mental note so he wouldn't make the same mistake again in future battles, especially one he wanted badly. The crowd was still busy cheering for Gustav, but he wasn't even paying attention to any of that. Captain Kriv had lost, but at the very least, he proved that the Klaxosapes were still the strongest in physical prowess. He was in a pinch, yet he didn't make use of it. At Ingulus Prime Spectators area, Captain Iron watched the highlight of Gustav's battle with an intrigued expression. Captain Iron, what if he isn't the outworldly? A team member questioned from the side. Remember, our Lord claims the outworldly is amongst us here. He cannot be a part of a group that would have gotten disqualified, and so far our investigations point to 5 people who might be the outworldly. Amongst the 5, only he possesses a 90% probability of being the outworldly, and the moment he activates it, the rest of the 10% will be complete, Captain Iron voiced with a serious tone as his eyes gleamed with deep darkness. But what about Captain Strum? Endrik Alsoff of Earth? These two seem to be above the power threshold of young participants, just like Captain Crimson is, another team member voiced. While these two are hiding power beyond the threshold, they still do not possess as many abilities as Captain Crimson does. Remember what the Lord said? Captain Iron voiced in response. The outworldly will possess a variety of abilities apart from the major ones that can control and rewrite fates, the team member voiced in recollection. But we cannot go ahead with the assignment till we are 100% sure that it is him, another team member stated. Chenem. Sooner or later he will use the power. I assume he is trying to hide. He needs to be in a pinch first, Captain Iron said with a suspicious tone. How can we get him in a pinch? He has too many abilities that can assist him in getting out of almost every situation, one of them questioned with a tone of bafflement. Almost every situation, not every situation. I will have to come up with a situation where he will have no choice but to reveal it, Captain Iron said with a decisive tone. While the Ingulus Prime participants were discussing in their little corner, the battles from this batch were already coming to an end. Gustav teammates had all welcomed him back minutes earlier and showed their admiration. They never doubted he'd win even when things looked intense. While they were still in a joyous mood after the win, Gustav didn't stop analyzing his battle with Captain Kriv and began coming up with methods to counter the power of an opponent he had intentions of challenging in the future. In Draconet Spectators area, the Drakens had set their sights on Gustav as well. Can Strum defeat that Earthling? Captain Crimson? One of the Drakens at the front row voiced with a tone of worry. Should that even be a question? Just because he is spectacular amongst many others doesn't mean he can defeat Strum, Bronze Midili responded with a slight scoff. Strum is the ultimate apex of his peers. I believe in his strength as well, another well-respected Draken with 5 arms stated from the side. The Earth Captain has a pickle with him, so their battle is inevitable, another one of the Drakens voiced. As batches continuously played out, the spectators would occasionally bring up Gustav's battle with Captain Kriv. It still remained the most intense battle since the start of the challenge. Other captains had come out to battle since then, but none of them matched up with the tenacity of how that battle had played out. The Klaxosapes were still acknowledged as the physically strongest beings in the universe, but Gustav was considered a beast, too many abilities in his arsenal. Angie Vilandrabadia, Planet Earth, vs Fidel Kivora, Planet Wildrek. Gustav watched as more of Earth participants got their turns to be challengers. The battles were interesting, no doubt, and Gustav made sure to still keep taking note. At the moment, Angie was battling with an opponent whose species were known as the fastest in the universe. Just as Captain Kriv was trying to prove that the Klaxosapes were physically the most powerful, Angie was trying to test her speed with this species. Tess wanted to know if she was truly qualified to accept the title of the fastest which her friends and teammates had bestowed upon her. Swoosh tilde swoowoos tilde. Currently, all that could be seen on the screens were silver and yellow streaks which had drawn lines all across the battle stage. These two were moving so fast that even when the screens above tried to slow the footage of their battle down, it still appeared a bit blurry. What is this? I can't even enjoy the battle. Man, this sucks. Could they slow it down a bit more? While some of the spectators complained, people like Gustav were unbothered. Although the two were considerably faster than he was, his perception and sight allowed him to view the battle without stress. It was one thing to move as fast and it was a different thing to be able to see as fast. Although, seeing as fast doesn't mean a person would be quick enough to prevent an attack from someone moving faster. Bam! 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 Occasionally clashes occurred between Angie and the yellow being whose lower half happened to be structured like a hornet. Two stick-like legs were attached to her lower half which the Wildreklin used in moving very quickly, making the world look still around her. Angie hadn't managed to land a strike that connected since the start of the battle, but she was still making use of her base speed which ranged from 400 to 700,000 feet per second. They sped across the battle stage, racing along the barrier and even upwards. Bam! 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 Angie threw a number of palms sideways as they made their way across the top of the barrier, running upside down like it was nothing. Her opponent met Angie thrusts with some of hers, causing them to collide more than 100,000 times in just a single second. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1266 Ingulus Prime is up to something. 1266 Ingulus Prime is up to something. Her opponent met Angie thrusts with some of hers, causing them to collide more than 100,000 times in just a single second. Before spectators could finishing uttering a single word from their mouths, these two had already circled the battle stage 80,000 times. Currently they were averaging at a speed of around 450,000 feet per second. She shouldn't make use of that power again, or at least for now, Gustav said internally as he watched them occasionally move faster. She has other things at her arsenal. I think she is just probing her opponent limits for now before trying anything, the system voiced in Gustav's mind. She doesn't want to be taken by surprise if she takes it up a notch. Angie is getting pretty smart these days, Gustav nodded in satisfaction. As the battle continued, their speed kept climbing. 500,000 feet per second tilde 550,000 feet per second tilde 600,000 feet per second tilde 650,000 feet per second tilde 700,000 feet per second tilde. Gustav soon noticed that Angie's speed has stopped increasing while her opponent grew more and more faster. Unless she uses that horn form, she won't be able to go any faster. Gustav was well aware of this. Angie's attacks were now slower than that of her opponent and soon she began taking damage since she was unable to evade all of the strikes from the Wildreklin. While their battle was ongoing, another of Earth's participant was battling in another stage with an opponent that had challenged him. Yonder was currently battling against a Fixic participant in a forestry type of area. Fixics were like half biological and mechanical creatures who were structured like part animals. The one yonder faced at the moment had a lower half that looked like a massive arachnid. 16 metallic-looking legs that were shaped like blades continuously swung at yonder, barely leaving him spaces to evade since these legs could extend. The air was being torn apart as yonder short figure sidestepped and leapt across the vicinity repeatedly before pointing his index finger forward. Cosmic finger, a surge of crimson stream shot forth from his finger. Yonda's opponent raised two of his blade-like legs to protect itself, crossing them like in times. Bang! The crimson surge slammed into the Fixic participant's blade, and an insurmountable force ripped through his legs before crashing into his body. The Fixic participant got swept across the air as its large body flipped repeatedly while yonder raised his middle finger next. This time the stream of crimson energy shot out from the ground while the Fixic participant body was spiraling in that direction. Boom! It crashed into him from below, causing the opponent's entire body to rise further into the air as he slammed into the barrier. Dash hey that yonder guy from Earth I sent bad, dash I sent planet fixic like 400 places beneath Earth. Dash looks like he got an easier opponent to battle, dash that Angie girl should have it tougher but I can't see a thing, dash all I see are lines, dash well at least Planet Rue's Arfina battle seems interesting, dash she's fighting against a member of Ingulus Prime as well. The spectators discussed and debated the current batch which they found pretty interesting. Besides the captains participating in this batch, there were also other participants they found interesting. Arfina of Planet Ruse hadn't lost a single battle since the start of the battle challenge. They had climbed their way from the 500s to the top 300s during this challenge. Although her current battle with the participant from Ingulus Prime seemed to be her toughest so far, it still looked like she had the upper hand. From the looks of things she only got more powerful as the battle continued. The red stripes all over her body like tattooed arrow markings, only glowed brighter. The Rusians get more powerful with every successful strike. Gustav took note of this battle as well. But their strength decrease by a level if they don't manage to evade an attack, the system chimed in. Actually it could reduce more than a level based on the amount of damage the attack causes. Gustav had God Eyes activated so he could analyze properly. At this moment, on Angie's stage a crazy phenomenon occurred. Wartilda everyone had their jaws dropping as Fildel who was Angie's current opponent happened to be moving in very slow motion. They stared at the yellow figure with hornet-shaped lower body and stick legs, moving in literally frames. She looked like a lagging game character as her right leg which was currently above the ground, took seconds to descend. Good thing she didn't activate that other ability. I think her body can handle this one, Gustav said internally as he stared at Angie whose left horn was emitting a silver glow. Swooey I tilde bam. Angie sped forward and drove an uppercut into Fidel's jaw. Fidel's fish-like mouth was slowly opening as her reaction to the damage Angie had just inflicted on her happened to be slow. Her body was slowly sweeping off the ground as well. However, Angie wasn't done. Bam! 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 Angie drove fists into her opponent's body repeatedly. Fidel hadn't even gotten the chance to react to the first attack due to her current speed, yet 10 more had disoriented her entire being. Gustav noticed Angie was moving only a little faster than a regular person as she dealt these strikes and came to a realization. Her speed is reduced when she activates this ability. He noted. But if she activates that form where her horn increases, she could break that limiter, the system voiced. That might be true but that MJGHT also sap all of her energy. I want to see how long she can last in this state, Gustav responded. Chapter 1267 Yes. I did see something, Stark responded with a very troubled look. What is it? At this point Gustav's curiosity had piqued. It's a bit difficult to explain. Stark paused briefly as he gathered his words. Gustav's facial expression was currently both focused and calm as he waited. Firstly, the interior looked nothing like being in this plane, it looked like a different dimension of its own. Stark began speaking. What do you mean by, it looked like a different dimension of its own? Gustav questioned. I really don't know how to describe it but that definitely wasn't a room, it was somewhere else. Stark sucked in cold breath as he recalled just how the feeling of seeing that environment gave him shivers. The Ingulus Prime members had gathered in a circle and dark mist was flowing from their bodies. The dark mist was sustaining a projection of sorts. The projection was an item but my mind didn't register its features properly before I lost vision in my left eye, Stark explained while softly rubbing his brow. That is barely enough to come up with a proper analysis but I really appreciate your help so far, Gustav replied with an expression of suspicion while slightly holding his chin. You're welcome. I wish I could have been of more help, Stark heaved a low sigh. You can, Gustav stated. How? Stark eyes twinked. You said you couldn't properly explain what you saw and even though your mind didn't register it fast enough, it's definitely still in your memory since you viewed it. Where are you going with this? I have an ability that lets me explore and witness memories like they are mine. If I use it on you, I will be able to see what you saw. The moment Gustav suggested this, visible panic appeared on Stark's face for a brief instant before it was quickly followed by a chuckle. Haha, I don't think that would be a good idea. I would have allowed, but I have quite some embarrassing memories from the last 24 hours. Stark rubbed his dreadlocks as he spoke. I will only target your memory of the night before, Gustav stated with a reassuring tone. I can't let you do that. Breaching my mind or memories too much of a personal thing for me to let you do. Stark shook his head. I need this to help my friend. I don't know what those folks are planning, but it definitely isn't anything good. Gustav tried to convince him. I'm sorry, but I refuse. I would help with anything else, but not this, Stark voiced with a dismissive tone. At this moment, Gustav considered taking an involuntary action but quickly turned down that notion in his mind. All right then. I understand. You've done plenty already. Gustav stopped pushing it at this point. Thank you for understanding. I really wished I could have helped more, Stark said with a tone of regret. No, thank you, Gustav emphasized with a tone of appreciation. So what are you going to do now? Stark inquired. I have to find a way to figure out exactly what they're doing in there. I am more sure that winning Aesop was never their goal, and their reason for being here must have to do with whatever you saw that was being projected within that space, Gustav voiced lengthily before turning around. I have to go now, Gustav added before turning around. Wouldn't it be best to inform the organizers and those high rankers in the Alliance? Stark questioned before Gustav could leave. I can't do that without enough information and evidence to back my claims. I don't even know enough to be aware of what to accuse them with, so it wouldn't be a good idea, Gustav replied before dashing off. Swoosh tilde by, his voice trailed off with the sound of the whooshing wind. After Gustav left, Stark heaved a sigh of relief. That was close, he muttered. She tilde, two figures appeared beside him in the next instant. I told you it was a bad idea to be acquainted with him, family head, Viltru reiterated. It's fine. He doesn't suspect anything, Stark responded. He's hiding something, Gustav muttered as he arrived in Earth's accommodation area. Or he just doesn't want you in his head. I think Earthlings are pretty sensitive with their memories, the system voiced. No, this isn't the usual bashfulness that comes from trying to hide the embarrassing moments you wouldn't want anyone else to witness in your head, Gustav muttered with a glint at the corner of his eyes. I even offered to pick the specific time last night and he still refused. He is hiding something beyond that. There's something he doesn't want me to see, Gustav added. NDS vel, nah, this is definitely something unrelated. Stark's personality would prevent him from doing something derogatory, but at the same time, whatever he is hiding is not so virtuous as well, which is why he doesn't want me to figure it out, Gustav analyzed with a slight tone of curiosity. I'll let it slide for now, I have bigger fish to fry. You're able to read people better now, not bad, the system praised. And you're not, too bad, Gustav ridiculed. I am not a creature of emotions, I think you should take a look at NDS Novel. CM whatever you say robot, Gustav shrugged. Ouch, Gustav winced. I still live in you, the system reminded. Looks like I hit a nerve. Oh wait, you don't have emotions, right? Keep yapping, I'll let you go into cardiac arrest next, the system threatened. Gustav had more words to hit her with but decided to keep quiet as he tried to bury a chuckle. 2-week quest has been issued, Gustav stared at the corner of his eyes as he noticed the notification. You're so petty, Gustav shook his head. It's automatic. The system girly voice had a hint of helplessness. Gustav decided to check the details of the quest to confirm his thoughts of what it might entail. Quest: uncover what the Indulus Prime participants are up to. Rewards: +10 500 000 EXP +1 random bloodline upgrade +200 charm stats. Failure: +5 level downgrade. I thought as much, Gustav voiced after scanning through the details. I was already gonna do this, Gustav mumbled. Now you're gonna do it faster, and you're gonna keep quiet since you're not being any help. Ouch, Gustav winced in pain again. Stop doing that, he stated before getting to his feet. "You're going to meet Miss Amy?" the system inquired. "No, not yet. I wouldn't want her approaching the council lords again until I discover something tangible." Gustav shook his head as he walked through a passageway. He walked past a couple of doors till he arrived at the second to the last. He paused after arriving before this one and was just about to knock when a voice rang out from within. "It's open, big brother." SSH. The door slid towards the left in the next instant, granting Gustav access. Endrik could be spotted within this room in a cross-legged position, floating a few feet above the floor while his forehead emitted a green glow. "Does Big Brother need something?" Endrik was surprised to see Gustav here but internally excited. "I hope being a time candidate or whatever you call yourself comes with perks," Gustav voiced while stepping forward. "I need you to join me investigate something," he added. "I'm glad you came to me. Mention anything and it'll help," Endrik stated with a keen expression. "I've discovered some things recently I'd like to share with you. After I do, the next course of my plan will be split into two. You'll handle one half of the task and I'll take care of the rest," Gustav announced. "I'm all ears." The night went by very quickly and the next day arrived. The batches continuously rolled on and participants moved out after getting challenged or challenging another participant as usual. Gustav took note of the battles whenever he was not out fighting as usual. His perception was especially on Indulus Prime today as the battle challenge continued. Spectacular fighters appeared on the stages repeatedly, giving the spectators the entertainment they were here for, not knowing that a lot of things were brewing underneath the surface besides the ongoing ISOP. As the battle challenge continued, Gustav made sure his team members evaded some challenges so long as he felt something was off. This was the reason Earth had only lost 2 battles so far out of the many they had been in. Only a few planets hadn't lost a single battle since the challenge began. However, at this point things were getting more intense as a few planets fell below the 15,000 points requirement after losing more than a few battles. Without a doubt, these planets were automatically disqualified while the battle challenge went on. Chapter 1268. Without a doubt, these planets were automatically disqualified while the battle challenge went on. Gustav had only fought a single battle today since no one challenged him. After he won the battle, he took note of the fact that he had acquired enough points to challenge a certain opponent without having to worry about them declining. "Tomorrow is the day," Gustav muttered underneath his breath as the image of a participant with multiple limbs appeared in his mind. At the end of the day, Handler 1 addressed the entire arena again. "There will be disqualifications tomorrow," he began speaking. An air of tension spread across the spectators' area the moment Handler 1 revealed this. It wasn't like the participants hadn't been expecting there to be another disqualification period approaching. Nonetheless, a lot of them were troubled since they had no idea what the required number of points would be. "The points required to maintain participation will be announced tomorrow by the end of the day," Handler 1 revealed. "I implore participants to do their best and gather as much points as they can before the end of the day tomorrow," Handler 1 advised with an encouraging tone. He proceeded to mention a few more things before finally dismissing the participants. Everyone began heading back to their various accommodation areas once more as the people within the massive arena soon thinned out. While the others headed back, Gustav excused himself once more and moved to a particular area outside of the arena. Zing tilde a button-shaped device appeared in his grasp and he proceeded to plant it on his forehead. Cognitive concealment has been activated. His presence vanished in the next moment. No one was able to spot him unless they stared directly at him despite his visibility. Gustav tapped the button on his forehead and disappeared completely. In the next moment, a large group consisting of dark figures wrapped up in bandage-like outfits from head to toe could be seen veering past. Dark circular clouds were beneath their feet, which was levitating. These dark circular clouds drove them forward and Gustav proceeded to follow in his invisible state. This group numbered in the hundreds, yet they didn't seem to be engaging in any conversations with each other as they flew past on these dark clouds. Hover has been activated. Gustav eventually activated Hover to keep up with them as they flew further away. They soon arrived in an area with triangular golden structures stacked atop each other, reaching 700 feet in height. DSVL. Kmagustov went through the entry point with them, and there happened to be a few Osis moving around, but no dialogue ensued between any of the Osis and the dark figures. He followed a bunch to an area with rectangular glass barricades and got still without their knowledge of his presence. A burst of light from below caused their figures to turn into streaks of dark lines that appeared hundreds of feet above. They immediately found themselves on one of the floors of this accommodation area. After arriving at this passageway, they began to separate, heading to different doorsteps positioned in multiple places here. Some headed in twos and some were alone. Gustav picked a random figure to follow and headed in with them. This of course was a room, and the figure he followed moved to a spot and took a seat. Gustav looked around the area to see if he could find anything of substance, but it looked like a regular room to him. The Indulus Prime spectators area is much different from that of the participants, Gustav thought as he moved to a corner of the room. The Indulus Prime participants area would be filled with darkness by this time, which was something Gustav would have expected, yet nothing of such happened. The spectators' accommodation area just seemed regular, like nothing was going on. The invisibility button on Gustav's forehead was already a few seconds to running out of power. His skin began to morph along with his outfit as he took the exact look of the golden-plated walls. He backed into the wall and grabbed a new invisibility button from his storage device. The moment the invisibility button ran out of power, it looked like Gustav was a part of the wall. His hair, face, skin, and every part of his body had taken the exact look and texture of the wall. He had hidden in a passageway area within the room, so he was currently out of sight for the Indulus Prime species here. Nonetheless, he didn't want to take any chances and shapeshifted this way. Gustav swiftly placed a new invisibility button on his forehead and tapped it. His figure vanished once more and he moved back to the main room area. The Indulus Prime spectator he followed happened to still be seated in place. From the looks of things, he had not moved a single inch, which had Gustav a little suspicious. Gustav proceeded to look around the place more and activated God Eyes to be sure he didn't miss anything. Is this normal? Gustav's suspiciousness increased as his sight phased through the walls around him. They are immobile, the system voiced internally. I thought it was just him, but every single Indulus Prime spectator on this floor is in the same state, Gustav said as he looked around. I think you should take a look at D's novel. Other Indulus Prime spectators like the one he had followed, all sat in their rooms not moving a muscle or an inch. They were just stationary. Check other floors, the system suggested. Gustav proceeded to set his sights downwards and God Eyes phased through the walls beneath only for him to be met with the same view. Every single Indulus Prime spectator was in a sitting position. They didn't move, they didn't try to take off their outfit or engage in any indoor activities. They remained stationary after taking a seat. Is this normal? Is it a species thing? Gustav questioned internally. Absolutely not. The Indulus Prime species are creatures of darkness, yes, but that doesn't mean they lack basic desires and ability to interact with one another like other beings. This isn't normal at all, the system answered immediately. It almost seems like they are in a kind of trance state. Gustav deactivated God Eyes and moved closer to the Indulus Prime spectator before him. Gustav squatted and stared directly at the dark eyes of the being before him. It was difficult to analyze anything from a pair of eyes that seemed to hold infinite darkness within, but Gustav could tell that something was off, especially due to their current state. Gustav slowly stretched his hand forward as the eeriness in the environment grew by the moment. His hand was a few inches from making contact when the system stopped him. I don't think making contact with any of them would be a good idea. Gustav paused his hand movement at this point and stood to his feet. It's almost like they were programmed to all be this way, like computers, tasks, programs, go into stationary mode after the completion of a task unless given a new one. Gustav slowly backed away as theories appeared in his mind. His perception was still spread across the entire building, so even without God Eyes he could tell that none of them had taken a single step away from their seating position. Someone is responsible for this for sure, but the question remains who. Indulus Prime sure has other motives for joining ISOP, but I can't even find who pulls the strings amongst the spectators who are supposed to be authorities on their planet. At this point, things were getting even more confusing. This isn't the only location that the Indulus Prime spectators occupy, the system voiced. Did they separate earlier? Gustav questioned. Not really, the others stayed within the arena for reasons unknown, the system answered. I'll observe these ones for some time. If there are no changes, I'll head to the arena, Gustav decided. The environment was eerily silent as the being of darkness before Gustav remained seated in place while Gustav continued staying out of sight while inspecting the vicinity. Will you finally accept? What happens if I do? You will become like me, son. You will become %% and #% caret. # static tilde static tilde static tilde. I don't want to become %% and #% caret. # pp. You will have all the power in the world. You will be next in line for the throne. PP. I don't want your throne. PP. You don't have a choice. PP. What if I keep refusing? PP. You will lose your loved ones. PP. Don't you dare harm them. PP. Son, I couldn't even harm them even if I wanted to. PP. Then. PP. No. I won't be the one harming them. PP. Sh tilde PPPP. This month began terribly and has been going terribly since. WN has been slashing the stats of the bloodline system, and books that haven't updated in ages with lesser engagements are appearing higher on the trending rankings. Chapter 1269 – Son, I couldn't even harm them even if I wanted to. Then, no, I won't be the one harming them. The dark vicinity immediately lightened up and a scenario of a human figure with dark tattoos all over his body could be seen slaughtering a group. The group entailed familiar faces. Angie, Gustav, Endrik, Eldris, Timi, Matilda. They all stared at the human figure like he was a monster as he ran them through with dark spikes and ripped hearts out of their bodies. It was an extremely brutal sight as they tried to back away. What are you? What are you? Soon enough every single one from the group had their body parts splattered across the place as the human figure with dark tattoos stood in place with an expression of gratification on his face. You, my son, will be the one to harm your loved ones if you keep refusing to accept the crown. Falco eyelids flickered before his eyes suddenly sprang open. He screamed as he noticed he was laying at the edge of a copper-colored roof atop a building which was over 4,000 feet in height. The rooftop had a long golden-colored pole in the middle which extended upwards. Falco had nearly rolled off the top of this building upon his reawakening since he found himself at the edge. He looked around in fear as he quickly jumped to his feet. It was currently night time, so it seemed like no one had noticed the human figure at the top of this building. How did I get here? Falco questioned with a tone of fear. Ta, 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 ta. The sound of liquid dropping onto the copper-colored rooftop drew Falco's attention as he slowly turned around with an expression of horror on his face. A small breeze blew across the rooftop, causing a metallic smell to drift into his nostrils as he stared at what was before him with widened eyes. The golden-colored pole poking out of the middle of the rooftop had a figure impaled on it. The figure had gotten impaled so deep that their body was halfway to its bottom while the rest of the pole had cleanly pierced through their body. From the massive width of the poke, the hole that had been left in the chest of this figure was as large as 4 human heads combined. Dry greenish blood coated the tip of the pole and had also been smudged across the body of the pole. Blood dropped in clusters from the body as it remained in a stationary position. Falco's heart nearly broke through his ribcage as it pounded heavily while he took steps forward. Insect-like limbs flailed and bloody. A nauseating metallic stench had spread across the air from the blood. The dried blood on parts of the pole and the small droplets falling from the corpse told Falco that it had been hours since this person died. He gulped down saliva as he came to a realization. A handler. He muttered while stretching his hand forward in a bid to examine the corpse. He paused as he noticed his entire arm coated in greenish blood. Falco raised his other arm and noticed it had dried bloodstains on it as well. His breathing turned even more hurried as he took steps backward. No. No. This cannot be. Falco noticed more stains on his outfit as he continued taking steps backwards till he arrived at the ledge of the rooftop. No! 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 Falco turned around as dark tattoos appeared all across his body and leapt into the air. He disappeared into the distance in the next moment, leaving the corpse in the possession of the silent rooftop. The next morning, spectators and participants had gathered in the arena once more as the battle challenge began for the day. The computerized Sciatum began picking out the participants for batches as battles began once more. Cheers tilde ya tilde woo tilde. The entire arena was noisy as usual and happened to be even more excited today since there was going to be disqualifications. The spectators speculated about the number of required points, but there was really no way to know until Handler 1 announced it at the end of the day. Today was also the second to the last day before the battle challenge would end. After tomorrow, a new challenge would be announced and the number of participants left at that point would be significantly lesser. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kmysop was slowly approaching its finish point. While the battles were ongoing, Gustav noticed there was a bit of a pandemonium where the handlers were situated. It didn't last very long and they had managed not to cause a ruckus, but Gustav noticed it nonetheless. You were gone all night, Angie voiced from the side. Yes, Gustav answered while still observing the other side of the arena, which was more than 50,000 feet away. Why? You've been away more and more lately, Angie said with a concerned tone. I was busy, Gustav responded. Busy with what? She said while placing her hand on Gustav's chin and turning his head to face her. A lot, Gustav replied. Angie, I'll let you and the others in when I know what I'm dealing with. Gustav knew she was curious about what he was up to but still couldn't tell her yet. Angie heaved a low sigh of defeat. She already knew how Gustav was, so she stopped trying to poke. While the battle continued, Gustav turned to stare at the Indulus Prime participants area of the arena. They seem rather functional now, the system voiced. At this point my speculation is half proven, Gustav said internally as he recalled what went down last night. DSVL. CMTH Indulus Prime spectators all remained in a stationary state for hours and Gustav was running out of invisibility buttons, so he eventually left. He visited the arena and just like the system mentioned, a few of them stayed back. These 10 Indulus Prime spectators seemed a little different from the others and happened to be engaging in a conversation upon Gustav's arrival. Unfortunately, Gustav didn't gather any tangible information as they seemed to be having a normal conversation about Aesop. Gustav couldn't stay for too long since he was running out of invisibility buttons, but at the moment where he was about leaving, something unexpected happened. One of the spectators mentioned a point about the Aesop participants that he had said before. This spiraled the conversation they were having back to the start. It was like Gustav was watching a loop play out before him as these Indulus Prime spectators proceeded to reenact the conversations from the start. Gustav was on his last invisibility button and had already gotten himself a great distance away when he felt an approaching figure. Fortunately, he still had cognitive concealment activated and 30 seconds of invisibility left, so Gustav stuck around to identify this figure. Indulus Prime Vice Captain. Gustav noticed who it was and despite being thousands of feet, he heard the Vice Captain lament. A malfunction? The Vice Captain proceeded to thrust his palm forward. A wave of darkness encircled the 10 and in the next instant, they stopped their conversation. They stood up afterwards and began to file out of the arena like the ones Gustav had followed hours earlier. As expected, these 10 moved to the same accommodation area and as soon as they arrived within their various rooms, they became immobile like the rest. Gustav had run out of invisibility buttons at this point and knew it would be unwise to keep observing them on a closer scale, so he finally left. He wanted to make sure the Indulus Prime had no idea that he was onto them. He had to move with extreme caution. They are puppets all right, but who is pulling the strings? This was the question that Gustav continuously asked in his mind. They have gone back to being lively, but I have analyzed their speech patterns. It is mostly repetitive, like a program, the system elucidated. How come you're helping me? This is practically a quest and you've never helped me in a quest before, Gustav questioned internally. Then I shall stop now. I didn't ask you to stop, but you might as well have. Why are you cranky like a girl on her period? You, how dare you, proving me right as usual, I have no emotions. Yeah right. Gustav went back to focusing his sights on the Indulus Prime spectators and participants while battles ensued. The spectators watched as battles got intense with the continuous passing of time, since many planetary groups were trying their best to raise as much points as they could. After the 32nd batch of the day, Gustav saw his name appear on the screens as part of the next batch. Finally, Gustav had been waiting for this moment all day. He stood to his feet, gathering the attention of spectators all across the arena as well as participants. Chapter 1270. He stood to his feet, gathering the attention of spectators all across the arena as well as participants. Who do you think he will challenge? Normal participants stand no chance, so I'm sure they're praying not to be picked. Didn't he point at somewhere after winning the battle against Captain Kriv the last time? The spectators couldn't help but speculate about who Gustav would challenge, but only he and a few others knew who he had in mind. Gustav arrived before the stage and slowly moved in. It was a glacial type of battle stage. Icicles that were thousands of feet long were scattered all across the place. Gigantic ice palaces which had massive chains wrapped around them could also be seen across the air. These massive chains pierced through multiple ice structures, holding them in mid-air, and ran through the icy ground beneath as well. In another area, it protruded out of the icy ground and extended high into the air, wrapping around a T-shaped ice rock, thousands of feet away from Gustav's position. Gustav stepped forward and soon arrived at the middle of the battle stage. All eyes were on him at this moment as he picked the planet he had in mind. The jaws of many spectators dropped as Gustav went on to pick his opponent amongst the group of 20. Chatter. Did he just challenge Captain Strum? Damn, are we going to finally see a battle between these two? I can't believe this is happening. This is about to be the most intense battle since the start. The arena turned super noisy as the screens displayed who Gustav had challenged. In the Draconette's participants area, Captain Strum stood in place for a moment while shooting an intense glance at the stage. He couldn't decline the challenge since Gustav had accumulated more points than him, but he didn't intend to decline in the first place. He made a low HMPH as he began to step forward with a dangerous aura of animosity spreading forth from his being. His teammates didn't utter a word as they remained in place with fearsome looks. Any remark could irk him, and they didn't want to be on the receiving end of his fury, which was slowly starting to build up. Captain Strum leapt upwards, causing his figure to travel across the air as he made his way towards the northeast part of the arena. His figure phased through the barrier Gustav was situated in as he dropped from the air. Bam! He landed a few feet ahead of Gustav, and the two figures glared at each other. Brace yourself, you might not come out alive, Captain Strum stated with a tone of certainty. What a coincidence. I was just about to say that, Gustav responded with an icy tone. Gustav Crimson, Planet Earth, vs Strum Zilgard, Planet Draconette, you harmed a friend. I will inflict 10 times worse the pain you inflicted on him, Gustav said while slowly taking steps forward as his body morphed. He was a weakling and you shall suffer the same fate, Gustav Crimson, Captain Strum stated while a massive shadowy figure appeared behind him. I won't drag this out, Captain Strum voiced with a prideful tone as the massive shadowy figure behind him conjured a massive bluish spear. Likewise, Gustav's figure charged forward as he took the ultimate combination form. Silver claws protruded from the tip of his fingers as he slashed intensely at Captain Strum's direction, while Captain Strum grabbed the bluish spear his Encore has provided him and swung it forward with great might. The energy from Gustav's slash traveled forward, clashing heavily with the incoming spear that was 4 times larger than Gustav's entire body. However, the bluish spear emitted an energy that caused the wild energy from Gustav's slash to reverse and disappear like it was never there. Gustav leapt towards the side as his attack was interrupted by the incoming bluish spear. He managed to evade the spear, causing it to brush by his left. The moment Gustav successfully evaded, he sped in Captain Strum's direction. He arrived before the multiple-limbed Draken instantly while slashing at his chest. This speed had no doubt taken Captain Strum by surprise, but he was able to react quickly by raising two arms to block Gustav's slash. Gustav's claws smoothly cleaved through both of Captain Strum's arms, causing a fountain of blood to jet upwards. Ugh. I think you should take a look at this novel. Km's attack was still powerfully slashing forward when two more arms from Captain Strum's body grabbed Gustav's forearm. Captain Strum had sacrificed two of his arms to stop Gustav's attack. The moment Gustav's right arm was held back, he tried making use of his left arm to attack when Captain Strum's last two hands grabbed hold of that as well. They stared at each other with hatred in their eyes as Captain Strum gathered as much power as he could into his four functioning arms to hold Gustav down in place. Gustav instantly understood Captain Strum's reason for trapping him in place the moment he sensed the approaching doom. A massive bluish spear was only a few inches from colliding with his back when everyone noticed it. Gustav and Captain Strum turned into a streak of lightning and reappeared on the southern end of the barrier instantly, atop a rocky ice structure. NDSVL. Unfortunately, with Captain Strum clinging onto Gustav tightly, the lightning blitz took effect on him as well. You cannot. Escape. Your end is nigh. Gustav crimson. Captain Strum was still bleeding profusely from his cleaved-off forearms while struggling to hold Gustav in place. The spear that had missed, came back around, flying at Gustav once more. It tore through multiple icy palaces which immediately turned into light particles and disappeared upon contact. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav and Captain Strum's figures turned into streaks of lightning and vanished once more as the massive spear missed for the third time. It's starting to affect the laws of time in the vicinity. Gustav noticed as he realized the spear was causing things in the environment to slow down the further it closed in on them. Lightning Blitz was affected by this and took a longer time to get them to the end of the barrier on the other side. However, it was still fast enough to evade. Gustav knew this could become more of a problem if he didn't get out of the current predicament. The moment they reappeared on the other end, Gustav's figure suddenly grew massive. Gah! Captain Strum struggled to hold on, but Gustav's arms grew larger than he could wrap his hands around, causing him to let go. Gustav had reached 100 feet in height, becoming a giant with ultimate combination still active in almost an instant. The massive bluish spear whistled across the air as it found its target. However, in the next instant everyone's eyes widened as Captain Strum was hoisted like a piece of paper by Gustav and flung in the direction of the incoming spear. The spear was shooting across the air so swiftly that it had arrived before its creator quicker than anyone could follow. Captain Strum clenched his teeth and slapped two of his palms together hastily. The massive bluish spear was only an inch from making contact with him when it turned into light particles that slowly scattered across the stage. Captain Strum panted intensely as he proceeded to grab two flickers of the light particles and place them on his cleaved-off arms. His arms instantly grew back like Gustav never cleaved them off in the first place. The moment Gustav noticed this, his forehead creased as he considered this to be a blunder on his part. Captain Strum should have gotten hit by his own attack but instead used it to rehabilitate himself. What Gustav didn't know was, he had just caused Captain Strum to break out in cold sweat. He had never battled an opponent like Gustav before and now he realized he had to be more careful than ever. Gustav charged forward while reducing in size since the only reason he grew this tall in the first place was to get out of Captain Strum's hold. Captain Strum clenched his teeth as his face displayed a look of annoyance. You will not bring shame to my great planet, he roared while charging forward as well. I won't, but I promise, you will, Gustav yelled back. They arrived before each other and fists were instantly exchanged. Bang! 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 Ripples spread across the place as Gustav swung his arm forward repeatedly, packing the force of 1,000 meteorites with every strike. He precisely aimed at different spots of Captain Strum's body, ranging from his face to his chest and abdominal region. Captain Strum was slower than Gustav but due to his 6 arms, he managed to keep up with Gustav's strike, dealing an almost equal amount of destructive force with each of his strikes as well. Chapter 1271. Captain Strum was slower than Gustav, but due to his 6 arms, he managed to keep up with Gustav's strike, dealing an almost equal amount of destructive force with each of his strikes as well. Bang! Boom! 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 All the spectators could see were thousands of blurry fists all moving forward at the same time and causing the icicle rocks in the vicinity to quake intensely as some of them crumbled from the impact. "I have gone toe-to-toe with the strongest being here. You are nothing," Gustav stated with a powerful tone as his fists suddenly began to increase in strength and speed while he pushed forward. "What is this? Why is he getting stronger?" Captain Strum did his best to maintain a prideful expression but soon found himself getting pushed back. His figure began sliding across the icy ground as Gustav pushed forward. At this moment, his encore appeared behind Gustav and conjured another massive bluish spear. Through. It stabbed the spear downwards with intensity at Gustav's tiny figure. Gustav's felt his body contract a little as his speed decreased with spear closing in on him. Lightning Blitz has been activated. His figure turned into a streak of lightning that reappeared on the massive 2,000 feet icicle which was on the far right. Bang! The massive bluish glowing spear missed, stabbing into the ground before Captain Strum. A wide radius of the ground turned into light particles and disintegrated upon contact. Captain Strum figured that Gustav's evasion would give him a bit of time to gather himself when a loud blast suddenly rang out. It had come from Gustav's direction. Gustav had leapt down the giant icicle and swung his claws towards its base. The 2,000 feet large icicle was uprooted from its base and Gustav could be spotted holding it up. Before Captain Strum could understand what was going on, Gustav's figure spun across the air with immense speed while the massive icicle was in his grasp. "Don't be a bother," his voice rang out, and in the next instant the massive icicle shot forward the moment he released it. Tushusshe. DSVL. Captain Strum had his encore conjure another spear in the last moment which it swung forward to parry the incoming icicle projectile. Boom! Upon collision the 2,000 feet long icicle split into 2 halves and then crumbled into multiple large icy chunks that slowly began to disintegrate in mid-air. However, some of the large ice chunks slammed into Captain Strum's encore before they vanished like stones that had been catapulted. Bang! 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 The massive encore staggered backwards as it took damage. Meanwhile, Gustav's figure had moved the moment he turned the 2,000 feet icicle into a projectile. He arrived before Captain Strum once more while sending forth a flurry of attacks. Boom! 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 They clashed repeatedly once more, stirring up destructive ripples that spread across the entire battle stage. Kryych. Despite not making direct contact with the barriers covering the stage, cracks and fissures had already appeared all over them. Bang! 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 "You have the power of time, but guess what?" Gustav's cold voice penetrated the ears Captain Strum as he continuously pushed him backwards with more powerful barrages. Captain Strum's face scrunched up as he tried to keep up with his 6 arms. "Im faster," Gustav stated before taking up his speed by another notch. Captain Strum's eyes only noticed a bunch of blurs before a couple of Gustav's fists tore past his arms which were also swinging forward in defense. Bang! 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 It was like 4 fists had hit Captain Strum at the same time as he suddenly felt heavy force slam into his face, neck, chest, and abdominal region. Clerk! Captain Strum's entire body was sent flying across the air as he puked out blood while his back caved out. Bam! 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 He slammed through a plethora of giant icy rocks, breaking right through them as his body continuously traveled further across the air from the attacks. Also, "I'm stronger in this state," Gustav's voice rang out right beside his ears as one of his eyes suddenly spotted a figure above him. Bang! Another powerful fist slammed into Captain Strum's face before he could react, sending him tumbling downwards heavily. Boom! His body created a crater the moment it collided with the icy ground, causing cracks to spread across the entire vicinity. "I think you should take a look at this novel. Km. Gustav didn't stop for a moment as his figure streaked downwards, leaving after images across the air. Boom! He landed on Captain Strum's figure, causing the Draken to further burrow into the icy ground from collision. Gustav proceeded to grab his head immediately and spun around with intense speed before flinging him forward. At this point Captain Strum's eyes were starting to turn blurry as his figure crashed into an icy palace hanging thousands of feet away from the ground. The spectators were in awe at how incredibly violent and intense Gustav was being. They compared this battle to the one with the captain of the Klaxosapes and realized Gustav had taken things up a notch. It was almost like he was more powerful and more intentful with his attacks, which were well calculated. All in all, it was different. Was Gustav just stronger when he was fueled by hatred? Or had learnt from his last intense battle and used that to improve himself? This damned earthling. I can't keep letting him humiliate me like this, Captain Strum thought as he reached out to grab Gustav's hands again to stop him from striking. Bam! 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 He managed to catch one of Gustav's hands and tried to block a couple of blows from the other one but ended up missing one of them. Bang! Another fist to the face sent Captain Strum crashing towards the T-shaped icy rock on the other end of the barrier. Fu Hui tilde Gustav's figure ascended and streaked across the air once more while brandishing his claws. However, before he could arrive at Captain Strum's position, the Draken made a hand gesture. Captain Strum's encore suddenly appeared behind him and scooped him up. Screeve tilde the massive T-shaped icy mountain lost its head as silvery energy from Gustav's claws tore across its entirety. Captain Strum, who was above, leapt to the head of his 120 feet tall encore. The shadowy encore's entire frame lit up at this moment. A thorny-looking glowing halo could be spotted floating above its head, and over 12 eyeballs arranged in a circular format appeared on the halo. It looked like the encore was clad in a robe and it emitted a bright blue glow, but its head lacked a face. A powerful pressure descended upon the environment as the encore stood before Gustav like a deity. Strum has activated the full power of his encore. Things are about to get even more intense. Let's hope the Earthling survives. The Earth Captain has proven to be tough, but this is the end for him. In the Draken spectators area, they had looks of relief as they stared at the battle with Captain Strum's encore emitting a blinding glow. They were initially worried seeing how the battle had been going with Gustav's speed being greater than anyone had expected, but now, their confidence had returned. On the battle stage, Captain Stum raised one of his arms and an intensifying glow appeared around his palm. I didn't get to show you my full strength the last time. Feast your sight upon my pow. Before Captain Strum could complete his sentence, a silver streak cut across the air. Shut up. Gustav's palm crashed into Captain Strum's face in the next instant. Pa. The loud crispy slap reverberated across the entire arena, causing the jaws of spectators to hang loosely as the prideful captain got catapulted off the head of his encore. Fwhy. This darned earthling. I will destroy you. Captain Strum yelled as a great wave of humiliation washed over him. Gustav was about to charge at Captain Strum once more since he was starting to stabilize his body in mid-air. However, at this instant the eyes surrounding the massive glowing halo turned to stare at him. Gustav suddenly felt a strange sensation permeate his entire body as he froze for an instant. That's new, he said internally with an expression of confoundment. Uh-oh, this is not good, the system suddenly voiced. What? What is not good? At this same moment, the encore joined its habs together and a bright glow bursted forth from its being. It was like a harmless surge of energy that spread forth across the entire battle stage, covering Gustav and everything else within. What the? As Gustav raised his hand, he noticed mirages forming due to his movement, making his arm look like it was more than 10 in number. At this instant, Captain Strum suddenly charged at Gustav, his speed multiplying by 10 times its original. Chapter 1272 The Astonishing Power of Time. At this instant, Captain Strum suddenly charged at Gustav, his speed multiplying by 10 times its original. This is the end for you, he voiced as he raised all 6 of his arms the moment he arrived before Gustav. Zing, 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 zing. His palms emitted bluish glows as he thrust at Gustav, who tried to move swiftly. However, mirages of Gustav appeared across the air in the next moment, lining up sideways as they displayed his exact movements before he even made them. Bang! 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 Following Gustav's current pattern prediction, Captain Strum thrust his palms in the direction Gustav was evading to hitting him square on. Before Gustav's body got blasted back, mirages had already appeared behind him, displaying the distance at which his body would travel after this hit. It seemed like time had come to a standstill at this moment as Captain Strum's figure vanished and appeared where Gustav would be before thrusting repeatedly once more. Bang! 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 Gustav spat out blood as his figure got blasted forward again with immense force from Captain Strum's multiple attacks. All Gustav could see at this moment was that Captain Strum was everywhere at the same time. He would get hit before he could even process the attack that came before. If his body was blasted from behind, he would be hit the moment he veered forward a bit from up ahead, only for him to be hit again by another Captain Strum before he could realize what was going on. Bang! 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 While Gustav was repeatedly taking these attacks due to being unable to avoid them, his silver scales were disappearing. Any part of his body where Captain Strum made contact with, some of features of that body part would vanish. Tindate. He turned the battle ring into a time domain. This is beyond foresight. He can predict my movements, practically seeing into the future. Time is slowed down for me but quick for him, so it's like he pauses time after every movement, which makes it seem like he is everywhere. Gustav analyzed as he repeatedly waved arms around to block attacks, all to no avail. Despite Gustav's speed in the state of ultimate combination, he was literally in a standstill motion before Captain Strum. Captain Strum was bending time to his will around the entire vicinity, leaving Gustav no chance to evade or counter his attacks. Soon the blue glow that encapsulated the battle stage began to spread beyond. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The arena turned noisier as panic spread across. No one was interested in getting affected by Captain Strum's time-related power, especially after seeing how Gustav was affected. Redirect the spread of the energy right now. Handler 1 swiftly gave command to a group of handlers who quickly swooped forward to take care of the situation. Every time a battle includes Earth's captain, extra precautions need to be taken. Handler 1 had a worrisome look as he peered forward. The current predicament seemed perilous for Gustav, but he was working on a way to get out of it despite having sustained lots of damage. 3 His entire frame got covered in layers of aerosilk as he also made use of atomic manipulation. The aerosilk soon became covered in milky-colored energy as well. Pointless. My power of time reverses all. Captain Strum's voice rang loudly in Gustav's ears as he began furiously attacking the barrier Gustav had surrounded him with. Bang! 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 The repeated sound of collision rang out, and from the spectators' area, it looked like a rocky structure was zipping across the battle stage at fast pace due to Captain Strum's furious barrages. For now, Gustav was free from taking damage from Captain Strum's attack. However, anyone could tell that this wouldn't last. The strong power of atomic disintegration was no match for time as it slowly vanished with every strike along with the aerosilk barrier. Time is a power that cannot be battled against. Even the strongest beings in this universe cannot battle certain aspects of time. I need to make time dysfunctional to escape this. Gustav's mind was running at a very quick pace. Millions of thoughts appeared in his mind as the barrier whittled away. If I use that, it won't have much effect unless I stack them, and he doesn't see it coming, but he sees everything coming. Gustav was having a hard time figuring out what to do, but soon he decided on something. Captain Strum zipped backwards suddenly as mirages of red ripples spread across the place. In the next instant, the real ripples of crimson energy blasted forth across the entire vicinity. Captain Strum had gotten away in time to avoid the blast due to his prediction ability in full swing. However, the moment the blast whittled down, Captain Strum felt an unfathomable pull from up ahead. His eyes widened slightly as a sphere-shaped ball of energy oozing with dark matter appeared before him. What the? He tried to escape, but the pull was too great and he found himself unable to move for a couple of moments. A mirage of a human figure appeared behind him bearing a fist while he was trying to escape the unprecedented pull from the dark sphere ahead, which had a ring swirling around it. Absolute. Before Captain Strum could complete his sentence, Gustav's bloody figure appeared behind him. His arm, which was arched back, shot forward with extreme speed, parting the air in the surroundings and causing powerful waves to spread sideways in its wake. Bang! It was like all of Gustav's pent-up frustration was stacked into this punch as it crashed into Captain Strum's back, sending him blasting forward with destructive rips shooting across the battle stage. Cronk! The first layer of barrier surrounding the stage shattered as Captain Strum's back caved in while he spat out a mouthful of white blood. The spherical-shaped dark sphere ahead pulled Captain Strum to its surface, causing his entire figure to twitch in slow motion as it seemed like he had been incapacitated. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. Gustav raised both his arms, causing small swirling balls of darkness to appear around him. These balls were each the size or a fist, but they emitted a powerful suction force. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. Blue spherical-shaped balls of energy that were 10 times the size of the dark balls appeared in place as well and proceeded to absorb the dark balls. The blue spherical-shaped balls turned blackish after absorbing the palm-sized swirling dark balls of energy. However, this wasn't the end as Gustav made more of the dark balls appeared. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. The 3 large spheres that were initially blue turned even darker as they absorbed more of these balls. The suction force became so great that everything within the battle stage started getting pulled towards them. Gustav clasped his palms together and the spherical-shaped dark balls of energy swept forward, each positioning themselves on the south, east and western sides of Captain Strum, who seemed to be struggling to set himself free. The suction force from all 4 of these spherical balls pulled Captain Strum from every corner, threatening to rip him to shreds. Every physical object in the vicinity was crumbling to atoms and being swallowed by the 4 spherical dark balls of energy. The icicles. The massive ice rocks. The massive ice palaces. The place-sized chains holding them. The battle stage. The layers of barriers. The spectators watched in awe as everything was getting consumed very quickly, light included. The entire arena that spanned for hundreds of thousands of feet began quaking despite the fact that not every layer of barrier had been destroyed. What Gustav had done was activate a mini black hole after using energy dispersal as a feint to get Captain Strum to evade. While Captain Strum was powerful and could twist the laws of time, he wouldn't take such an attack head-on, especially when it covered such a range. That split moment was enough for Gustav to activate Mini Black Hole and conjured as many as he could within a second time frame before letting one of his spherical energy absorbers consume it. Theoretically, the spherical energy that Gustav used for absorbing the mini black holes should have been consumed, but because Gustav was currently making use of combination, he was able to combine them efficiently. With the spheres absorbing multiple mini black holes, they began even powerful black holes which he used against Captain Strum. Strum couldn't see this despite his prediction ability, since Gustav was capable of making his spheres invisible. He only noticed it after the suction force had begun pulling him to consume his entire existence. Gustav knew that black holes had effect on time. Despite not being able to stop time completely, the time dilation effects of a black hole was what he counted on to at least trap Captain Strum for a few. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1273. He conjured more to be on the safe side due to Captain Strum time-related abilities, but now it was looking like he had overdone it. The 9th layer of the barrier surrounding the battle stage crumbed to atoms as well and got consumed by the black holes. Captain Strum's core was surprisingly powerful enough to withstand the force of the black holes in its current state and stared at Gustav with 4 of its eyes. Gustav was well aware that it was about to activate an attack, but it was currently moving slowly due to black holes around. Captain Strum's limbs were slowly ripping apart as he did his best to withstand the force of all 4, but what Gustav didn't realize was Captain Strum was struggling to utter a word. He didn't take notice of this because he had already flown towards the core ready to pierce it with powerful attacks. The handlers were running helter-skelter trying to contain the spread of the destructiveness from Gustav and Captain Strum's battle stage, which was spreading further, disrupting other battles as well as spectators. Some of the powerful spectators joined hands to help despite their astonished expressions. The battle stage was void of physical objects as everything had been swallowed up and the 9th barrier got blasted to pieces as well. Down below, the damage had eaten deep into the battleground that it had created a hole through this part of the 9th disk. The solar system could be spotted with an expanse of darkness spreading as far as the eyes could see. Strum, break out of it, don't disappoint me. In the Draken spectators area, Bronze Mid-Ely clenched his fist tightly with a tensed expression as she stared at the battlefield. Who knew the Earth was capable of using the power of black holes? Another Draken by the side who had widened eyes voiced out. Many of the Drakens were currently on their feet with tensed and troubled expression as they stared at the state of the entire arena. Gustav's usage of abilities had surpassed their expectations and taken them by surprise. In this state, Strum was supposed to be unstoppable, but Gustav had proven to be truly beyond phenomenal. Come on Strum, he still hasn't used that, despite the destruction the entire arena was undergoing which was disrupting the battles on other stages. A lot of spectators were at the edge of their seats watching with keen eyes. B. It still seemed like Captain Strum was uttering something, albeit very slowly. His limbs were already ripping from his body as the black hole's suction force caused space around them to tear and mend continuously. Gustav had arrived before his encore, but any attack he sent at the encore would just reverse and completely vanish. The encore was incapable of attacking Gustav at the moment, but reverse was also the case. Gustav, seeing as his attacks were getting reversed, turned towards Captain Strum. It was time to end this from the source. Gustav conjured another attack and was about to charge at Captain Strum when the bright blue glow emitting from the encore suddenly became more vibrant. At this moment, Gustav was left with an expression of regret as he turned to stare at the encore he had failed to damage. Absolute zero. Captain Strum's loud voice rang across the entire arena. The vibrancy of the light emitted from the encore phased past the barrier surrounding the stage. It proceeded to encapsulate the entirety of the arena and then spread past the arena at very quick pace. From the space watchtower of planet Osius, their mouths widened as the glow spread across the entire 9 disks and covered them as well in a flash. In just a few moments, the glow had spread across galaxies, causing every single being bathed in its glow to pause their movements. Everything came to a standstill: spectators, participants, humans, extraterrestrial lifeforms. I think you should take a look at this novel. CMDSVL everything that existed came to standstill, including the most powerful people present as spectators in ISOP. Did he pause time? Gustav's eyeballs shifted as his figure paused in mid-air with his arms extended. He did. He manipulated time on a universal scale this time. Even your black holes are affected, the system confirmed. Then, how come I am still conscious and aware? Gustav questioned internally. You're a cosmic superior being. You're one of the few people in the entire universe who is not completely affected by the power of time. In other words, you are immune in some aspects but not entirely, the system explained. Am I the only one in ISOP who is currently conscious of this? Gustav noticed that no one else was moving. You are not. The others here are just choosing not to interfere or cannot interfere even if they are aware, but yes. Everyone else is affected. At the same moment the system finished explaining this, time began to reverse. Gustav could feel his body affected by the bending laws of time as his figure reversed along with the atoms of objects in the vicinity turning back to physical matter, rescinding from the black holes. Well damn, he didn't just pause time. Rewinding it, Gustav came to this realization as Captain Strum's limbs, which had been ripped from his body, reattached. This is completely different from the spear attacks he had been using. This is time reversal on a universal scale. Miss Amy sat in place staring at the vicinity around her. She could clearly see that time was being manipulated on a large scale at this moment, and just like her, a few other powerful entities were aware. The few powerful entities like her that could break out of its hold would still be aware of everything that had happened even when time had been reversed to the point that Strum was aiming for. Now how are you gonna handle this, kid? Miss Amy was no doubt worried about the current predicament since Gustav had never faced anyone on this level before, but she didn't want to interfere. It was his fight. Her figure slowly floated upwards. While everyone within the bubble of light were reversing, she watched from above with an expression of intrigue. Specks of sands were reversing and turning into solid objects, merging with the area they were currently situated within. The attacks from Gustav's figure had reversed back into his body and he floated around the stage while time slowly reversed. The cracks on the barriers were mending and returning back to their original look as the layers slowly returned as well. Mist moved in reversal and transformed into massive icicles that merged to the ground across multiple spots on the battle stage. He is going to reverse the whole battle to a point where he was winning and prevent everything that happened from happening again, the system announced. I can see that. I don't think he is aware that I am Conchio. Gustav Crimson. You're finished, Captain Strum's voice rang out from up ahead as he sped towards him. Regardless of whether you're conscious or not, the time reversal affects your body too, so you have to completely break out of this if you want to prevent the same events from playing out again. Just as the system finished saying this, Captain Strum appeared before Gustav and sent a punch at his face. Plak. An illusionary representation of Gustav phased out of his body the moment the fist slammed into him, spiraling across the air as blood oozed out of his nose. The illusionary figure turned completely physical in the next moment, causing there to be two of Gustav existing in the same place. The first Gustav was still being affected by the reversal of time as his body obeyed the manipulation Strum had commanded. The other Gustav paused in place as it seemed to be outside of the time reversal effect but was also incapable of moving a muscle. Bang! 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 Captain Strum unleashed a barrages of attack on the other Gustav, beating him to a pulp as he remained unable to fight back while time continued to flow in reverse. More problems. He plans to inflict damage on you, so when time finally reverses to the point of his satisfaction, you would have sustained a high amount of damage that will leave you incapacitated. Regeneration cannot work right now since time isn't flowing in order, so that should be impossible. Any damage he inflicts on me right now should also reverse. Gustav's body was in pain, but he battled to keep his mind active. Yeah, it should be impossible, but that is practically what he is doing. His ability to manipulate time is much irregular than I expected, the system stated. At this point, Gustav's bones made loud cracking noises and blood oozed out of his orifices while Captain Strum continuously landed heavy blows on him. I need to break out of this. There's only one way to achieve full immunity against Strum's manipulation of time. Chapter 1274. There's only one way to achieve full immunity against Strum's manipulation of time. It should be fine since everyone else is affected right now. Gustav knew exactly what the system was referring to. His main self closed his eyes and focused on the center of his being, tapping into the power that lay within. Captain Strum dashed towards Gustav's figure in midair and was about to land another punch when his eyes suddenly emitted a bright glow. Tying a wave of unfathomable energy spread forth from Gustav's figure as his irises turned reddish-pink and a cross-shaped golden glow appeared in his eyes. Gustav's second figure pulled backwards suddenly and merged with his first, causing Captain Strum's punch to miss. How? Captain Strum's face lit up with an expression of confoundment as he swiftly spun around. He spotted Gustav's figure starting to glow up as an unknown amount of pressure descended upon the vicinity. The pinkish with a mixture of gold aura circulating Gustav's being sent forth a divine wave across the battlistage that made Captain Strum feel like he was in the presence of God. A feeling of complete submission welled up from within as he stared at Gustav with an expression of reverence. Every fiber of his being was wanted to bow down in the face of Gustav's wake. Captain Strum slapped himself as he noticed he was subconsciously succumbing to Gustav. Is he? Could it be? Captain Strum couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Gustav free himself from the shackles of time reversal. Gustav raised his right arm, staring at his glowing figure with an straight face as he clenched his fist. I haven't activated cosmic superiority in full scale in a long time. Even without doing anything, it's already taking effect on the environment, Gustav said internally while raising his face to stare at Captain Strum up ahead. You are. It doesn't matter. I won't let you defeat me, Captain Strum yelled and charged at Gustav in the next instant. Gustav peered at his incoming figure with an unbothered expression before making an utterance. Stop. 3 tilde his words rippled with absolute command and unfathomable power that immediately spread across the vicinity. Captain Strum's figure instantly paused in place with his multiple limbs outstretched. What in the world? He is truly a cosmic superior being. A cosmic superior being participating in ISOP. This must be a joke. My mind must be playing tricks on me. Captain Strum yelled internally as his body paused in place. Fall. Gustav's voice rang out again and Captain Strum's figure descended from the air with speed. Faster. An unfathomable pressure descended upon Captain Strum's figure, causing him to fall faster. Bang! He slammed into the ground in the next instant, forming a new crater as his knees stamped to the cracked battle stage. Why? Gustav landed before him with an expression devoid of emotions as he stared directly into Captain Strum's eyes. That prideful look, do you, think you're better than me? Captain Strum struggled to speak as shot an hateful glare at Gustav. Since you can still speak, it means I'm being too lenient. Gustav was surprised that Captain Strum managed to even speak with his cosmic superior energy active, but he wasn't done. Down. His voice rang out authoritatively, causing Captain Strum's figure to push against the ground 10 times harder than before. Captain Strum tried his best to fight the Presu while trying to regain control of his body, but the more he tried to define, the stronger the pressure became. Every fiber of his being defied his command, overwriting his will and following that of Gustav's as his body descended even further. Bam! He fell face flat in the next instant, bowing completely before Gustav. Captain Strum had never felt so humiliated before his life as he tried to roar out in defiance, but even his voice chose not to obey his will at this point. Despite the fact that spectators couldn't witness this moment due to the current state of time, he still felt immensely humiliated. He never expected the battle would go this way. He didn't think he'd be fighting with a cosmic superior being. Step. 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 He could hear Gustav's footstep echoing as he made his way across the cracked icy mirror-like ground. The moment the sound stopped, Captain Strum knew Gustav was right in front of him. In the next instant, his feeling of humiliation multiplied. Gustav raised his right foot and placed it on Captain Strum's head. Stomp. His foot buried Strum's head deeper into the ice as he placed his right elbow on his knee and remained in place, daunting a relaxing expression for a bit. Captain Strum couldn't even writhe in dissatisfaction since his body had completely succumbed to Gustav's will, but his mind was reeling in wrath. "I'll kill you, I swear, Gustav Crimson. I'll end you. I'll destroy you." No matter how much he yelled in his mind, Gustav left his foot resting on Captain Strum's head regardless. He knew how prideful Captain Strum was, and his major aim right now was to complete squash that pride. "Do you remember how you harmed my subordinate?" Gustav voiced while twisting his leg to rub the sole of his boot on Captain Strum's head thoroughly. "I think you should take a look at this novel. Yeah, you caused major problems to someone I care about," Gustav voiced while continuing rubbing foot across Captain Strum's head. "This will teach you to watch who you mess with." Gustav proceeded to take his foot off. Captain Strum's pride was bruised, but he thought it was at least over now. Turn over. Captain Strum's body flipped over with his face up and his back kissing the icy ground. Stomp. Gustav stomped his face in the next instant, rubbing the sole of his boot thoroughly on it. "I'll kill him if it's the last thing I do." Captain Strum became even more infuriated as Gustav foot abused his face repeatedly. Up. Captain Strum's body floated upwards a bit before Gustav. "Speak." Gustav gave Strum free will over his speech. "I will kill you. I will make you beg for mercy. I will gouge out your eyeballs and eat them." Captain Strum yelled out with a deep tone of fury and hatred. "Pa." Gustav slapped his cheek, causing a loud sound of collision to ring out as Captain Strum's neck instantly twisted. Kosh his head turned 180 degrees and blood flew out of his mouth. "Urgurge." Captain Strum screamed in pain as his face became rooted to the back. This of course was not enough to kill him, but it inflicted an indescribable pain. "Oh you sorry, my bad. You were talking trash so I had to slap it out of your mouth," Gustav voiced with a tone of pity while grabbing Captain Strum's head and twisting it back to place. I'll kill you. If it's the last thing I do. I don't care about Aesop anymore. You're dead. You're dead. You're pa. Kryych. Another loud slap reverberated across the vicinity, accompanied with the sound of bone cracking as Captain Strum's neck twisted once more. Garaga. My bad. I should have let you finish speaking first. Gustav twisted Captain Strum's neck back to its original angle. Araj. Captain Strum's face was plagued with an expression of pain and hate as he began screaming profanities again. Pa. Kryych tilde arg. Pa. Kryych tilde ndsvl. Compa. Kryych tilde gara. The same scenario played out repeatedly with Captain Strum being on the receiving end of Gustav's brutal assault. Eventually Captain Strum's voice turned hoarse from screaming and he lost the will to threaten Gustav. His expression soon turned from unwillingness to tiredness as his voice started to lack the liveliness it had at the start. Captain Strum's encore was incapacitated at the far end of the battle stage barrier. Gustav hadn't inflicted any damage on it in a while, but he guessed it was incapacitated due to the scale at which Captain Strum was manipulating time. Time was still being reversed even at this point, and Gustav could tell that this would continue to be the case until Captain Strum stopped it, ran out of energy or passed out. Alright, it's about time we ended this charade, Gustav voiced as he let go of the Draken, who was no longer voicing out profanities. Up. Fuiwi tilde bang. Down. Fuhui tilde bang. Left. Fuhui tilde bang. Right. Fuhui tilde bang. Captain Strum's figure catapulted across the entire battle stage at fast pace, slamming into different areas as he continuously ricocheted off the ground and the icy structures in mid-air. Gustav's command was absolute and couldn't be battled against. It was like whatever he voiced would become reality. Blast. Boom. A loud explosion rang out, sending Captain Strum flying as his figure immediately became scalded. Blast. Boom. Another explosion rang out, sending Captain Strum shooting forward this time. Gustav floated in the direction Strum's figure was headed, and in the next instant he sent forth a fist. Bang. His fist slammed into Captain Strum's abdominal region, causing the Draken to spit out a jet of blood as his body caved in. Chapter 1275, 100% confirmed. Captain Strum felt like he was hit by a moving orbital body as two of his arms uprooted from his body after receiving the fist from Gustav. Blood jetted out like a fountain as he slammed into the far end of the barrier, breaking straight through all the layers and continuously shooting out into space. Fuhui tilde Gustav figure vanished and he reappeared in space hundreds of feet before Captain Strum's body, which was still shooting forward. He gathered energy in his right arm as he arched it backwards, while clenching his fist tightly. His fist was coated in a golden and pinkish glow as he drove it forward at Captain Strum's approaching body. Boom, space parted as Gustav's fist sent ripples across the endless expanse of darkness the moment it collided with Captain Strum. Bang. 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 3D stars in the distance got snuffed out from the destructive wave of energy that spread forth from Gustav's fist as Captain Strum shot downwards like a dying star. Through his body shot across the solar system as it descended towards the ninth disk. All of his limbs uprooted from his body as he fell unconscious even before he hit the battle stage. Boom, the battle stage got blasted to smithereens the moment Captain Strum came into contact with it, sending another wave of destructive ripples across the vicinity. Gustav reappeared in the stage at this moment as time came to a standstill again. He deactivated cosmic superiority at this point to make sure it wouldn't be active when time went back to normal. The glow emitted from Encore slowly whittled as its figure began to disintegrate. Time stopped reversing and everything that seemed to be in an illusionary state started solidifying. Strum had reversed time to the point where he just activated the full power of his Encore and was tossing Gustav around like a dirtbag as time went back to normal functionality. The scene that the spectators would be witnessing was Gustav getting beat up. However, the moment time resumed, the entire stage suddenly appeared destroyed and the scene the spectators were initially witnessing glitched. Like a video game playback, the spectators were completely astonished as they stared at the disgrated stage. One unconscious figure was completely laid on the ground with missing limbs while another was standing before the unconscious one with an unbothered expression. What the hell just happened? Captain Crimson was taking a beating and all of a sudden, Captain Strum is defeated. He looks blooded and battered too. His encore is gone too. This doesn't make any sense. How did this happen? The spectators were in an utter state of confusion, not recalling the events that played out after this point of the battle. Only a few spectators like the council lords and Miss stared at the stage with looks of understanding, but they still remained astonished. The kid has truly grown more powerful than I realized. Miss Amy muttered. Chem. Young miss, I sense time manipulation on a higher scale. What did we miss? Grand Commander questioned from the side. You didn't see it? Miss Amy asked with a slightly surprised tone. Grand Commander Shen was an alpha, so she had expected that even if he couldn't be completely immune to time-related abilities, he would at least be able to perceive the events ongoing during time manipulation and have memories of the original timeline. I can only faintly sense that time has been altered on a large scale, but I have no recollection of how things exactly went, Grand Commander Shen responded. Maybe this is a good thing. They will remain unaware that Gustav is a cosmic superior being. Miss Amy was still surprised that someone as young as Strum was able to pull this off with an alpha lacking memories of the original timeline, but she decided to use this to Gustav's advantage. She proceeded to narrate to Grand Commander Shen the events that played out while skipping the mention of Gustav's use of cosmic superiority. She didn't give him any explanation as to how Gustav was immune to time manipulation, which made the Grand Commander even more confused, but Miss Amy would rather leave him in confusion than let the Earth be aware of Gustav's cosmic superiority until the kid was ready to reveal it himself. Strum lost. But how? The Earth's captain seems to have broken out of his time manipulation. But how is this even possible? The Draconet spectators area was in shambles as well. Bronze Midili clenched her fist so tightly a popping sound rang out. Even after everything he still lost, she voiced with a chilly tone. That kid, the Earth's captain. He is a cosmic superior being. Anyone would have lost. The other's prestigious-looking fellow beside Bronze Midili voiced out. Why did you stop me from interfering? No one would have noticed if I did. She turned to stare at the Draken beside her with a look of anguish. It was a battle between the two youngsters. Oldies like us are not meant to interfere. It would be a disgrace to our great planet if we were to interfere in such matters, the Draken voiced with a dismissive tone. Also, we are not the only ones who are aware of what went down, another male Draken voiced from the side while staring in the direction of Earth spectators area. Bronze Midili gnashed her teeth while peering forward with a look of hatred. How dare that Earthling do this to my son, Gustav Crimson, planet Earth. Wins 1200 points attained amidst the confused gazes of the millions of spectators. Gustav exited the stage and walked towards the Earth's participants area. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad Captain Crimson won, but what the fuck just happened? Beats me. I don't understand a thing. Even the Earth spectators area was full of confused people. Gustav's fellow team members were not left out of this confusion. Wow, what did you do, Gus? Edoti questioned the moment Gustav arrived before them. Long story, you all just can't remember because of Strum time-related abilities. Gustav heaved a sigh of fatigue as he took a seat. He had expended a lot of energy to win that battle and almost depleted his Yaki in the process. Yaki would have been long depleted if it wasn't mixed with the other ability Gustav unlocked after becoming a parallel being. Good job, big brother, Endrik voiced from the side. You saw it? Gustav questioned but instantly arrived at the answer before Endrik responded. Time candidate perks. Gustav voiced. Endrik mouth hung loosely for a bit before he answered. Yes, oh? Endrik knows what happened. Endrik, tell us, we're confused. Spit it out, man. The group quickly clustered around Endrik, who eventually decided to give them a brief analysis of what happened while leaving a lot of parts out. The versus battle challenge continued while the spectators still couldn't get Gustav and Strum's battle out of their heads and kept trying to find answers as to what happened. Big brother, I noticed something. Endrik approached Gustav. What is it? Gustav questioned. They witnessed it too, Endrik answered. By they, do you mean? Gustav glanced at Endrik with an expression of concern. Endrik nodded in response despite the fact that Gustav didn't complete his question. They're not supposed to be able to. This might be a problem. Gustavs caressed his chin with a contemplative expression as he muttered. Did you uncover anything about them last night? Gustav asked. Not yet, I'm still looking, Hendrik stuttered a little before responding. You figured something out, didn't you? Gustav's tone instantly turned suspicious. I really am still looking into it. I have pieced what I saw together yet, and no, you can't help me do that. I have to confirm if I'm looking in the right direction first so I don't mince information, Hendrik answered with a sincere tone. All right, do let me know when you figured it out, Gustav stated while turning to stare in the direction of Ingulus Prime participants. Ingulus Prime participants stood together in place with their pitch-black eyes on display as usual. Their expression remained unknown due to the wraps of bandage-like clothing covering the entirety of their figures. 100% confirmed, one of them voiced out. It was just as I suspected, Captain Iron voiced with a tone of anticipation. We have finally uncovered the outworldly. While they exchanged a few words over there, Hendrik stood in place with a disturbed expression on his face as his forehead glowed with green light. You told me everything was okay. How could this be? Hendrik yelled internally. No, I told you that going on that mission would increase the chances of averting great calamity in his future, which was correct, Husarius answered. Then what the hell did I see last night? Hendrik asked. A better future compared to how things would have gone if you didn't act at all, Husarius replied. You are crazy. You are crazy if you think I am going to let that happen. Chapter 1276. It's not up for voting's a better future compared to how things would have turned out if you didn't act at all, Husarius replied. You are crazy. You are crazy if you think I am going to let that happen. Hendrik's face scrunched up in annoyance as he engaged Husarius. There's really nothing you can do about it, Husarius reiterated. I won't sit by and let it happen, Hendrik stated. If you interfere any more than you already have, things will spiral out of control and everything will turn out much worse. In this case he only loses 2, but if you try anything he'll lose way more, Husarius answered with a dismayed tone. Are you telling me I caused the demise of over 3 million people for nothing? Hendrik gritted his teeth. It I sent for nothing, you achieved the best possible result, Husarius answered internally with a dismissive tone. Darn you. You didn't tell me this was how things were going to end up. The day was finally coming to an end as the last batch for the day seemed to be ongoing. The highlights of today's battle challenge happened to be Gustav and Captain Strum's fight, along with Arfina and Captain Illumo of Planet Zionsi. Planet Zionsi was above Planet Ruse on the rankings, yet Arfina won the battle against their captain by achieving a new level of enlightenment during the battle. While their battle wasn't on the level of destructiveness and power of Gustav and Strum, it had been very hyped due to how Arfina broke through and became very powerful. Participants began to compare her strength to that of the other captains after her win. Currently, Abestos was in one of the stages battling against a Planet Osius participant. Their battle was one of the fights that was most focused on, but at the moment Abestos didn't seem to be doing so good. The redirection of energy from Abestos' attack did nothing to help him against his opponent. He could barely successfully connect an attack, unless he took his opponent by surprise. On other cases, his attacks was acquired and imprinted upon by the Planet Osius participant, which he would in turn manipulate according to his desires. Eventually, Gorn Daritus wins. Planet Osius, 1,000 points attained. Gustav had him challenge this Planet Osius member to analyze some things, so they didn't really mind about winning or losing. So long as you hit them so fast that they are unable to notice the attack prior, they won't be able to imprint on its energy. Speed is the key, but for those who don't have the required speed, you'll have to use your wits and take them by surprise. Pull them into a trap or a state where they are unable to counter the attack, Gustav advised his teammates after Abestos returned dejected from the stage. Gustav knew they wouldn't be meeting Planet Osius in a versus battle anymore, but just in case of the future, if they met during another challenge and had to battle it out, his teammates would know what to do. Few minutes later, all the battles for today had come to an end and it was finally time for Handler 1 to address the public. Once more, the arena turned quiet as an air of tension permeated the vicinity. As mentioned yesterday, the disqualification period has arrived. As Handler 1 began speaking, the ISOP ranking appeared on the screens, also displaying the number of points planets had acquired so far. Planet Earth, 90,501 points. Planet Draconet, 82,900 points. Planet Osis, 75,400 points. Planet Indulus Prime, 74,000 points. Planet Oxlark, 71,700 points. Planet Tribites, 71,200 points. Planet Diov, 70,000 points. Planet Hixto, 69,500 points. Planet Osiris, 68,400 points. Planet Zillion, 62,000 points. Planet Klaxosape, 61,600 points. Planet Orion, 60,100 points. Planet Gundabalt, 58,000 points. The spectators took note of the planets at the last three places. Planet Fixic, 21,300 points. Planet Vecuus, 20,600 points. Planet Orton, 20,100 points. No planet had acquired below 20,000 points even though they were 531st, 532nd and 533rd respectively. This made everyone curious as to whether Thed reached the requirements or not. Last time the number of points needed was 15,000 and now everyone was way higher than that. However, it wouldn't make sense for any planet to not get disqualified. The top 200 planets have successfully made it through the battle challenge and will be participating in the next major challenge, Handler 1 announced. Yeah. Cheers! Loud cheers rang out upon this announcement due to a lot of planets celebrating being amongst the top 200. However, the dread seemed to be higher since over 300 planets were below the top 200. I thought there was going to be a number of required points. I thought so too. This sucks for a lot of planets. Planet Ruse is at number 232. I guess we won't be seeing more of Arfiana then. A lot of spectators didn't understand why this method of disqualification was used instead of the usual. Tomorrow is the last day of the battle challenge, but the top 200 planets will not be participating because they have qualified to move on to the next challenge, Handler 1 continued speaking. This statement caused a lot of them to beam up in confusion. If the top 200 planets won't be participating, then which planets will be? This was the question in the minds of many of them. Handler 1 went on to explain that the planets that were 201 on the rankings down to 300 would be the ones participating in tomorrow's battle challenge. Planets below 300 were automatically disqualified. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. Participants from planets below 300 in the ranking started getting teleported away from the battle arena. Those who had acquired over 10,000 points higher than the last number of points required to progress had their hopes dashed. No one had expected that the disqualification would go this way. Nevertheless, a lot of planets were glad that they ranked in the top 200s. As for the planets who would still have battles tomorrow, Handler 1 mentioned that only 50 more planets would be given the chance to progress afterwards. This would mean that another half of the planets had been disqualified at the end of the battle challenge. 50 versus 50 should be quite the interesting sight, Eldris voiced from the side. Doesn't this mean we have a day off tomorrow? EE voiced with a playful expression. That's true. We could just come as spectators or we could go on exploration on the other discs. We've not managed to enjoy our stay here, Teamy added from the side. I'm going to let Falco join us for the next major challenge, Gustav announced. He can join us for the exploration too to ease his mind off things. Let's just have fun for a bit. EE wrapped his arm around Gustav's neck as he agreed with Teamy's suggestion. What about Yuhiko? Yonder questioned. What about her? Gustav voiced dismissively. What do you mean what about her? You can't just shove her off the main team, Yonder stated. She is just a substitute and has served her purpose as that, Gustav responded. I vote that she remains on the main team. I don't want some unstable dude having my back, Yonder voiced with a strong tone. Almost everyone stared at him with an expression of frustration as they heard this. It's not up for voting, Gustav voiced while turning around. At this point, Handler 1 had finished briefing the entire audience about the next set of events and the spectators began trooping out. You can't put our fate in the hands of someone unstable. Yuhiko is strong enough to be on the main team, Yonder continued going off. Yonder don't. Even Yuhiko tried to stop him but he cut her off. You deserve this spot more than that Falco guy, he said with a smile. Stop wasting your time. She won't give you a shot regardless of your charade, Gustav stated casually as he continued stepping forward. What? How? You? Yonda's face displayed an expression of humiliation and anger as he subconsciously lunged forward. Huh? What am I? He realized his error too late as his fist was already headed for the back of Gustav's head. Gustav fluidly moved his neck sideways, causing Yonda's fist to whiz past his face as he turned while stretching his hand out. All Yonda saw was a giant palm cover his entire face, and next thing he knew, his entire body descended with speed. Bang! The back of his head slammed into the ground along with his entire body as Gustav held him in place effortlessly. Chatter, aren't they supposed to be teammates? Why are they fighting? Looks like the Earth is not as united as we thought. Participants from other planets in the vicinity chattered amongst themselves as they witnessed this scene. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1277. A handler was killed. I couldn't even touch him. Although Yonda felt regretful about his actions, he couldn't deny the sting of humiliation he felt now, which was higher than any physical pain this clash caused him. Who is the unstable one now? Gustav voiced as he let go of Yonda's face. He hadn't used much force, so he knew he didn't injure Yonda. TSK short people are always short-tempered. Ee shook his head in pity. You shouldn't do that, Yonda, Fildhor voiced from the side. You're gonna make us look bad now, Angie added. They all berated Yonda and Gustav began walking away again. I'd rather have that so-called unstable guy watch my back than you. Gustav's voice trailed off as he left. Yuhiko, Fildhor, and Sharama were the only ones who stayed behind to help Yonda up. Don't worry about it, Yonda-kun. I'm glad I was able to help, Yuhiko said with a bright smile plastered across her face after helping him up. That bastard. I don't like him, Yonda said with a tone of anguish. While Gustav was leaving the arena with the others, Miss Amy had approached him for a talk and they moved to a secluded area to discuss. Something happened with the handlers, Miss Amy voiced. I did notice something was off at the start of the battle challenge, Gustav responded with an intrigued expression. So what happened? Gustav asked. One of them was murdered on the 7th disc. Handler 302, Miss Amy revealed. That's quite serious, Gustav's facial expression turned surprised as he heard this. It wasn't that crime never occurred on planet Osius, but it happened to be very rare. Compared to Earth where mixed-bloods criminals were a handful, planet Osius happened to be quite tame. Murder was something Gustav was aware hadn't happened here in a long time, so it was quite the grave occurrence. Did they catch the culprit? Gustav inquired. No. Whoever did it already fled long before the corpse was found, Miss Amy responded. They are conducting investigations now, and since this person killed an handler, they cannot be weak. We don't know if participants are going to be targeted next, so we need you all to be careful, Grand Commander Shen voiced from the side. I think we can handle ourselves, Gustav responded with a dismissive tone. A token has been prepared just in case of emergencies. It will send out a signal if something happens. Please pass this to the rest of your teammates, Grand Commander Shen stated while a couple of black square-shaped cubes the size of buttons appeared in mid-air. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. They were around 46 in number, making up for the substitutes as well. Gustav received them and placed them in his storage device. His teammates might want to go out alone, so it would be nice to have a token on them just in case. Miss Amy, do you know who did it? Gustav questioned with a slightly suspicious tone. I understand why you'd think that, but you should be well aware now that I wouldn't bother myself with the affairs of this planet. Crime is normal everywhere, so despite my senses being able to cover the entirety of the 9 discs, I pay no attention to a lot of ongoing issues since I have no intention of butting in, Miss Amy answered. This meant that even if her senses had picked on the death, she didn't register it because if Miss Amy had to concern herself with every issue on this planet, she'd have to be everywhere and she wasn't here to clean up the mess of an entire planet. Only information I gave them was that I sensed dark signatures in the location of the crime, Miss Amy added. Dark signatures? So the homicide was committed by more than one person? Gustav questioned. Could be, but it's none of our business unless they come for one of our own. Let the Osis handle it themselves. Miss Amy waved her hand dismissively. We have to equip ourselves with enough information or we won't be able to prevent it from happening to one of our own if they do come for us, Gustav responded with a logical tone. I guess you're right. Miss Amy wasn't really thinking about it from this point of view since Gustav and his friends were the only people she really cared about. They proceeded to discuss more about the issue for 30 minutes more before Gustav left to head back to the accommodation area. The moment he arrived, he gathered everyone together to tell them about the information he got from Miss Amy. A handler was killed. How is that even possible? Timmy questioned with a shocked expression. Weren't they said to be the strongest Osis? Ria voiced as well. That is why it is assumed that whoever the culprit is, cannot be someone weak. That is if it wasn't done by a party, Gustav responded while tapping on his storage device. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. The token's Grand Commander Shen passed to him earlier appeared with a flash of blue light and Gustav proceeded to grab them. Grand Commander Shen tasked me with passing these on to the group, Gustav voiced while handing them out. At this moment, Falco walked in from his room with bags under his eyes. Yo Falco, you good? He was the first to ask. What's going on? Falco questioned as he rubbed his eyes. A handler was killed, Eldris revealed. Falco paused briefly upon hearing that as his face showed a disturbed expression. How did that happen? He questioned. We don't really know, but we were given these emergency tokens that would alert the higher-ups present if any of us were in danger, Gustav answered while passing a token to Falco as well. Falco reached out with his arm trembling a little and accepted the token from Gustav. Are you good? Gustav asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Falco tried to wear a smile as he replied. I was thinking of letting you participate in the next major challenge, but if you're not up for it I can. Before Gustav completed his sentence, Falco chimed in. No, he shook his head. You're not up for it? Gustav questioned. I don't feel so great. I'll rest it out for a bit. You can use a substitute, he responded while turning around to leave. Thank you for dealing with Strum for me. Everyone had worrisome looks as they stared at each other while Falco walked away. By the way, did they discover who did it? Falco inquired. No, the culprit hasn't been identified or caught, Gustav shook his head. Bummer. You guys be safe out there, Falco voiced as he walked into his room and the door behind him closed. You see. You should have left Yuhiko in. I said it, that dude isn't stable. Yonder began yelling the moment Falco was gone. Everyone ignored him but internally they felt he had a point. Gustav had made a conscious effort to try and place Falco back in but now Falco didn't want in. He's unstable. I said it. Yuhiko is the best replacement. Yonder kept yelling. Cut him some slack. If you had gone through what he did at the hands of Strum, you probably wouldn't be alive right now. Matilda had enough of his yapping and voiced out. Yonder ignored her and kept yelling while Gustav proceeded to head to his room as well. Angie was about following him but figured that he probably needed some time alone to think. I'll check on Falco in the meantime, she decided and walked towards Falco's room. Dark signatures, do you think it's them? The system questioned internally. Everything points to them but at the same time, motive is very important. What would prompt them to make such a sloppy move when thief hidden in plain sight so far? Gustav voiced with a tone of confoundment. Well, it might not be so sloppy since they haven't been identified as the culprits, still, it causes the entire populace on planet Osius to be on alert and now there's investigation from different sides which is bound to yield some kind of results sooner or later. Gustav held his chin as he voiced out. So you think someone else might be responsible? The system was starting to understand what Gustav was driving at. Who else do we know that uses dark energy? Gustav hinted. You really can't be serious. The system sounded surprised as it realized who Gustav was referring to. He was acting weird. Did they discover who did it? He tried to hide the anxiety in his tone when he asked that, Gustav pointed out. Amy mentioned multiple dark signatures so it had to be more than one person, the system recalled. Falco is more than one person, Gustav stated. How do we know that Darko has returned? Also, he shouldn't be powerful enough to defeat, much more, kill a handler. Like you also said, motive, what would be his? Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1278. How do we know that Darko has returned? Also, he shouldn't be powerful enough to defeat, much more, kill a handler. Like you also said, motive, what would be his? The system raised valid points one after the other which Gustav had to admit were making sense. You're right, it could either be Indulus Prime or Falco. Either way, I'm not ruling out any of them as suspects. I have a feeling Falco knows something even if he might not be directly involved, Gustav voiced with a contemplative tone. He wanted to approach Falco but he didn't know the best possible way to do that at the moment. He needed more information. Gustav found this case to be very sensitive compared to anyone else because it might involve Indulus Prime who he had been investigating or Falco who happened to be someone he cared about. Either ways, this wasn't something he could just let the Osis take care of themselves. If it involved Falco, he definitely needed to find out before anyone else did so he could come up with the best way of rendering support. Gustav realized that, despite their technological advanced civilization, the Osis were unable to get footage of the incident and didn't discover it till hours after it happened. This was obviously due to the power of whatever supernatural creature was responsible, which meant they were definitely powerful. System, how long has it been since Handler 302 met her demise? Gustav questioned. A little over a day now, the system replied. Then we still have time, Gustav stated. You want me to extract its last memory before death like I did for Danzo? The system immediately realized what Gustav was up to. Precisely. This is the best way to figure out the culprit. So long as the brain of the corpse is still intact, there should be no problem with this, right? Gustav questioned with a tone of confirmation. Yes, but how are you going to get to the corpse? Not to mention, you also need to make contact with the head without interruption for 15 minutes to make sure I successfully extract the last memories, the system pointed out. I'll have to infiltrate wherever the corpse is kept then. It's time to make a little research, Gustav said while getting up. Tilde as he arrived before his room door, it slid open and Gustav spotted Angie up ahead approaching. Angie, Gustav mumbled. What are we going to do about Falco's situation? The moment she arrived before him, she asked. Give him some time. If he is still unwilling to participate in the next major challenge, I'll have to pick a substitute again, Gustav answered. I think he should come exploring with us tomorrow to help him get his mind off things, Angie suggested. Is he going to be up for that? Gustav asked. Since it's for fun and not battle, of course he will, Angie responded with an affirmative tone. All right then, we'll talk about it tomorrow, Gustav said while stepping forward to head out. Tomorrow? Where are you going? Angie's eyebrows furrowed as she turned around. I gotta head out. I might not get back till tomorrow morning, Gustav answered as he closed in on the entrance. Sorry, I'll tell you about it later, Gustav waved without turning around before disappearing out the door. Endrik was at the side watching all this time. He stood up and began heading to his room when Angie stopped him. Do you know what is going on with him? Yes and no. I only have a little knowledge on some areas but I don't know a lot, Endrik answered. Angie's mouth parted to respond but before she could, Endrik interrupted her. No, I can't tell you about it unless he decides to reveal it himself, Endrik said with an apologetic expression before turning around to head into his room. Angie's mouth remained hung open for some time before she finally pursed her lips with an expression of dissatisfaction. So secretive, humph, no wonder they're brothers. The night went by very quickly and the next day arrived. Gustav was currently making his way back to the accommodation area with a plan hatching in his mind. I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. Gustav could see everyone lazing around as he walked in. Some were just waking while some didn't sleep for the entire night. Some were channeling their bloodline and some excitedly chatted with others. They greeted Guatav and some exchanged a little dialogue with him as he made his way in to freshen up. Today was a free day for every top 200 planet participant on the ranking. The disqualification round for the planets in the top 300 had begun, but they could decide whether they wanted to spectate them or spend their day differently. The Earth participants, on the other hand, had decided they would use this day to have a little fun. It was obvious that they would still have 1 or 2 free days after this, since the next major challenge would still take some time before decided upon. Gustav had changed out of his white and blue battlesuit. As he walked out of his room, he was clad in a red trench jacket and black pants which had the MBO insignia on it. So, who has suggestions for interesting exploration locations? Eldris asked as everyone gathered in the main room. I heard Carnan Falls is a good place for exploration for tourists. I heard about that one too. I'll definitely like to try the beast riding. What about the Zero Golden Waterfalls? I heard it's the longest in existence. The Kabuto Caves seem like a good exploration option. About 7 of them gave different or the same exploration options which Eldris took note of. Do you have anyone in mind? Eldris asked Gustav from the side. Not really, but the Zero Haven Endrick mentioned sounds pretty good to me, Gustav answered. Let's vote for the locations we want. The location that gets the highest vote is where we'll head to, Timi suggested. After the suggestion, the others who didn't mention an exploration area went on to pick from the locations that had been listed. At the end, Zero Haven got the highest picks. Endrick had suggested Zero Haven because some of the fun activities they could engage in for the others were present here, as well with other interesting perks. Gustav caused a kind of domino effect, since Angie, Timi, Eldris, and some others decided to go along with his decision. So we're headed to the 7th disc then, Eldris announced. Everyone had looks of excitement as they watched a holographic display of Zero Haven, which was equivalent to a resort on Earth. It was located on a part of the 7th disc which was secluded from residential areas. It was erected close to the edge of the disc, so the gravitational laws there was weird. There was a waterfall that extended from it to the 8th disc below. This waterfall followed a ring-like path and was mostly used for racing. Besides that, there were lots of sights to be seen there and fun activities like beast racing, glide dancing, exotic supernatural beasts zoo and so many other things. While everyone else was ready to go and have fun due to the many activities one could engage in, Gustav had ulterior motives for picking this location. This place happened to be located on the 7th disc. He had business on the 7th disc. Last night when Gustav was out, he spent the entire night on the 7th disc. He had revisited the location where the homicide occurred and from there visited where the corpse was taken. It turned out that the corpse was still on the 7th disc. Gustav had spent the night discovering the location, understanding its intricacies, shifts, and taking note of to properly infiltrate the synoxes which had the same function as a mortuary on Earth. He now had all the information he needed and would be infiltrating the synoxes to extract Handler 302 last memories. The exploration was just a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone for him. Falco, are you ready to go? Inquired. Yeah, after Angie's persuasion, Falco agreed to come with them. Within an accommodation area, a large 10 feet tall being with multiple limbs and blue star-shaped patterns all over his body, opened his eyes. How long was I out? He questioned. It's been a day, former captain, one of the people gathered around him voiced. Former captain? What do you mean, Yuta? Strum questioned with a condescending look as he tried to sit up from his lying position. The Midleys have decided that you are no longer fit to captain us. Captain Austral has taken over, Yuta responded while turning to stare at the 9-foot-tall female by the side with pinkish star-shaped marks all over her body. Chapter 1279. The Midleys have decided that you are no longer fit to captain us. Captain Austral has taken over, Yuta responded while turning to stare at the 9-foot-tall female by the side with pinkish star-shaped marks all over her body. Ha 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 ha, surely you jest. You must be trying to cheer me up, Yuta, but this is quite the expensive joke. Strum tried his best to seat up, but his entire body ached so badly, he whined in pain and stopped trying. Everyone stared at him with serious expressions which caused his face to slowly turn from U to shaped. The Mysles must have lost their mind. he yelled out after realizing Yuta was serious. I am the only one who is fit to be captain. Austral isn't as powerful. He gritted his teeth as he forcefully pushed himself up. Mother would never allow this. Enough, Austral cut him short. You have lost your light, she added. What do you mean? It's still. Strum's face suddenly froze as he sensed something missing within. You're now the weakest amongst us all. When you get your light back, you can come for the title of captain, but till then, I am captain, Austral voiced with a confident tone. This cannot be. Strum had a look of disbelief as he muttered, No, how? I will succeed where you have failed and find a way to deal with the oppositions that block our path to victory like Captain Crimson. Captain Austral turned around at this point and everyone else followed after her, leaving Strum in his state of despair. We're here, Angie voiced with a tone of excitement. Wow, it's massive, it's beautiful too, the group exclaimed with looks of interest as they spotted the massive pyramid-shaped structures in the distance. These pyramid-shaped structures were stacked upon one another and each of them was as large as a skyscraper. Fog could be spotted the further downwards it extended, so it was difficult to tell just how long it was. There was no other structure in sight beside this, and a golden waterfall that circulated around the entirety of the structure extended as far down as the eyes could see. People would occasionally be spotted sliding down the waterfall rings, and they wouldn't fall out despite no solid structure erected around the waterfall. The group was currently standing on silver saucers, which were usually the mode of transportation around here. These saucers flew them in the direction of the stacked pyramid-like structures without them having to worry about how to get there since there was no land around here. This of course was the Zero Haven on the 7th disc, and the entire group had come here with the purpose of having fun today. They approached the entry point of the Zero Haven and were accosted by a bunch of Osis who worked there. Welcome, esteemed customers, one of them voiced while handing them a coin-sized item. This token consists of our services on Zero Haven, but it can also serve as an access token, one of them who was dressed in a white robes began to explain. She went on to mention that the access tokens can be recharged with something called a Zato, and every access token had 0 Zetos upon entry. To access each of the services available on Zero Haven, they would need to have specific amount of Zetos in their access token. Oh guys, I think we should try this one first. Ria's voice was laced with excitement as he tapped the coin-sized token which displayed in holographic footage different activities they could engage in. That's the beast riding thing I was talking about, one of them voiced. Esteemed customers, if you would like to engage in that activity first you would need to head to the 2nd level. It costs 10 Zetos per person, one of them explained with a smile. After the group learned how to recharge Zetos and other information about the Zero Haven they moved in. They made Gustav pay for the recharge and he didn't actually mind. Gustav sometimes forgot that he was rich. As they moved around the interior of the place, it was crowded with loads of people ranging from Osis to other extraterrestrial species. It would seem Zero Haven was quite the tourist attraction. Those are Earth participants. Oh my goodness, is that Endrick? I spot Eldris, he's so beautiful. That is the famed Captain Crimson. I should take a picture. I think you should take a look at this novel. The fastest ISOP participant Angie is also there. The group garnered attention to themselves as they made their way to the 2nd level. The Zero Haven had 5 levels, which was equivalent to 5 stack of pyramid-shaped structures. The 2nd level was where they were told they could beast ride, and they were currently on the 1st. They had spotted other activities they could engage in like the saucer race, domino incision, exotic beast sightings and so many others. They soon arrived on the 2nd level and immediately moved towards the west, which happened to be a slightly closed-off area with another entry point. The moment they went through the passageway at the entry point, they arrived at an open space that looked like they were outside. There was a sky, mountains, greenery, ice, rocks, and everything that could be witnessed in nature all around. Kruru. Different species of beasts could be spotted diving across the blue sky. Some of them stirred winds as they made a show of gliding across the air elegantly. How does Osius always manage to gather creatures from across galaxies? Questioned with an astonished expression. That's because we have the known as the Ravishers, a loud voice answered from up ahead. Everyone stared in the direction of the voice and spotted a figure in front of a group headed towards them. Captain Vilax, Timmy stated as everyone recognized the person in front. He was clad in flowing golden robes and antennas flickered body in excitement as he approached them. His eyes, which were positioned on both antennas, darted around just like the others behind him. What a pleasant surprise to meet ISOP number 1 group here, Captain Vilax voiced as he arrived before them. It turned out that the entire Osius participants were here as well. Greetings, Captain Crimson, I don't think we've formally been introduced. Captain Vilax arrived before Gustav and extended his insect-like hands. I don't think we have. Gustav reached out and shook Captain Vilax's hand while the rest of the teammates from both sides respectfully exchanged greetings as well. You mentioned something about some Ravishers, EE voiced from the side. Oh yes, the Ravishers are a group from our esteemed planet specifically tasked with saving rare species across the galaxies and dying planets and bringing them here to a place where they can survive, live freely without issues, Captain Vilax explained. The Earth participants had expressions of astonishment as they heard that. Why doesn't Earth have one of those? Angie wondered out loud. Space. Planet Osius is many times larger than Earth, Gustav answered the question. You are indeed right. Although our planet wasn't always this large. The Ancient Ones constructed more disks to accommodate a larger number, Captain Vilax voiced. Anyways, enough about that. Are you lots here to ride beasts? Captain Vilax questioned. Yeah, we thought we'd have a little fun to relax, Eldris responded. That is great. Let us help you attract the beasts you wish to ride, Captain Vilax voiced while the others behind nodded. We also come here because beast riding helps ease the mind. There's something special about it, Vice Captain Ale chimed in from the side. That one looks beautiful, I wanna ride it, Angie voiced while pointing at one of the beasts in the sky. This one happened to have light blue pair of wings that spanned across 70 feet upon full spread. Its head was oblong-shaped with pretty blue and white markings all over, and it emitted a glow on its belly area while it flew around. That's the Parkley Glacial Furry. I could get it down, but you can only ride it if it accepts you. It rejects 99% of people who visit here, so everyone just avoids it even though it's a pretty creature, Vice Captain Ale voiced while making hand signs with her insect fingers. She brought her fingers down to her face and blew a small breeze in between the holes. A whistling sound rang out and the glacial furry dove down in the next instant. Bam! It landed before them and Vice Captain Ale gestured at Angie to move closer to it. Angie did as intended, but the creature seemed to be moving backwards. Oh, it's gonna reject her, someone voiced from the side. Chapter 1280. Oh, it's gonna reject her, someone voiced from the side. However, the moment Angie touched the head of the bird, it paused and stared into her eyes. A smile appeared on Angie's face as she rubbed the fur and ruffled the glowing feathers of the creature affectionately. Wow, it actually accepted her. This sight took the Osius by surprise as Angie went on to mount the creature. In the next moment, it spread its wings and flapped intensely. They shot into the sky very quickly and began gliding across the air. The Osius went on to help the others pick the beasts they wanted to ride on, and soon a lot of them were gliding across the air with their desired beasts. Mama, look at me, I'm flying. E.'s loud voice reverberated across the vicinity as he sat on the back of a green bird that looked like a mixture between eagle and bunny. Soon everyone except Falco was left. For reasons unknown, the beasts were scared of him and could never let him get even 10 feet close to them. How about you just ride with me, Falco? One of the Osius suggested while mounting a creature. Are you sure it's not going to be a problem? Falco inquired. Falco hesitated but decided to give in. The creature made low frightened noises as Falco closed in, but the Osius continued to rub it affectionately. Soon Falco was on its back as well and it proceeded to lift into the air. Everyone could be seen after some time gliding across the sky with happy expressions. Even Falco slowly started to cheer up and displayed a look of excitement as the winds blew across his face while they dominated the sky. The decision to explore seemed to be a wise one as everyone piped down and enjoyed the activity. While on the beast that Gustav had chosen he began hatching his plans, he'll head there in a few, You'd have to be quick since they might notice you're gone after they're done with beast riding, the system stated. Yeah. It's good this place is large enough for me to give excuses if anything comes up. At this point Gustav was about to steer his beast in the opposite direction. There were lots of people here, so his plan was to mix in and then descend somewhere farther without the others noticing. Captain Crimson. How about a friendly race? A loud voice rang out from behind just as Gustav was about to put his plans into motion. Bad timing. Gustav turned to the side to stare at the person who had just suggested this. It happened to be Captain Vilax, who was standing on a grey pigeon-faced bird with a massive 30-feet body and 100-feet wingspan. It had spikes all over its back and belly area, but Captain Vilax unbotheredly stood there as it flew side by side with Gustav's beast. Gustav was about to turn the captain down when EE approached from the east with a jolly expression. Did I hear a race? Iminhe, me too, Yosh. Let's have it. Out of nowhere, Timi and Fildhor arrived with their beasts as well. Gustav nearly sighed out loud as more and more of them arrived. Why now of all times? Now he couldn't get out of this unless he ditched them during the race. No use of abilities. First person to reach the 4th level and back wins, Captain Vilax stated. Oh, we're allowed to leave, go out of the building and back with the beasts? Gustav inquired. Of course, especially since you're with us, Vice Captain Ale responded from the left. Be careful not to cause any accidents, Captain Vilax cautioned with a nod while everyone prepared. Guinea, let's leave these guys in the dust, moi moi moi. ES voice could be heard from the side as he hugged the body of the creature he was currently seated on and rubbed it affectionately. You already named it. They shook their heads and began laughing upon hearing ES' exclamation. That's it. I'll ditch them during the race, Gustav decided as he placed his hands on the dark fur of the beast he was currently riding. Mental manipulation has been activated. Listen. I have a reward for you if you move faster than every one of them. I want the gap to be so wide, they won't be able to sight you in the distance. Gustav transmitted the meaning behind his words as he spoke internally. The creature of course was unable to understand English, but mental manipulation did a good job of making it understand, and soon the creature was hyped. Activating bloodline transfer, this will make things easier. Gustav placed his palm on the back of the creature's neck. I think you should take a look at D's novel. CM, bloodline compatibility, 67%, transferring blue jet bloodline. Gustav didn't mind parting with a single bloodline since he still had over 30. In less than a minute he had transferred this bloodline to the creature, who instantly began to feel its body swell with energy. Gustav had always wondered if he could transfer bloodlines to extraterrestrial beings, and now he had his answer. Go. Captain Vilax's voice rang out at this moment. The dark furried beast Gustav was riding on suddenly had blue glowing lines appeared on its vertebrae column area. The moment it flapped its wings, Gustav and itself streaked forward with immense speed, shocking the others. Woo! What the hell? EE yelled from behind as Gustav and his creature pulled forward at incredible speed. Is the Solarkin supposed to be that fast? The Osis were just as shocked as they patted their creatures to give chase. Sweewee tilde, sweewee tilde, sweewee tilde, sweewee tilde. They all sped past multiple other people on beasts, causing furious winds to stir. Dash, hey, watch it. Timi nearly hit another person on a beast as his dove passed, missing by only a few inches. Sorry. He yelled loudly, but his voice was barely audible since they were flying at very fast speed. Gustav turned around and activated God Eyes. His vision zoomed into the distance and he spotted the others trying to catch up. He turned back around in the next instant as they approached an opening at the end of the 2nd level. Fweewee tilde, his beast flew through the opening and they arrived on the west side of the 2nd pyramid-like structure. Each pyramid-like structure was up to 7,000 feet in length, and there happened to be 3 more to scale through after the 2nd. The wind blew Gustav's hair upwards as his beast swooped down with immense speed, leaving a bluish arc across the air. Good, he muttered as the distance between him and the others increased. The fog got denser as they further descended. This was due to the fact that they were starting to close in on the midpoint of the 7th disk, which was like a bridge between the 7th and 8th. By the time his beast reached the 4th level of Zero Haven, Gustav leapt off. Here you go. He flung something in the direction of the beast the moment he jumped off. The beast caught it in between its giant mouth and made happy gurgling noises as it continued diving down based on Gustav's instruction. 3 dark wings sprouted out of Gustav's back in the next instant as he swerved to the right and sped forward. His figure parted the fog due to the incredible speed at which he was moving, but fortunately he was making a turn around the 4th level. This was to make sure he didn't come into contact with any of them while ascending. In a couple of seconds, he had arrived back at the 1st level of Zero Haven. He floated hundreds of feet away from the pyramid-like structure while taking a button-shaped item from his storage device. He placed the item on his forehead and tapped its surface. In the next moment he turned invisible. While in his state of invisibility, shape-shifting has been activated. Time to go. He turned in a particular direction and flew off in the next instant. Within a dark vicinity completely void of light, a group of 20 wrapped with black bandage-like outfits from head to toe formed a circle. A pair of eyes formed from mist was situated in their midst. Despite the fact that no mouth was visible, sound still seemed to be traveling across the vicinity from the pair of eyes. You have made confirmation? Yes, Prime G. He made use of cosmic superiority energy in his last battle, Captain Iand reported. Just that. He didn't use the other one? No, but there is no doubt that it is him. The unique signature was identified, Captain Iand confirmed. Then, the next phase of the plan can commence. Failure is not an option. Yes, Prime G, but what do we do about the offspring? The Lord is taking care of it himself. Do not engage the offspring. Chapter 1281 The Lord is taking care of it himself. Do not engage the offspring, understood. Then we shall proceed with the plan. Gustav soon arrived before an upside-down hut-shaped golden structure which was around 2,000 feet tall. It had the words Gustav knew only medical practitioners were dressed this way on planet Osis, as it was a crime to even consider using red if you weren't a practitioner. However, Gustav was currently dressed this way as he approached the building from up ahead. Mezakuri, 2 Osis greeted him with respectful gazes as he walked into the structure. Mezakuri, Gustav replied with a nod as he walked past them. This place, which was like a reception area, was so tiny that it could only fit 3 people walking side by side. Only the higher floors were wider since the building was like a massive funnel. Fortunately, only 2 other people seemed to be on this floor, so Gustav had no issue moving to where he needed to. The glass-like elevator area displayed the reflection of an Osis as Gustav approached. The face that stared back at him was a circular brown one almost twice the size of a human face. Only a line-shaped mouth was visible on the entire brownish circular face, along with 2 antennas positioned atop the head. At the tip of both antennas were eyeballs the size of a baby fist. Gustav proceeded to walk into and got beamed up a moment later. He arrived on one of the top floors, which had a couple more Osis medical practitioners moving to and fro across the place. He proceeded down a passageway and arrived in a broad space a few moments later. This broad space had very dim lighting but was structured in such a way that steps were formed in a circular format while the center had very little space. These steps extended across a radius of more than 400 feet and got higher with every layer, so much that the last step had reached a height of 100 feet and was also structured in a circular format across the space. Rectangular-shaped transparent encasements were lined on the circular steps, causing each step to have a couple of them hovering above them. Within these transparent rectangular encasements were the corpses of Osis in a preserved state. A lot of these corpses looked like they were in a state of sleep rather than snuffed of life. The small glow emitted from the internal walls of the rectangular encasement bathed the corpses in rays that made their skins as fresh as a live Osis would look. From Gustav's perception, he could tell that there were more than 1,000 of these rectangular encasements here. Not like he wasn't aware, since he already gathered information last night. He turned to stare at the southwest area of this space and began stepping forward. He moved between the spaces of the rectangular encasements as he headed in the direction of the 74th step. Gustav knew exactly where to check for the corpse of the handler that was recently murdered. Usually on Earth, a corpse associated with crime would still be in the coroner's office undergoing examination, but things seem to be different on planet Osius. The necessary procedures were carried out very swiftly and the corpses were checked into a mortuary of sorts. Then the families of the deceased could choose whatever they wanted to do with the corpse next. Gustav soon arrived on the step he was headed for and moved sideways till he reached the 14th rectangular encasement on this step. The body still seems to be in a state of repair. A shrill voice escaped Gustav's lip as he peered downwards. The body within this encasement had a giant hole that extended from its belly to its chest area. Dark scorch marks could be spotted on different areas of the skin as well. However, it was obvious that the body was undergoing some sort of repair as it bathed in the rays emitted from the internal walls of the encasement. Guatav now understood that this wasn't just a preservative casket, it was also one that reversed all the damage done to the corpse. This was why the corpses looked like they were in a state of sleep as opposed to being dead. However, it didn't change the fact that they couldn't be brought to life. Eventually the corpse before him would also be void of damage, but in the meantime Gustav revered at how much this handler must have lost their life in a gruesome way. Time to find out how you really died. Gustav slowly lowered his right palm as he mumbled. Sirsirang kunta ipe sedunda voli. Two associates seemed to walk into this space at this same moment. Gustav was currently clad in a different outfit, so he had left his translator tool in his storage device with the clothes he initially had on. This was the reason Osis didn't sound like they were speaking English anymore, because they never were. Fortunately Gustav had the system. Despite listening to them speak in their native tone, Gustav perfectly understood every word coming out of their mouth. The system also had his back, so the moment he spoke to respond to them, it would be translated in their native tone. I'm here to do one last check. It shouldn't take too long. -0, I thought the results have been finalized. After this they will be. It shouldn't take too long. The dialogue between Gustav and the other two Osis ended in a bit and they went on to focus on what they came here for while Guatav finally placed his hand on the head of the Osis before him. I think you should take a look at this novel. CM. Processing brainwaves reanimation. A notification popped up in his line of sight the moment his hand made contact with the face of the handler's corpse. Reanimating brain last vestiges. A transparent red glow appeared on Gustav's fingertips which were latched to the face of the handler's corpse. 100%, 27 100%, 45 100%. Gustav waited for the bar that appeared above the percentage readings to fill up. 69 100%, 92 100%, 100 100%. After 4 minutes, reanimation complete, preparing to withdraw data, bypassing brain cells immunocode, 100 100%, processing data withdrawal. The red glow on Gustav's fingertips became brighter and strands of the glow pierced into the handler's face, causing her skull to light up from within. 100%, just like it happened in the situation with Boss Danzo, the data withdrawal process was considerably slower. Fortunately, Gustav didn't seem to have aroused any suspicions like the time with Boss Danzo where his life was technically on the line. He heaved a sigh of relief as he waited. This was a testament to how far Gustav had come since that time. It had been over a year already. Within an apartment, an Osis in undies laid within a box-shaped space. He seemed to have a very relaxed expression on his face as he drifted off into Wonderland unaware of the presence sharing this room with him. This box was equivalent to a bed on Earth and a figure just happened to be standing right before it. This figure who hovered above the sleeping Osis reached out to grab his head. Mental manipulation has been activated, transferring memories. The activities this figure had engaged in within the last 1 hour was getting transferred into the mind of the Osis like they were using a Bluetooth connection. A couple of memories got omitted according to the will of the figure hovering above the Osis, and after a few more seconds, memory transfer complete, the figure who was obviously Gustav withdrew after this notification popped up in line of sight. He proceeded to place an invisibility button on his forehead in the next instant and vanished. A small whooshing sound rang out without disturbing the vicinity. Gustav was gone like he was never here in the first place. The person whose memories he had just tampered with was the Osis whose identity he made use of to infiltrate the Synoxes. This Osis worked there and was supposed to come in today to do a few inspections, but Gustav had done something to him the night before. The Osis was currently in a state of deep sleep because of Gustav, and now that he had achieved his objective, He needed to close off any loose ends. When this Osis awoke, they'd have the memories of Gustav heading to the synagogues and doing inspection as expected with a couple of cutouts. "Gustav, where were you? We've been looking everywhere. Dude, you missed out." The group began clamoring the moment Gustav arrived back at the Zero Haven. Chapter 1282. A gentle reminder not to purchase privilege until I announce that it is ready for purchase. The group began clamoring the moment Gustav arrived back at the Zero Haven. "I finished the race and couldn't keep waiting for you guys, so I went ahead to purchase some food. Kinda got sidetracked, but here you go guys," Gustav responded while tapping on his storage button. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. Snacks in transparent plastic bags began to appear in everyone's hands, including Planet Osius participants. "Wow, cool man, then, what the hell is this?" EE yelled the last bit with an expression of horror as he noticed the contents of the snack bag in his hand. Every Earth participant except Glade had their faces drained of excitement as they stared at the snack bags with disgusted expressions. They were filled with brown eyeballs and purplish noddle-like tissues. The brown eyeballs had some unknown and thick greenish liquid splattered all over them. It was like sauce, but this sauce was unlike anything that existed on Earth. The internal state of the snack bags looked extremely groggy, and one might retch at the sight of it if they were an Earthling. For the Osis, on the other hand, this was a heavenly snack. "Thanks Gustav. These are my favorite. You got the one with the gravy flavor. Awesome." They appreciated Gustav's thoughtfulness and dug into the snack bag. He had an expression of betrayal and indignation as he pinched his nose while holding the bag up like it was a pile of shit. "Brew, come on." His eyes watered. "Bottoms up," Gustav responded with a crafty smile. The group were trying to contain their disgust but at the same time didn't want to look rude to the Osis, so they tried to make subtle gestures at Gustav to get them out of the situation. "But where is yours?" Timmy questioned. "I already ate," Gustav replied. "What a coincidence, I already ate too," EE cackled nervously while trying to return the snack. "But you were with us all through, EE. You couldn't have possibly eaten," Vice Captain Ale said with a concerned tone. Now don't be shy, EE. You can eat our food and enjoy it without shame," another Osis participant voiced from the side. EE was once again interrupted, but this time it was Gustav. "At the very least this looks similar to your cooking, so enjoy it." Gustav patted EE on the back twice. "Kook." EE nearly puked out blood upon hearing this. "Oh, does that mean EE is a great cook? His dishes must be truly wonderful," THS Osis voiced with intrigued expressions as they flocked around EE. Quite the contrary. Every Earth participant yelled in their minds, deciding to keep quiet since they felt Gustav had damaged EE enough for the day. Eventually EE was fed the snacks by one of the female Osis who felt he was being shy, and they all laughed and joked as the exploration continued while EE felt like burying himself. The group went on to a different level to partake in a new activity. They spent a couple more hours at Zero Haven before deciding to explore a different location on planet Osius. The day was still very long, so they decided to enjoy every bit of it before the night came. Fortunately, we managed to rank in the 191th place before the second disqualification in the Versus Battle Challenge, a humanoid-looking figure with cone-shaped head and transparent skin voiced. "Truly, we managed to pull it off, but we need to go higher in the coming challenges or we will fail," another one with similar body structure responded. "By the way, Orimon, why did you keep challenging Earth participants? You don't really believe you can win against them, do you?" The largest in their midst questioned with a tone of bafflement. Orimon, who was on the other end of this accommodation space, could be seen twiddling a trinket of sorts. He slowly raised his face up with a disparaging expression before replying. "Captain Illumo, just because you're scared of them doesn't mean I am. I am no coward. I think you should take a look at D's novel. CM, don't be a fool. The other time we had an encounter with one of them, we were all put down with little to no effort. It isn't cowardice to avoid them in a 1 versus 1 battle. In truth, that is the best move to make," Captain Illumo voiced with a logical tone. "That was their captain, and he may be a freak of nature, but the others aren't." "You're just too fearful, Captain," Orimon replied with a ridiculing tone. "The others aren't weak either. It is foolhardy to engage when a physical battle will most definitely end in a loss. If we are going to win against the Earth and take first place in ISOP, it won't be through engaging them in a regular way. We would have to be smart about it because whether we choose to admit it or not, they are stronger than we are, Captain Alumo stated strongly without getting angry. Whatever you say, Captain. I won't be a coward. Oremon stood to his feet at this point and began heading out. I will make sure I get them in the next challenge, with or without your help. They will pay, Oremon swore as he placed the ring-like trinket on his finger. I hope none of you think like he does. Captain Alumo questioned with a tone of concern. What a wimp, in with Oremon. 9 other Zionsis had the similar thoughts in mind as they stared at Oremon heading out, but they decided not to air their thoughts. The day soon came to an end, and by the time it did, news had already spread of the 50 planets who won the disqualification stage of the battle challenge. Planet Ruse, which became one of the spectators' favorite during the battle challenge, was amongst the 50 who were to proceed to the next challenge. Now only around 250 planets were left participating in ISOP. This was a far cry from the nearly 3,000 planets at the start. The next major challenge would signal the beginning of the end of ISOP. Handler 1 went on to address the entire arena about the next challenge, saying it would be announced 2 days from now. This meant that the main candidates for each planet had 2 days of rest. Although for the ones who were already in top 200, this would make it a total of 3 days. Gustav already knew what he would spend the next 2 days doing. The group of course were ecstatic when they heard this news and still wanted to go out for more exploration, but Gustav announced that he wouldn't be joining them. He of course gave them an excuse mentioning that it had something to do with his bloodline channels, and the group ate it up. Except Endrik. Endrik didn't choose to confront Gustav yet since he knew there were still things he was figuring out himself. At the dead of night, Gustav pulled a bluish cube out of his storage device and placed it on a platform etched to the wall of his room. The cube unfurled while emitting a spectrum of light before turning into a computerized monitor. System, transfer the data that contains the memory here, Gustav instructed. Are you sure you're ready to see this? The system inquired internally. By your tone, I take it you already know the contents of the handler's last memory and it is going to be quite the stuff to take in when I see it. Am I right? Gustav questioned. Yes, the system responded bluntly. I don't want to think about it, just show me, Gustav stated while placing his hand on the monitor. Transfer the memory, Gustav commanded. Data transfer from archive 0235244772195883 in process. The numbers have increased so much since the last time. Oh well, the system probably gathers universal data by the day, so I guess this is normal. Gustav decided not to give the numbers much thought as he focused on the transfer process. In a few minutes, a notification popped up on the computerized monitor before him. Video file received. That felt like it took forever, Gustav muttered as he tapped on the notification. The display quickly transformed as the start of a footage appeared on the monitor. Time to find out who the culprit is, Gustav muttered. TSSSHSSKKKKK. The footage began with a loud noise that sounded like a mixture between claws scratching on hard surfaces and wet flesh wriggling together. What appeared in his line of sight was a cascading darkness surrounding a figure. The point of view from the person witnessing this could be seen quaking intensely. Teacher's surroundings were obviously affected as well. Hey, are you okay? Chapter 1283. Did you kill Handler 302? A loud voice that seemed to have come from the one witnessing this disturbance rang out. What happened next caused Gustav's face to darken as the being engrossed in the enclosure of darkness was revealed. From the looks of things, the being wasn't alone, or maybe it was better to say, it wasn't a Singe being. Kiara. The handler, who happened to obviously be the one witnessing this incident, was yanked upwards immediately by a pair of dark arms that appeared out of nowhere. She was struggling to free herself and activate an ability, but her body began to corrode from the moment the dark arms clutched onto her body. Gustav could see the dark marks appearing on the outstretched insect-like fingers of the handler. No matter how much she struggled, She was powerless in the face of the darkened and corrosive atmosphere. Her vision quaked again, causing the footage to get a little blurry, and the next thing Gustav noticed was they had lifted off the ground. The ground kept getting farther and farther away as they ascended to great heights. All of a sudden they began to descend with speed as the 30 different arms of darkness wrapped around her body pulled her down with intensity towards a massive copper-like metallic rooftop with a long protrusion. Bam! Vision blackened as the footage turned dark for a few seconds. Gurga. Gustav could hear the sound of the handler coughing as little light returned to her vision. It was obvious that she was struggling to breathe and remain alive. The footage was currently blurry, which was also a depiction of how things must have been for her in the final moments. Gustav could see a massive copper-colored pillar stained with blood, wedged right in the middle of the handler's body. Her face had tilted forward a bit to see the state she was in. Her arms trembled as her fingers reached out to touch the copper-colored protrusion in a bid to help herself out of the current predicament. Unfortunately, she was only able to leave a blood-stained print on it. She was unable to gather any energy as her blood flowed like a busted kitchen pipe, drenching the entire rooftop in its murkiness and metallic stench. Her vision turned even more blurry vision as she completely ran out of energy to keep her head up at this point. Her neck tilted to the back and she slowly succumbed to the claws of death dragging her into the afterlife. In the upside-down state of her blurry vision, the beings responsible for this stood at the edges of the rooftop unbothered while her life got snuffed out. Their writhing darkness casted a gloom of negativity across the vicinity. A thorny-looking crown floated above one of them whose figure had dark tattoos all over. These dark tattoos seemed to be alive as they wriggled like worms, forming different shapes and changing positions occasionally on the skin of this being. The thorny crown floating above the head of this figure emitted flame like dark mist, causing it to look like it was dancing erratically to a silent beat in the dead of this ominous night. The other dark beings in the vicinity reacted oddly as the being with the crown floating above his head fell backwards, passing out on the rooftop. The playback stopped the moment he fell unconscious, but at the point where it stopped Gustav noticed that the dark beings in the vicinity were dissipating. It almost seemed like they were about to dematerialize, but one couldn't tell exactly what happened next since it ended here. This is truly a hard pill to swallow, Gustav muttered with a disturbed look. I told you, the system voiced in response. Why do you think he did it? The system questioned. That's the problem. From what I noticed, there doesn't seem to be a motive. I am not even sure Falco is aware of what happened here. This isn't how he uses his dark abilities, and his tattoos are usually not that way. I find this whole situation to be very odd, but my major suspicion falls on that crown, Gustav said while getting up. You've become too trusting. It might come back to bite you in the ass. The system tried to give Gustav a reality check. Falco wouldn't do this in his right senses, Gustav reiterated. And with everything that has happened so far, you still believe he is in his right senses? It might be best to put him down now before he becomes more trouble in the future, the system suggested. You're starting to sound like Endrik, Gustav's eyes squinted. This might be the only time I and that little deviant will agree on something. I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. CM listen. Yes, I do suspect him after everything that has happened so far and how Endrik warned me about him, but that doesn't mean I will jump to conclusions without uncovering everything that led to this as well as the motive behind it, Gustav voiced with a firm tone. And now you're just being biased. If it was a different person you'd waste no time in putting them down first, the system made a low chortle. I never said I was a good person. I will figure out whatever is going on in full details first before acting, Gustav stated. Falco has committed a crime on alien soil. A grave one at that. Your duty as an MBO officer would be to take him in and ask questions later. I'm not doing that, Gustav replied while walking towards the door. Are you thinking about the consequences this will bring? Or are you just making decisions from a place of emotions? Nobody knows he is responsible yet, for now, more like forever. No footage was found. Nobody managed to witness the incident despite it happening in the open, and even if they were able to access the handler's last memories like I did, they would only see dark figures. They won't be able to tell that it is Falco since his face wasn't shown and his entire body was also black. The lighting in the vicinity as well. We only know it's Falco because we've seen the crown before. Even his tattoos were different. Gustav explained his reasoning behind why no one would ever discover that Falco was the culprit. Even at that, this time it was a handler who you bear no emotional attachment to. Do you know who's gonna be next? Do you know if Angie would be the next person on a pike? Or dying in such a gruesome way? Think, Gustav, think. The system kept at it. Shush. In going to him now, Gustav walked out of his room in the next instant, choosing not to further engage the system. He soon arrived at the passageway that led to the other rooms and strode forward till he arrived before the fourth door. Ko. Com. He knocked gently on this door a couple of times before speaking. Falco, you there? Ko. Com. He knocked a few more times before a low timid voice replied from within. Yeah. It's Gustav, open up. The door slid open in the next instant and Gustav walked into to meet Falco cooped up on his bed in a cross-legged format with a massive duvet wrapped around his body like a cloak. His facial expression made it seem like he was a little scared as his body twitched repeatedly while he rocked forward and backwards nervously. What's wrong? Gustav inquired. Nothing, just having sleeping troubles, Falco responded with a slightly shaky tone. Oh. Still having those nightmares? Gustav asked. It's fine. Why are you here? Falco inquired with a wry smile. Gustav proceeded to step forward with a straight face and stopped when he arrived before Falco's bed. Activating sound space, Gustav's eyes twinked with a bluish glow as a transparent spherical bluish barrier appeared around the both of them. What are you'd? I want you to tell me the truth, Falco. Gustav cut him off before he could question what was going on. Did you kill Handler 302? The moment Gustav spat this question out, Falco's face turned full panicky. His body began trembling as tension permeated the sound space Gustav had just conjured. How did you, what ho? He stuttered repeatedly, unable to form a single coherent sentence as his mind sank to the depths of fear. Gustav's current expression made things no better as he stared Falco directly in the eyes. Think carefully before you reply and tell me nothing but the truth. Did you kill Handler 302? Gustav's voice grew even several degrees colder as he questioned once more. The place turned very silent with only Falco's breathing growing louder and increasing in pace by the second. The silence was getting almost too much to bear at this point as Falco felt chills run down his spine. He drew in a breath of confidence and defeat before finally speaking. I think so. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1284s. I think so. What do you mean by that? It is a yes or no question, Falco, Gustav said with a calm but threatening tone. I can't answer with a yes or no, because I don't recall what happened, Falco responded with a fearful tone. I saw you, Falco. Falco's breathing turned even more hurried as Gustav said this. What do you mean by you saw me? I really can't remember what happened. When I came to, she was already dead. I swear. Falco stuttered a couple of times but managed to voice the last part with a look of certainty. Everything? Falco's mind reeled back to the incident. Everything. Don't skip anything, Gustav reiterated. I was asleep. Falco began narrating how he had another nightmare on that day. He explained to Gustav that in his nightmares there was always a person that claimed to be his father advising him to take the crown. How he would get threatened with insanity and the so-called voice always telling him his loved ones would be put in danger if he keeps declining the crown. He went on to mention how in the last nightmare everyone was killed. Angie, Endrik, Eildris, Timi, Ria, Alevra, Glade and even Gustav. The voice mentioning how they would be in danger but not from the voice, rather from him. Then he awakened to find himself on the rooftop with the corpse of the handler behind him. How long has this been happening? The voice, how long has it been appearing in your dreams? Gustav inquired with a worried tone. Since the nightmares began. Since Darko's disappearance. Falco answered with a low tone. This has been happening since that time. I thought you said they were just nightmares. Gustav had a slightly shocked expression on his face as he voiced out. I couldn't tell anyone. At first I thought they were normal nightmares, but then it started getting worse. I couldn't go to sleep without the voice appearing in my dreams, and every time I would watch you guys die by my hands. Ha ha ha. I think I'm going crazy. Maybe you should just put me away, Gus. Tears welled at the corner of Falco's eyes as voice. He looked like he was starting to lose it. Hold on, work with me here, Falco. The voice claims to be your father, right? Gustav questioned. Yes. Have you ever found your father suspicious? Is this something he could get involved with? Gustav kept questioning. No, my father is a very simple mixed blood who only has eyes for business. Also, he is very weak. I am currently the highest in bloodline rank within my entire immediate family. Big brother followed in father's footstep and went into business, while father made me join the MBO especially because of Darko. They believe I'd be able to learn how to control my bloodline better if I joined the MBO camp, Falco explained. It looked like he already thought about it as well and concluded his father could never be behind this. Whom the voice, the crown? Falco, did you ever stop to think you might be adopted? Gustav inquired. It hit Falco like a train the moment Gustav pointed this out. It was a possibility that never crossed his mind, most especially because right from a young age people had mentioned he was a splitting image of his father. That can't be right. Oh wait, you've never seen my father, Falco shook his head. There's always a possibility, Gustav pointed out. In this case I don't think there is. I really am a splitting image of my father, Falco seemed to be in denial regardless. Either way, we need to get to the bottom of this and we have two focal points. Your father and the crown, Gustav listed. I think the crown may just be showing me these nightmares so I can accept it, Falco said. That is a possibility as well, but we can't have you out here killing people, Falco. At the moment you are a danger to everyone and even yourself, Gustav decided to lay it down straight. I know. That's why I don't want to join the next challenge. What are you going to do to me now? Are you going to hand me over to Planet Ozius authorities? Falco inquired with a sigh of defeat. No. We need to find out who you are. Beyond all of this, there is something. Your true identity. We need to discover everything and the motive behind all of this, Gustav responded while stepping closer. How are we going to do that? Falco questioned. You are going to accept the crown, Gustav stated. Right, I'm going to accept the... Wait. What? No. Falco immediately shook his head, declining. We need to know what we're dealing with. You need to know who you are. For some reason Gustav was starting to suspect that Falco had some identity crisis. I cannot do that. I feel I would lose myself. Falco shook his head repeatedly, shuddering at the thought of accepting the power. Pat. Gustav placed his hand on Falco's shoulder and stared down at him. Listen to me, Falco. Do you want to know who you are and why all of this is happening? Gustav inquired. I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. CM, I want to, but it's too risky. Who knows what might happen? I don't want to harm any of you. Falco kept shaking his head. If you remain this way, the chances of harming everyone is higher. If you accept it, at the very least we'll know what exactly we're dealing with instead of being on the fence, Gustav reiterated. But, it's your power, ISNT it. Dominate it and control it instead of letting things go the other way around. Falco will be Falco, it is your power, Gustav stated with a tone of certainty. Maybe you're right, maybe you'll be able to get Darko back faster too. Falco was starting to consider it. That's the spirit. It is your power. It should answer to you. It's time to claim it, Gustav responded. Falco took in a mouthful of breath as he gathered courage. Okay, I'll do it, he said while letting go of the duvet covering his body. Good. I'll be here for you the whole time if you need me, Gustav smiled with a comforting gaze. Falco nodded before shutting his eyes and activating his bloodline. Shrew tilde his body began emitting dark mist in the next instant, and the image of the thorny crown appeared in his mind. ZH tilde in the next moment, half of the thorny crown appeared in the room, hovering few inches above Falco's head. Few tilde I'll begin the process of accepting the power now, Falco voiced as he opened his eyes. His facial expression displayed a look of confoundment as he stared at Gustav before him. Ha 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 ha, good job my son. Good job. I knew you had a deep respect for this person and it worked. The voice that plagued Falco's nightmare was ringing out from in between Gustav's lips. What? What? Falco couldn't believe his eyes as the realization dawned on him. SS Endrick could tell that Gustav had truly forgiven him now, and it was a great feeling for him. He felt all his hard work to prove himself had paid off. The battles continued and soon the batch ended. Endrick and Muvid's battle along with 4 others had been the highlight of this batch. To say the spectators were stunned would be an understatement. Things were getting more interesting as weaker planets lost all of their points and got automatically disqualified. Soon the planets challenging weaker ones to easily gain points would be unable to do so anymore once every single one of them was gone. Yuhuko, are you ready? Gustav voiced while approaching the black-haired beauty with a doll-like face. Hey, what do you mean? Yuhiko questioned with an expression of confoundment. We've lost 1,200 points from declining the other challenges after our 3 tries, Gustav voiced. Yuhiko nodded while maintaining an expression of intrigue, wondering where Gustav was going with this. It's time to regain everything and add a little more to that, Gustav added. How? What do you mean? Yuhiko stuttered. Gustav stood before her and gave her a small finger twack on her forehead. You're going next, dummy, he voiced. Yuhiko looked up at the screens displaying the 150 participants selected for the next batch. I am not amongst, she voiced with confusion still. Yes, but one of these participants are going to challenge you and it's going to be someone with a high number of points, Gustav responded. Are you saying I should accept a challenge? Yuhiko's eyes widened with an expression of surprise. Yes, don't be slow, Gustav responded. But I thought, Yuhiko still couldn't hide the look of surprise on her face. Whatever you thought was wrong. I was letting everyone bear a stereotypical thought about you in their minds. It's gonna pay off now. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he closed in further on Yuhiko. You go out there, take them by surprise and win. After voicing this out, Gustav turned around and moved back to his initial spot. Yuhiko's body trembled slightly in both excitement and anticipation as she stared in Gustav's expression. Chapter 1285. However, the sharp outburst of intense dark energy only lasted a moment. It vanished as quickly as it appeared. Gustav met Falco laying on Tich's bed peacefully with nearly nothing out of place within the room. The loud crash from the door getting kicked down had alerted the others who were now making their way towards Falco's room as well. Gustav stepped forward and looked around but really couldn't find anything. Falco, who was laying on the bed sleeping on the other hand, had ropes of dark mist floating out of his mouth which was a bit ajar. What is this? Gustav could barely sense Falco's presence despite standing before him. It was almost like his existence was fickle. Gustav wondered if this would be the same for the others. Falco, Gustav reached out to touch him. Wake you. The moment his hand made contact with Falco's body, he quickly retracted it. What the? He stared at his hand after the retraction. A couple of fingers had webs of darkness climbing up like they were alive. Cold. Deep and icy coldness. This was what Gustav felt when he made contact with Falco's body. Falco's body looked absolutely normal except for the rope of darkness his slightly ajar mouth emitted, yet his body was extremely cold to touch and corrosive. Regeneration has been activated. Even with regeneration, it took more than a few seconds for the corrosive darkness to vanish from Gustav's fingertips. What is it? I heard the noise. What happened? Is Falco all right? Everyone was arriving together and could see Guatav standing before Falco's bed with a concerning look. Is he? Angie reached out to touch Falco. Pa. Gustav grabbed her hand before she could make contact with his skin. What is it? She questioned. Don't touch him. His body is corrosive, Gustav answered. Angie slowly retracted with a bothered look as well. Something is wrong with Falco. I don't know what it is, but I can tell it is serious, Gustav stated with a serious tone. Is his body only corrosive to the touch of living beings? His bed seems to still be okay, Eldris asked while furrowing his eyebrows despite his eyes still being closed. No, that is because, Gustav slightly crouched as he reached out to touch the bed. He pulled the bed from underneath Falco's body, sweeping it to the other side of the room. Woo, exclaimed as everyone stared at Falco's body levitating in place. It turned out that Falco's body was floating less than an inch above the bed all this time, so it was easy to think he was laying on it. What do we do now? How do we figure out exactly what is wrong with him? And Angie questioned in successions. Maybe we should try to wake him up, Timmy suggested. Falco. Almost everyone began to yell his name at this point. Some of them threw things at his levitating body while some conjured non-lethal abilities to use on him. No matter how much they tried, they were unable to wake Falco. Everything that came into contact with him corroded before their very eyes. Gustav wasn't the only one that had issues sensing Falco's presence. For the others, it was like Falco wasn't here at all. They could only confirm Falco's presence with their eyes but not their senses. This is serious. I think we should inform Grand Commander Shen, Eldris suggested. There wasn't much they could do anyways since this predicament seemed to be too much for them right now. If things were normal, Falco would have awoken since, but this was obviously not in any way normal. While all of this was causing a ruckus, Gustav was unaware that Falco was currently in the process of accepting the crown because of him. The voice had mimicked Gustav's appearance and showed up to Falco in a realistic dream earlier, advising him to accept the power of the crown. Everything had been extremely realistic as the voice had mirrored Gustav's character almost perfectly from Falco's memories. Grand Commander Shen, Miss Amy, and the other MBO officers on planet Osius soon arrived at the accommodation area. I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. CM Thihei had been briefed about the situation through communication channels, but when they arrived, they realized that things were worse than they had expected. Not even Grand Commander Shen could touch Falco without suffering the corrosive effect. Miss Amy had to create something to move Falco in so he could be studied better in a place with proper equipments. At the moment, they had no idea what was wrong with him, but Gustav already had his suspicions. Time went by in a flash and the night before the next challenge arrived. During the last 2 days, Gustav had spent his time trying to figure out what happened with Falco and what Endrik was hiding from him. Both endeavors ended up not being fruitful. Falco had been in the same state for the last 2 days with everyone unable to figure out exactly what was wrong with him, while Endrik repeated the same thing about being unable to decipher if what he saw was for Gustav. For Falco's situation, Gustav's major suspicion was linked to the crown he was supposed to accept. Still, despite the fact that he had this suspicion, he really couldn't do anything. Gustav felt extremely powerless at the moment and finally decided to tell Miss Amy about what happened in Arabia City and how he felt it was linked to this. Are you saying that kid might not be a mixed blood? Miss Amy questioned after hearing Gustav narrate the occurrences so far. I don't know, but I feel he has a different identity, like how the system and that other being Husarius says in the Outworldly. Whatever that means, Gustav responded while holding his chin. This is more complex than I expected. That crown, you said the kid would change if he accepted it, right? Miss Amy inquired. That is what his alter ego mentioned, although I don't think that was his alter ego now. I think he was there to protect him, Gustav replied. If the kid is truly in the process of accepting the crown like you think, there are only 2 options left, Miss Amy voiced. Which are? Gustav's eyes shone with curiosity. We either stop the process or we kill him, Miss Amy stated with an undisturbed tone. I prefer the former to the latter, Gustav immediately pointed out. And what if the former doesn't work? Miss Amy asked. Well, keep trying, I guess, Gustav voiced. No. If the former doesn't work, we move you the latter, Miss Amy stated. Now, Miss Amy, don't be like that. Let's just try to stop the process if it is ongoing, Gustav voiced with a pleading tone. I'll reach out to an old friend with power mental abilities. They should be able to reach into the subconscious of the kid and find a way to help him. Miss Amy came to a decision. Really? Phew Tilda, that would be great. Gustav let out a breath of relief upon hearing that. Miss Amy. Thank you, Gustav voiced from behind. She paused and slowly turned around with a beautiful smile on her face. Anything for you. Thweewee Tilda, her figure blurred in the next instant and she vanished. Gustav looked a little relieved after this conversation, but he recalled something. 2 days left on the timer. It's time I found out if these guys are linked to it. Gustav tapped on his left wrist in the next instant. The dimensional bracelet beamed up and in the next few moments it emitted a flash of blue light and Gustav vanished. The next morning everyone was gathered in the arena once more. Cheers Tilda chatter. Cheers Tilda. The entire place was noisy as usual with the millions of spectators gathered around this magnificent structured location. The number of ISOP participants had reduced to 5,000 but the spectators were still as many as ever. Handler One's podium rose once more as he prepared to address the entire arena. The place slowly quietened the moment he began speaking. The next major challenge will begin soon. Handler One pointed at the screens which went on to display the wheel. The wheel had only a few parts that were marked undone at this point, so the spectators as well as participants could count with one hand the options left. Drearier Tilda. The wheel began spinning and after a couple of moments, the arrow was positioned on the image of a tower of sorts. The Heaven Monolith Challenge. Handler One's voice reverberated across the arena. The Heaven what now? Eyebrows twitched as he voiced out. Chapter 1286S. In this challenge, the participants are tasked with reaching the top of the monolith, or rather specifically their captains. There are 200 slots available at the top of the monolith, and to successfully pass this challenge, a captain must make sure to acquire one of the 200 slots. It goes without a saying that the 50 who fail to acquire a slot at the top of the monolith will be disqualified. Handler One explained lengthily. I don't think that is the case. Listen, Gustav responded. The captains are required to take a slot upon arrival at the top of the monolith because it will not be counted if a normal member of the team or a vice-captain does so in their stead. Everyone in the team is required to do their best to get their captain to the top before the others. There is no time limit. The challenge comes to an end when all slots have been taken, Handler One went on to say. This challenge will be over very quickly. Yonder shook his head. Most people felt so too. It was practically just a climbing exercise, or so they thought. Truian Tilda. The screens went on to display a live footage of the monolith they were meant to scale. What the? Everyone displayed looks of bafflement as whatever camera that seemed to be recording this slowly tilted to show how large it was. The monolith was like a pillar with very smooth surface that extended so high, the footage couldn't display all of it from below. The display of the footage was currently ascending along with the massive monolith. The bottom area seemed to cover a radius of more than 4,000 feet, but as it seemed to get thinner the higher the footage covered. In a bit the spectators could see that it had pierced through the conducive atmosphere of planet Osius and extended into outer space. Well damn, this must be why it is called the Heaven Monolith, Teamy voiced. But none of us is capable of breathing in outer space without a spacesuit, Matilda stated with a baffled tone. They'll probably provide us with gear, said. Outer space gear will not be provided. Participants are expected to be resilient enough to deal with the arduous situation using their abilities alone. Handler One loud voice instantly dashed their hopes. Dash what the hell? How are we supposed to survive? Dash some planetary species can breathe in space because of their genes. This is unfair to those of us who weren't born that way. Dash this is totally unfair. A lot of participants began to yell loud in protest. Handler One paused for a bit before speaking. There is no unfairness in this. It is simply a part of their ability if they were born that way. No changes shall be made in regards to this, the handler stated without a shred of sympathy. Some participants still kept chattering on and voicing out their dissatisfaction, but Handler One continued regardless. The monolith has 5 layers and a person from a group has to be sacrificed at each layer to allow the continued movement of the others. There will be multiple challenges in climbing to the apex of the monolith, but I wish you all good luck in this endeavor, Handler One explained with an optimistic tone. Sacrificed? What does that mean? Angie eyebrows furrowed. Handler 1 went on to explain that by sacrifice, he meant one person would have to stay behind for the others to have access to continue climbing the monolith. Flight abilities were the only restrictions in this challenge. Participants were given a height jump limit as well. Everything else went. They could attack each other if they wanted and use every other thing at their discretion to reach the top of the monolith. This challenge will be held on the first disc. Handler 1 ended the briefing with this. The first disc was the largest disc in the entirety of planet Osius. However, it was surprisingly the least populated out of all the discs. The atmosphere there was said to be incredibly rich, making all living inhabitants there naturally evolve quicker than any other species. According to rumors, one was closer to immortality the longer they stayed there, and the true ancients of planet Osius, who said to be some of the most powerful beings in existence, resided on the first layer. Gustav hadn't paid any heed to this since they arrived here because he didn't care about immortality. He wasn't looking to live forever. However, being on the first disc would be pretty interesting even if it was for a brief period. The outer space thing shouldn't be much of a problem, Gustav voiced to the others who were still worried. It just depends on how long you can hold your breath, he added. The challenge doesn't end till all 200 slots are filled if I recall correctly. Eldris began speaking with a troubled expression. You're worried because we have no idea how long it would take for the 200 slots to be filled, Gustav pointed out. I think you should take a look at Dee's novel. Yeah, what if it's longer than our ability to hold our breath? Eldris questioned. Let's focus on getting to the top first. Since only captains are required to get the slot, it should be fine, Gustav assured them, but internally he also knew that Eldris' concern was not one to scoff out. The only option at the moment was to wing things. It was difficult to tell how things would turn out. Besides this, one had to also look out for those who would try to target captains. Since without captains a slot couldn't be acquired, captains were both the strength and weaknesses of a group. However, it went without a saying that some participants would definitely think twice before messing with a captain. They were captains for a reason. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. The participants were teleported in successions to the first disc, and soon the middle of the arena was completely empty. The screens above displayed the participants who had appeared before the monolith. The monolith is really very high. He bent his neck to the limit, trying to see the top, but it was impossible. It covered a height of more than 200,000 feet, which was why it had pierced through the atmospheric layers above into space. Under normal circumstances, people like Gustav and Angie could scale this height in a short duration, but this wasn't normal circumstances. The stairs strapped to the sides of the monolith was more visible in person, and it was just as smooth as the rocky pillar itself. The width of the stairs could contain 20 people moving side by side, and they happened to curve around the monolith like snakes wrapping around their prey. At some areas on the monolith, the two stairways on the right and left intersected. A golden monolith. Never thought I'd see one in my lifetime, Matilda voiced with a tone of astonishment. Just imagine the price this would sell for on Earth, he said, nearly drooling from his mouth. We're here to climb, not rob an entire structure, dumbass. Timmy slapped at the back of his head. Ouch, just food for thoughts, man. Winced lightly. Gustav could feel the atmosphere of the first disc. It was truly unlike anything he had felt before, and the others felt this as well. They could feel their bloods pumping and circulating at a much higher rate, the pores of their skin taking in the magical air of the vicinity. Host vitality is increasing, host vitality is increasing, host vitality is increasing. Gustav stared at the notifications at the corner of his sight. If things keep going this way, you may unlock a new ability, the system voiced. Does the atmosphere really have that much effect on living creatures? Gustav couldn't help but be astonished by this. Yes, but not just living creatures, even non-living things are affected. The skies here were green and whitish. Constellations could be spotted in the distance, but there wasn't much anyone could see from this part of the first disc. Elevra placed her hand on the barrier that prevented them from going further. Every single participant currently waited while staring at the massive monolith. I declare the start of the Heaven Monolith Challenge. Handler 1's voice suddenly rang out loudly. The instant the barrier vanished, everyone charged forward with intensity. "Yeah. Let's go." They were like angry mobs as they made their way across the golden-planted grounds to the monolith up front. Since 2 different stairs were constructed on the right and left sides of the monolith respectively, the mob soon split as they arrived before it. Gustav and the others immediately went right as they clustered together upon reaching the stairs. Gustav grabbed a green-faced alien on the right and flung him away the moment they arrived on the first stair. Chapter 1287. Gustav grabbed a green-faced alien on the right and flung him away the moment they arrived on the first stair. Go. They moved forward together, pushing through the crowd to get further ahead. It was really a sight to behold as the participants began attacking one another due to the spaces on the stairs not being enough for everyone to move through at the same time. It was really a sight to behold as the participants began attacking one another due to the spaces on the stairs not being enough for everyone to move through at the same time. Everyone wanted to be ahead, but they also needed to make sure they didn't separate from their captains. Some groups moved towards the smooth surface of the monolith and began climbing with their limbs attached to it instead of using the stairs. Some other planetary species tried to climb as well, but they soon realized it wasn't as easy as it looked. Its surface was incredibly smooth, so only species who knew how to stick their body to things or excrete liquid from their skins that would help them stick to the monolith could successfully climb. Gustav already cancelled the thought of climbing before the challenge began. He knew it would be incredibly difficult and time-taking, so the stairs were the best option, especially if they were going to stick together. With the start of the new challenge, the entire arena was once more in a state of uproar. Lots of participants had already gotten kicked off the stairs from the very beginning, and some were still getting kicked off after making a bit of progress. If one got pushed off the stairs, they had to start again since flying wasn't allowed. This was even more frustrating for species with wings. It made their wings look useless. Out of my way! A massive Klaxosape swung a giant 30-foot-long club as he charged forward. The club cleared a bunch of participants on before them, sending a whole group of 20 flying. The Klaxosapes followed him closely from behind, letting their teammate clear the path. He swung the massive club forward once more at a bunch ahead, but the moment it arrived before the humanoid figure on the right, it was stopped. Bam! A hand had reached out to stop the massive club. The Klaxosape groaned as he realized he was unable to pull his club backwards, but the moment the person who stopped the club turned to face him, he froze. Captain Crimson? His eyes widened as Gustav let go of the club, causing him to stagger backwards and lose his footing. He rolled down the stairs for a couple of feet before the other Klaxosapes caught him. They were about to question what the issue was when they spotted Gustav and the others ahead. "Watch where you're pointing that thing," Gustav voiced before running ahead to catch up with the others. The stairs were even more crowded at the bottom at this moment as lots of participants had been sent off. Bang! Bang! Boom! All sorts of attacks were sent forth as participants attacked one another while trying to reclimb the stairs. At this point, Gustav and the others had scaled more than 2,000 stairs and were heading further upwards. Gustav would occasionally leap across 100 feet in a go with the others. They were extremely quick but made sure not to cross the height limit when leaping. He did the same as he conjured vortexes to cover short distances, since it would be against the rule if he used it to the fullest. He conjured another vortex and stepped forward. The moment he arrived another 100 steps away, he sensed something. "Oh," he muttered as he looked down to see a white glowing circle appear around his foot. Gustav and the others arrived a step behind with conflicted expressions as a bright white glow surrounded the entire group. Zing! They all vanished in the next instant. The Earthlings are gone, Captain Kriv voiced with a surprised expression. "Ha ha ha, that's what they get for being so prideful," the one who attacked Gustav earlier laughed. "It doesn't matter, let's go," Captain Kriv voiced as he increased his pace. "Be careful here, this is where they disappeared," the vice-captain voiced as they made their way forward carefully and quickly. The others behind also quickened their pace, carefully crossing the area Earth participants had vanished from. Zing tilde Earth participants reappeared at the bottom of the monolith. What the hell? What did you do? I think you should take a look at D's novel. CMTH group yelled in fury as they realized what just happened. I don't know, had a baffled expression as he voiced. It's not his fault. Anyone would have fallen into that. Gustav stopped the others from berating him. Indeed, even though Handler 1 mentioned that we'd meet different obstacles, there was no way to know what to expect, Eldris chimed in. Let's get back up there, Gustav stated while turning towards the start of the stairs on the right. It was still crowded with loads of participants and now they were behind everyone. Gustav charged forward in the next instant, speeding through the midst of 2 participants that were in a heated battle. Fushoosh tilde the wind generated from his speed was like a slap to their faces as they just realized what happened. Hey! They both yelled out at the same time and turned to face the direction Gustav headed in, only for 3 others to sped past them as well. Fuhushi tilde Elevra and Sheila leapt over them, causing the 2 to look up in bafflement, but at this point didn't even know who to focus on. Up ahead Gustav could see that they were more than 400 participants in heated battles, crowding where the stairs began. There was not even a bit of space to pass through as attacks dispersed across the vicinity powerfully. Gustav uttered calmly as he approached the crowd.